In ancient legends, it is said that the heavens, the earth, and the universe contained but a single planet. Yet, one fateful day, this solitary orb erupted in a cataclysm, giving rise to a multitude of diverse worlds that coalesced into the Milky Way galaxy. Among these 6 celestial bodies, all teeming with life, were the despondent planet, the origin planet, the sentient planet, the joyful planet, the dark planet, and Earth. For eons, these 6 planets, driven by an insatiable desire for power, engaged in relentless warfare, casting countless innocent lives into turmoil and plunging the cosmos into its darkest epoch. War, a realm devoid of any semblance of peace. However, as time unfurled and the reigns of various rulers shifted, the harrowing experiences of conflict led to a profound understanding of unending suffering. Consequently, the planets resolved to cease hostilities, cherishing the hope that tranquility would prevail. Yet, this aspiration for cosmic harmony was shattered by the newly appointed ruler of the despondent planet. In a relentless pursuit of dominion over the universe, he instigated a series of aggressive invasions against neighboring worlds. The formidable fleet of the despondent planet instilled terror across the cosmos, compelling the other planets to forge an alliance in a desperate bid to confront the despondent forces. Alas, their military might proved insufficient, and the coalition, bereft of fighting spirit, fled in disarray. In the year 3089 of the cosmic era, under immense pressure, the other planets, in a bid to preserve their own peace, reluctantly submitted to the despondent planet. Thus, the despondent planet emerged as the most formidable power since the dawn of the universe, ascending to the status of supreme ruler of the cosmos. That, on the other hand, on a small island of the planet of Multi-Heart, a lotus flower suddenly bloomed, releasing a radiant spectrum of colors. The inhabitants of Multi-Heart, taken aback by this celestial phenomenon, hastened to the island where the lotus resided. Simultaneously, the leader of Multi-Heart, alerted by the commotion, urgently called to his guards, "Quick, follow me." In a flurry of excitement, the leader, accompanied by 100 loyal protectors, made his way to the Lotus Island. Bathed in the vibrant light, the entire Lotus Island resembled a paradise. The people of Multi-Heart, astonished by this spectacle, exclaimed, "My heavens, this must surely be an auspicious omen from above. After all the hardships we have endured for peace over the years, could this be a divine gift of hope for our tranquility?" Listening to their leader's words, the citizens of Multi-Heart ceased their fear and collectively knelt, fervently pleading, "Heavens, grant us the strength to defend our homeland." Suddenly, the radiant colors of the Lotus Island intensified, and all the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing an expanse of azure above, unblemished by any cloud. At that moment, a voice echoed from the Lotus Island, proclaiming, "I wield my sword with a smile, unbothered by fate, for both life and death are but 2 peaks of Kunlun." Instantly, the citizens of Multi-Heart and their leader were taken aback, astonished by the declaration. As the words faded, an unidentified entity soared forth from the lotus. Just as they grappled with the bewildering event, another voice resonated, declaring, "Multi-Heart exploding fist." Accompanied by these words, all the towering trees in the vicinity suddenly collapsed. At that moment, the captain of the Heartfelt Star was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Who on earth are you?" The captain of the Heartfelt Star, taken aback, replied, "Are you claiming to be the Heartfelt Superman? Could it be that you are indeed the celestial being sent to safeguard peace in our universe, born on the Lotus Island?" "Ha, indeed I am." Chapter 2. Crisis. The defense of the Multitude planet. With the arrival of the Multitude Superman, another force also emerged, the army of the Gloom planet. At this moment, the fleet of the Gloom planet had already reached the airspace of the Multitude planet. The fleet's formidable combat strength stemmed from its agility and rapid-fire capabilities. The Gloom planet's forces had gained a significant advantage in their confrontations with other celestial armies, being the sole entity in the universe boasting a formidable fleet of spacecraft. Hence, they were unparalleled in both combat prowess and overall might. "Commander, may we commence our assault on the Multitude planet?" inquired a subordinate of the Gloom planet's supreme commander, who oversaw the fleet. The current supreme commander was named Starshade, renowned for his exceptional skills in fire setting, ambushing foes, and manipulating adversaries during numerous battles. He possessed extraordinary combat abilities. However, Starshade was known for his impatient nature. He always yearned to accomplish tasks in a single breath. This mission had been entrusted to him by the Gloom commander, directing him to deploy the fleet against the Multitude planet. A subordinate, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Strange, Commander, what is there to deliberate? Shouldn't we just launch our attack?" Starshade, suddenly irate, retorted, "Why the haste? You are not the commander. I have my own concerns." The subordinate, hearing this, grew even more bewildered. "I do not comprehend. I do not understand. Could you offer a small hint?" Star Shadow exclaimed fiercely, "Absolutely not. This is my personal matter." In that instant, his subordinates were rendered speechless by Star Shadow's words, standing still, paralyzed with uncertainty. In truth, the individual who reported the military situation to Star Shadow was not merely an ordinary soldier. He was the commander of the entire spaceship. However, in relation to the Supreme Commander, the commander was obliged to unconditionally obey his orders. Yet this time, faced with the command from his superior, he found himself at a loss. Consequently, they waited for a full 2 hours. Observing that Star Shadow had yet to issue any orders, he grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, "Commander, are we to attack or not? 2 whole hours have passed, and I am utterly bewildered." Noticing his agitation, Star Shadow could only manage a wry smile. All right. I had initially intended to wait for Moondance, but it seems you are even more impatient than I. Very well. Relay my orders to launch a full-scale assault on the Multi-Heart planet." Instantly, the commander of the Grey Heart planet's fleet swiftly mobilized a formidable armada of 100,000 ships to launch a comprehensive attack on the Multi-Heart planet. When the leader of the Multi-Heart planet beheld the overwhelming fleet approaching, he fainted in terror. The citizens of the Multi-Heart planet were engulfed in panic. However, at that moment, the Multi-Heart Superman boldly dashed forward, shouting, "How dare you invade my homeland?" Witness the might of the Multi-Heart Superman. The Heartbreak burst fist. With a brilliant flash of fire, hundreds of ships from the heartbroken planet were annihilated in an instant by a colossal fireball. Star Shadow, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "Who are you, that you can so effortlessly vanquish my fleet of over 100 ships? Reveal your identity at once." With a mocking smile, Star Shadow charged forward, declaring, Shadow ambush." Suddenly, 2 enormous shadows enveloped the Heartbreaker Superman. The Heartbreaker Superman retorted with a sneer, "Is that all you've got?" Heartbreak burst fist. The titanic fireball clashed with the 2 formidable shadows of Star Shadow, entwined in a fierce struggle. Despite the incredible power of the Heartbreaker Superman's Heartbreak burst fist, overcoming Star Shadow's shadowy ambush proved to be quite a challenge. Realizing he was not a match for the shadows, the Heartbreaker Superman resorted to unleashing the invincible Heartbreak burst fist, breaking free from the encirclement and swiftly making his escape. After the Heartbreaker Superman fled, the commander of Star Shadow's fleet inquired, "Commander, shall we pursue?" Star Shadow, gazing at the retreating figure of the Heartbreaker Superman, felt a twinge of concern despite recognizing the uniqueness of his opponent. He replied, "No need to pursue further. Let us retreat for the time being." "As you command, sir." Chapter 3. The Heartache of the Cosmic Overlord, passing through the throngs of welcoming citizens and traversing the bustling streets. Star Shadow arrived at the command center of the heartbroken planet. The soldiers guarding the command center straightened their spines and saluted as Star Shadow approached, exclaiming, "Presenting our highest commander." The guards echoed in unison for the safety of the commander, for the entire despondent planet. How unfortunate. After a brief nod, Xingying strode directly into the commander's residence. Inside, the floor was adorned with a crimson carpet, flanked on either side by vigilant soldiers standing guard. Upon seeing Xingying, the soldiers immediately saluted. It was at this moment that Xingying was struck by the realization of his recent defeat. Feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over him as he contemplated how to report to the commander, especially regarding the enigmatic superhuman that had suddenly appeared on the planet of Dual Hearts. The Dual Hearts superhuman. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, confusion enveloped him. Just then, a voice broke through from one of the soldiers. "The commander is seeking you, highest officer." Upon hearing this, Xingying regained his composure, though the memories of his recent encounter still lingered in his mind. At that moment, the despondent commander approached him and inquired, "What news, Xingying? I tasked you with disciplining those who refuse to submit to us from the planet of Dual Hearts. How have you fared? Half-hearted effort? A failure?" The commander seemed to sense that Xingying had something to confide, and thus he spoke directly. "Yes, I am sorry. Due to an unforeseen incident," Xingying stammered, breaking into a cold sweat. There is no need to elaborate," the commander interjected. "I have long been aware of the situation. I have heard whispers that the Dual Hearts superhuman has just emerged on that planet, and he is of the caliber of a cosmic war god. No, it cannot be true. Commander, you have not even been to Dual Hearts, you. How did you come to know about this matter? Moreover, the entity known as the Mindful Superman remains shrouded in mystery. His true strength is yet to be unveiled, Commander. How can you be so certain that the Mindful Superman will indeed become the god of war in the universe?" Upon hearing the commander's words, Xingying could not help but reveal his impatient nature, reminiscent of his demeanor when Yu Wu was still alive. He had not changed at all. It was then that the commander felt it was time to show Xingying something significant. Thus, he said to him, "Follow me." "Where are we going, Commander?" Xingying inquired, puzzled. "To the underground cold storage," the commander replied. He then gestured for the soldiers nearby to stand down, and they promptly left the commander's residence in an orderly fashion. Upon arriving at the underground cold storage, the commander pointed to a frozen corpse and said to Xingying, "Behold, this is the Yu Wu you have been unable to let go of. Am I right? Take a good look at her." Seeing Yu Wu's frozen remains, Xingying was overwhelmed with grief and rushed towards her, bursting into tears. As he held her lifeless body, he suddenly realized that her death was intimately connected to his own impulsiveness. Yes, if only I had been able to remain calm and not charge recklessly. Then Yu Wu she would not have. Sobbing, he recalled the moments before her demise, when he had insisted on infiltrating the enemy's base to achieve merit. However, he had failed to recognize that his forces were far too few, with the enemy numbering 500,000, while he commanded barely 50,000. In the face of a stark disparity in military strength, Xingying resolutely pressed on. At that moment, Yu Wu learned that Xingying possessed merely 50,000 troops to confront an enemy boasting a formidable army of 500,000. Without hesitation, she rushed to Xingying's side, exclaiming, "Xingying, I'm here to support you. You must retreat at once. You cannot defeat them. Who are you to dictate my actions? I am Xingying, fearless and undeterred. You truly cannot afford to be so obstinate any longer, Xingying. One must possess self-awareness." Seeing that Xingying was resolute in ignoring her counsel, Yu Wu took it upon herself to lead the charge. Suddenly, a laser beam shot from a distance, striking Yu Wu, struggling to open her eyes. She gazed tearfully at Xingying and whispered, "Xingying, I'm sorry. I cannot hold on much longer. Let us journey together in the next life." With that, she breathed her last. Yu Wu, now, staring at the remnants of Yu Wu, Xingying was engulfed in profound guilt and anguish. Chapter 4: Despondency and Infiltration. The enigma of the overly cautious superhuman ability. After much contemplation with no resolution in sight, he summoned the detective soldier and said, "I have a task that is both mysterious and of utmost importance, which I have documented on this paper. You must remember to keep it secret from all inhabitants of other planets. Do you understand?" The detective soldier saluted. "Understood, Commander. I will ensure that no one from other planets discovers it." The commander waved his hand. "Excellent. Now, promptly pilot your ship and embark on your journey." The detective nodded and exited the command center, retrieving the spacecraft controller from his pocket. He promptly boarded his vessel and departed from the desolate Heartbreak planet. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Super Heartfelt, having sustained grievous injuries on the planet of Overthinking, finally staggered onto the bustling streets of the city. Having exhausted much of his strength along the way and feeling ravenously hungry, he found his way to a small convenience store. "Ah, greetings. You must be Super Heartfelt. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Super Heartfelt inquired, "How do you know my name?" The store owner erupted in laughter. "Ever since your valiant triumph over the fleet of Heartbreak Planet, your fame has spread throughout the cosmos. Now, the citizens of the planet of Overthinking are well aware of your deeds. Is it true that Heartbreak Planet is now the supreme power in the universe?" Super Heartfelt gasped in disbelief. "Indeed. Alas," the store owner sighed, "it is unfortunate. With the chaos you've caused, we can only imagine the trouble it may bring to our entire planet of Overthinking, perhaps even the whole universe." Super Heartfelt hastily extended his hand, firmly grasping the store owner's, declaring, "Do not worry, for I am here. The planet of Overthinking shall not perish." The store owner, witnessing the determination in Super Heartfelt's eyes, felt a sense of relief. "Then I can rest easy. But, regardless of the challenges that may arise, I, Super Heartfelt, will never falter. For I aspire to become the god of war in this universe." The cosmic warlord, the Overthinker, had just delivered his final words to the convenience store when he was overheard by the despondent planet's detective soldier trailing behind him. Slowly, he opened the envelope given to him by the commander of the despondent planet, only to find inscribed upon it the directive to follow the Overthinker at all costs. The detective soldier felt somewhat troubled by the command to merely track the Overthinker rather than apprehend him. How peculiar. Nevertheless, he resolved to prioritize unwavering obedience to the commander's orders. He thus donned the attire of a citizen from the Overthinker's realm and approached him, greeting, "Hello, Overthinker. No. Wait, it should be Cosmic Warlord, right? Don't you think so?" The Overthinker paused momentarily, then turned to see the individual clad in the garb of his planet. Mistaking him for a local citizen, he chuckled, all right, what Cosmic Warlord? That's merely a myth." A myth? What does that entail?" The detective soldier pondered the meaning behind the Overthinker's words, suddenly feeling a tad awkward. "Regardless of how you perceive yourself, Overthinker, in my eyes, you have become the invincible Cosmic Warlord, have you not? With your singular strength, you vanquished the formidable fleet of the despondent planet. Such feats are worthy of the legendary emperors of your Overthinker. Wouldn't you agree?" "You have overestimated me," thought the overly sensitive superhero, reflecting on whether he had been too self-assured. Yet, unexpectedly, this very realization only served to bolster his confidence further. Instantly, he underwent a complete transformation in demeanor. "Indeed. Haha. I shall become a champion of the cosmic wars. Forever shall I fight to safeguard the peace of the universe. Thank you, my young friend. You have reignited my vision for the future that I ought to embrace." With that, the overly sensitive superhero departed from the now dumbfounded, gloomy planet detective soldier, soaring into the skies. "Thank me," scoffed the irate, gloomy planet detective soldier. "You should focus on your own affairs." With that, he suddenly produced a device from his pocket and shouted, "Spaceship, activate." In an instant, a powerful force enveloped him, drawing him in and swiftly whisking him away from the convenience store. Meanwhile, the store owner and the surrounding citizens gazed in astonishment at the emblem on the departing spaceship. This is a gloomy planet inhabitant? Chapter 5. The Gloomy Infiltration. The Mystery of the Overly Sensitive Superhero's Abilities. Part 2. The gloomy planet detective soldier initiated the spaceship, tailing the overly sensitive superhero. At this moment, the overly sensitive superhero remained blissfully unaware that the individual he had mistaken for a resident of his own planet was, in fact, a detective sent by the gloomy planet to shadow him. Thus, devoid of any caution, the despondent planetary detective swiftly piloted his vessel and soon caught up with the Overthinker. The detective, in a sudden change of heart, disembarked and donned a disguise. However, as he hastily attempted to stow away the remote control for the spaceship, An unforeseen mishap occurred. His anxiety caused the remote to tumble onto the overthinker's head. Ouch! What on earth was that? It hit my head. Could you be a bit more careful? You wretched fiend. The irate overthinker, convinced that someone was deliberately causing trouble, angrily hurled the remote into a nearby stream. Unfortunately, the swift current carried it away, leaving its whereabouts unknown. In a moment of panic, he shed his disguise, revealing the emblem of the despondent planet emblazoned on his attire. You are indeed from the despondent planet? Exclaimed the overthinker in astonishment. Why are you following me? What are you talking about? Remote control? I don't understand. The overthinker replied, perplexed, as a realization dawned upon him. He began to panic, for he had always aspired to do good for all beings in the cosmos, only to find that his well-intentioned efforts had led to unintended consequences. In a flurry of apologies, he exclaimed, I truly apologize. You are from the despondent planet, correct? Firstly, it is a pleasure to meet you. Secondly, I shall assist you in locating your remote control for the spaceship. Here, my friend, is this the item you seek? The overthinker, with a benevolent demeanor, remarked upon hearing that there were indeed concerns weighing on the mind of the gray-hearted detective. He inquired, what troubles you? Surely, you don't intend to investigate my origins and abilities, do you? Allow me to assure you, I, the overthinker, solely aspire for universal peace. The matters of cosmic warriors and such are of little consequence to me. Well then, farewell, overthinker. With a profound respect for the overthinker, the gray-hearted detective piloted his spacecraft away from the planet of Overthink. Chapter 6. Arrival on Earth. The village chief calls upon heroes. Commander, I believe it is imperative that we communicate with our good friend, remarked another soldier who approached the gray-hearted commander. This individual was not an ordinary soldier. He was the sergeant who had steadfastly accompanied the commander throughout their endeavors. Upon hearing his sergeant's words, the commander chuckled and replied, I believe I comprehend whom you consider to be our good friend. As the commander observed his sergeant preparing to journey to an unfamiliar planet, he was aware that it was Earth. However, he recognized that the inhabitants of Earth possessed both benevolent and malevolent traits. Thus, he earnestly cautioned, but you must understand, you are traveling to Earth, a place you have never visited before. I worry that should you encounter any unforeseen difficulties along the way, it could lead to. After delivering this heartfelt warning, he saluted once more and set off in his spacecraft, carrying the commander's hopes as he ventured toward Earth. On Earth, the village chief tirelessly rallied the citizens to enthusiastically enlist in the military for the sake of safeguarding their world. At that precise moment, a private from the despondent planet piloted his spacecraft to the site of a recruitment event being hosted by the village chief of Earth. Upon realizing that it was his friend who had arrived, the village chief hurried over to extend a warm welcome. We warmly welcome the inhabitants of the despondent planet to our Earth. May there be eternal peace between our two nations, united against common foes, and together we shall safeguard our realms. As soon as the private set foot on the ground, he addressed the village chief, saying, I am not just any ordinary inhabitant of the despondent planet. The chief and his people were taken aback, inquiring, Then who are you precisely? I am a private in the service of the commander of the despondent planet. He declared, So you are the favored private of Commander Despondent. The chief marveled. How splendid. May I inquire about the reason for your unexpected visit to Earth? I assume you have heard of the recent emergence of a superhero in the universe, known as the Overthinking Hero, who was born solely for the cause of universal peace. Am I correct? The private remarked. Indeed. The chief replied, smiling broadly. Do you not see that we are intensifying our recruitment efforts for this very purpose? Recently, we have managed to enlist numerous brave warriors skilled in combat and strategy. All right. No need to elaborate, the private interjected. My primary reason for coming today is to inquire whether your Earth is still willing to acknowledge the supremacy of the despondent planet. Upon hearing this, the village chief sighed and responded, Well, my main purpose for my visit today is to request that if you happen to encounter the Overthinking Hero on Earth, please extend him your utmost care. The village chief, perplexed, inquired, Why must we care for the overly cautious Superman? Is he not a denizen of the overly cautious planet? How does he relate to us, the inhabitants of Earth? The dejected soldier from the Gray Heart planet chuckled heartily. This individual is exceedingly enigmatic. His mission extends beyond the protection of his own realm, as he strives to safeguard the tranquility of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, the village chief and the citizens were instantly filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "Ah, so he is tasked with preserving the peace of the cosmos. This is splendid news. Hope for universal harmony is finally on the horizon." Before long, a spacecraft appeared against the azure backdrop of the Earth's sky, carrying the dejected soldier away from the planet. At that moment, the village chief's wand began to emit an extraordinary glow. "Look, what is this?" It symbolizes the hope for universal peace. Chapter 7. A Celestial Omen. The village chief's wand. The village chief gazed at the radiant wand in his possession, a wave of unease washing over him as he spoke. "Behold, this seems to herald a monumental shift in the cosmos." The astute Moonlight Galore queried, "What monumental shift do you speak of, chief?" The chief first scrutinized the heavens above and then focused on the wand in his grasp, pondering for a moment before declaring, "I possess a foreboding intuition. The cosmic warrior is likely to manifest. No, he has indeed already made his presence known. Do you know who he is? Is it not the overly cautious Superman?" One replied, "Moreover, did not the Gray Heart planet recently send its lieutenant to inform us of this?" The village chief contemplated. "Indeed, you all speak the truth. However, my wand bears an ominous portent. It is not merely a trivial matter. Could it be that our universe is on the brink of a tremendous crisis?" Garo could not help but voice his concerns, fearing it may pose a threat to our Earth as well. Upon hearing Garo's words, the village chief sensed a certain truth in them and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, ever since the dawn of the universe, there have been 6 planets endowed with life: the planet of emotions, the planet of darkness, the planet of despair, the planet of light, the planet of joy, and our very own Earth. Yet, the rulers of these planets have perpetually sought to become the most formidable power, even to the extent of wishing to annihilate others. This has led to years of relentless warfare. Although we have finally attained a period of peace, the emergence of a war-thirsty ruler on the planet of despair has instigated a fresh wave of invasions against other planets. Fortunately, the subsequent ruler has chosen not to perpetuate this cycle of violence, instead focusing on fortifying their own military to deter further aggressions from other planets." Upon hearing the chief's words, Garo, perplexed, inquired, "But the planet of despair is currently the hegemon of the universe. Shouldn't we fear that other planets might suddenly grow powerful and then—" "Ah, you speak the truth, Garo. This is precisely my concern." The village chief sighed heavily and added, "We must brace ourselves. Time is of the essence. The universe is on the verge of a cataclysmic transformation. This world may soon succumb to darkness. Darkness! Darkness!" Upon hearing these words, Gallo's heart sank in alarm. "Village chief, could you possibly mean it cannot be true? Indeed, it is the Dark Planet." The village chief struck the ground forcefully with his wand, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow from sheer terror. The prophecy of the Dark Planet's rise had haunted his mind for ages, and now it seemed that the dire event was truly upon them. With a thunderous sound, a sword suddenly emerged from the alchemical furnace of the Dark Planet. The relentless strengthening of the Dark Planet had compelled its rulers to prepare the creation of even more formidable weapons. But what exactly was this weapon? Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Black Dragon Sword. The Ascendancy of the Dark Planet. Ever since the Gray Planet ascended to dominance, the Dark Planet had waged war against it multiple times, yet it suffered continuous defeats due to its inferior military might. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, the Dark Planet was forced to acknowledge the supremacy of the Gray Planet, even offering tributes of gold on numerous occasions. However, the day of lifting its head in defiance was drawing near. Since Satan became the new leader of the Dark Planet, he began to refer to himself as king, dispatching emissaries to seek the legendary Black Dragon Pearl. His intention was to forge the Black Dragon sword using the furnace. However, as the origin of the Black Dragon Pearl did not lie within the Dark Planet, but rather in the hands of scientists from the Origin Planet, an ally of the Disheartened Planet. Satan promptly dispatched his men to the Origin Planet to apprehend those scientists and bring them to the Dark Planet. Under severe interrogation, they were ultimately compelled to surrender the coveted Black Dragon Pearl. With great satisfaction, Satan held the Black Dragon Pearl he had long desired and carried it to the furnace that had been meticulously prepared. After enduring a grueling 100 days of intense heat, the pearl finally emerged from the furnace. Ha 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 ha, warriors of the Dark Planet. Do you see? The Black Dragon Sword has finally been forged, Satan proclaimed triumphantly, brandishing the obsidian blade, which was adorned with a luminous black orb at its hilt. Indeed, it was the legendary and unstoppable Black Dragon Sword. Long live the Dark Planet! Long live the Dark Planet! As the warriors cheered, Satan envisioned the formidable army of the Dark Planet surging forward, vanquishing countless foes before him. In that moment, he felt that the Dark Planet would no longer bow to the Disheartened Planet. With renewed fervor, he raised the Black Dragon Sword and declared, "Warriors, remember this profoundly significant day. From this day forth, we, the Dark Planet, shall no longer be seen as a subservient race." With that, Satan swiftly severed the furnace with the Black Dragon Sword, staining the ground a vivid red. He stepped into the inferno, pointing his Black Dragon Sword towards the heavens, and shouted, "Dark Planet's fleet, are you ready?" Suddenly, a formidable legion of dark planetary spacecraft appeared before Satan, astonishing the soldiers who gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Wow! When did our Dark Planet acquire such a powerful fleet?" Upon witnessing the disbelief etched on the soldiers' faces, Satan addressed them, "Brave warriors, this is merely an illusion. However, we have commenced the comprehensive development of our own fleet. I assure you, it will not be long before our Dark Planet stands alongside the Grey Heart Planet, becoming the second in the universe to possess an immensely formidable armada. Furthermore, I solemnly vow to you and the ancestors of our Dark Planet that our fleet shall surpass that of the Grey Heart Planet." The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. At that moment, a soldier unexpectedly broke from the crowd. However, he was not one of their own from the Dark Planet, but rather a reconnaissance soldier sent by the Grey Heart Planet. These extraordinary denizens of the Dark Planet. The Grey Heart Scout trembled in fear, lamenting, "How much blood was shed by our Grey Heart Planet to attain this position of cosmic supremacy? Now, please do not, under any circumstances." The more he pondered, the deeper his trepidation grew, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, he found himself not on his own planet, but rather on this terrifying foreign world. Was it not? At this very instant, darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, leaving only the silent, fearful Grey Heart Scout in a state of trepidation. The ground beneath him felt chillingly cold, as if it sought to condemn him to oblivion. He could not help but recall the future of his home, the desolate Grey Heart Planet, as tears of sorrow gradually welled up in his eyes. Chapter 9. The Riddle. The mysterious spaceship of the Dark Planet. Indeed, Commander, it is as you have surmised. The Black Dragon Sword has already been forged by the leader of the Dark Planet, Satan. Upon hearing this, the commander was initially struck with astonishment that the Dark Planet had truly succeeded in crafting the Black Dragon Sword. However, he also felt a sense of resignation. Having anticipated this event long before, it seemed there was no escaping it. Alas, he could only hope that the situation would not worsen. The commander sighed, "No, Commander." Suddenly, the detective soldier knelt before him, trembling uncontrollably. The commander observed that this pitiful soldier was overwhelmed with fear. Although he was kneeling, his legs shook incessantly, and his gaze was lost in confusion. "Come, rise quickly. I do not wish for my soldiers to endure such distress. Stand up." With these words, the commander calmly stroked the soldier's head, who then glanced up at him. "Come, rise. Speak slowly. We are still the rulers of the cosmos. What is there to fear? We must not allow others from different planets to mock us." "Yes, Commander, you are right." The detective soldier gradually regained his composure and, as per usual, saluted the commander, stating, "Report, Commander." I have just received intelligence from the Dark Planet. They have commenced the development of a fleet of spaceships, and they seem to be even more formidable than ours. What did you say? Is this information accurate? Commander, the report is accurate. There is not a trace of falsehood. Upon arriving at the Dark Planet, the reconnaissance soldier swiftly disguised himself as one of its soldiers and infiltrated the base. However, as he approached a spacecraft manufacturing facility within the base, he was utterly astounded by the scene before him. This shipbuilding site housed at least 1,000 production soldiers, with each process perpetually repeating around the clock. Observing the constructed spacecraft, he noted the wings were equipped with wind resistance and propulsion systems, significantly enhancing the vessel's stability and speed. It was astonishingly similar to those on their own Grey Heart planet. Yet, the nature of the weapons remained a mystery. What could they be? Chapter 10. The Purple Ambush. Russell makes his entrance greetings, inhabitants of Grey Heart planet, just as he prepared to summon his own spacecraft. A terrifying purple flash shot toward him. Instantly alarmed, he leaped aside, narrowly evading the onslaught, and shouted, "Who dares to ambush me? I am a reconnaissance soldier dispatched from Grey Heart planet. You are exceedingly audacious to attack a sovereign of the cosmos." After exclaiming such a tirade, he looked ahead to see a figure with purple hair, clad in dark attire, approaching him with a mocking smile. She sneered, "Ha ha. I always wondered if Lord Satan was being too cautious with you. I never imagined you would still be clinging to your grand illusions. You, despicable fiend. How on earth did you discover my identity?" The dejected detective exclaimed with indignation. No sooner had he uttered these words than the purple woman erupted into a fit of laughter, swaying her right hand dismissively as she sneered. "There is no need for further words. I am Russell, the most devoted servant of Lord Satan from the Dark Planet. With my abilities, do you truly believe that a mere detective like you could escape the grasp of my hand? Prepare yourself." In an instant, another beam of purple light shot towards the dejected detective, causing him to panic. He swiftly darted to the right, narrowly evading the terrifying purple ray. Humph! Inhabitants of the dejected planet. I tell you, one day, our Dark Planet will completely dominate the entire universe, and we shall not merely conquer it. But what else do you intend to do? The detective shouted furiously at Russell. "We intend to annihilate it," Russell coldly declared with a tone that was both wicked and maniacal. Upon hearing Russell's words about the Dark Planet not only seeking to conquer the universe, but also harboring the terrifying ambition to obliterate every celestial body within it, the detective was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, for the sake of his homeland, he dared not yield an inch, and he roared in anger, You will never succeed. Humph. Regardless of whether we can achieve it or not, you shall not witness it." With a mocking smile, Russell gestured once more toward the despondent detective of heartbreak, declaring, "Farewell, dark purple light." Instantly, 5 beams of purple light burst forth from her hand, hurtling toward the detective with astonishing speed. The detective sighed, lamenting, "Alas, my mission remains unfulfilled, and yet I am to perish here. Is this the will of fate?" With that, he slowly closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable arrival of death. However, at that very moment, a shadow suddenly darted toward the purple beams, colliding with them in a dazzling display that caused both to vanish in an instant. Could it be Star Shadow? Russell exclaimed in astonishment. Shadow ambush. Upon hearing this, Star Shadow swiftly dashed past the detective, enveloping him in an embrace before summoning a spacecraft that whisked them away into the depths of space. Observing the remarkable speed of her adversary, Russell smirked. Humph. Quite impressive. An intriguing opponent. It appears I have underestimated the inhabitants of Heartbreak Planet. Star Shadow, you have thwarted my plans. Just wait and see. Chapter 11. The Malevolence of Satan. The grand conspiracy of the Dark Planet. Although she failed to eliminate the detective of Heartbreak, Russell remained unfazed by this unforeseen complication. For her focus shifted toward infiltrating the Dark Planet to inform Lord Satan about their enigmatic spacecraft. Russell stepped directly into the main base of the Dark Planet, which was shrouded in utter darkness. Were it not for the flickering torches illuminating the space, one would see nothing at all during the midnight hours. The path beneath his feet was also black, flanked by numerous ebony pillars that supported the entire grand hall. At the end of this dark passage stood a chair adorned with a black dragon motif, upon which Satan sat regally. Upon seeing Satan, Russell promptly stated his purpose. Satan, with a disdainful sneer, retorted, "Oh, you dare suggest that individuals from the gloomy planet have infiltrated our domain, and they dare to covet information about our spacecraft? Indeed, Lord Satan, that is precisely the situation. However, rest assured, I was quick to identify them and promptly expelled them from the dark planet. It was initially my intention to eliminate them. Alas, it is regrettable that the highest commander of the gloomy planet, Star Shadow, unexpectedly appeared." Upon hearing this, Satan furiously waved his hands, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. You must comprehend the ultimate ambition of our dark planet. That is our aspiration." However, as he spoke, Satan pointed at Russell, asserting, "Our fleet must remain undetected by those from other planets, especially the inhabitants of the gloomy planet, who have long held dominion over this universe. Should any aspect of our secret be discovered by them, they would undoubtedly seize any information about us. If that occurs, engaging them thereafter would prove exceedingly challenging. Do you understand, my Russell?" Russell was well aware of Satan's temperament, which was inherently volatile. Whenever there was even the slightest error from his subordinates, he would not hesitate to impose punishment upon them. Hence, she did not dare to be negligent and quickly interjected. "You speak of Satan. However, the greatest concern at present should be the supreme commander of the gloomy planet, Xingying. As long as that individual remains, the gloomy planet will always have a central figure, and we of the dark planet shall never find peace." Upon hearing Russell's words, Satan gradually calmed himself and pondered, "Indeed, Russell, you make a valid point. However, we must not rush to eliminate him just yet. Our priority is to successfully construct our fleet before addressing this matter. Therefore, I shall dispatch a reconnaissance soldier to the gloomy planet to keep a watchful eye on them, to prevent any nefarious individuals from thwarting our plans. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Russell initially responded with a cold smile, then continued, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave for now." "Very well. You may depart for the time being, Russell. There is nothing for you here at present." With that, Satan waved his hand, signaling her to withdraw, before calling out again, "Where is the reconnaissance soldier? Come forth. I have a special mission for you." At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached, kneeling before Satan and inquiring, "Lord Satan, what are your commands?" "You are to go to the gloomy planet immediately and keep a vigilant watch over them. Report any developments to me without delay. Do you understand?" Satan nodded and continued, "Moreover, if you find the time, please give me a word about the Earthlings. I have developed an interest in them as well." "Understood, Lord Satan. I shall set off immediately." With that, the detective soldier hastily departed from the dark planet. Chapter 12. Stealthy Infiltration. Tracking the Discouraged Planet. Part 1. The commander cast a shocked glance at the battered detective soldier, a wave of concern washing over him. He promptly inquired, "Who could have done this? Such cruelty." It was Russell from the dark planet. Russell. The commander, upon hearing the name of someone he had never encountered, felt an increasing sense of confusion. Who exactly was this Russell? What abilities did this individual possess? What was their standing on the dark planet? Noticing the commander's evident lack of familiarity with Russell, Xingying hastily informed him, "Commander, Russell possesses the ability of purple rays. Moreover, she ranks just below Lord Sidan on the dark planet." "What did you say? Purple rays?" the commander exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated the existence of such a formidable and fearsome entity within this universe. It seemed that to fully uncover the mysteries surrounding the so-called enigmatic spacecraft of the dark planet, further patience would be required. While the commander sighed, a nearby private, concerned, remarked, "Commander?" Upon hearing the voice of his most trusted and loyal private, the commander instantly perked up. "Ah, my private, what is it?" Upon encountering the commander, the sergeant suddenly felt invigorated, his heart at ease. He inquired with genuine concern, "Commander, would you like me to brew some tea for you? Drinking tea can surely dissipate any unpleasantness that may arise, don't you think?" With that, the private cast a charming glance at the commander. Indeed, a cup of tea would be delightful. Even if the universe were to descend into chaos, I would not feel as anxious. The commander replied, "Go ahead. Do you remember my tea-drinking habits?" The private laughed joyfully. "Of course, I remember. I recall you can consume several cups in one sitting. Let me think. Perhaps you could manage up to 5 cups, right, Commander?" Seeing the private's exuberant expression, the commander chuckled and said, All right. Quickly fetch me 5 cups of tea. I shall wait here for you, my dear private." "At your command, Commander." The private saluted and promptly set off to prepare the tea. Meanwhile, under the orders from the dark planet Seaton, the reconnaissance soldier from the dark planet had just arrived at the disheartened planet. However, the journey had been exceedingly arduous, and he found himself collapsing onto the ground, lamenting, "Oh, how I wish our dark planet had a spaceship like the disheartened planet, and perhaps even an interstellar train. It is all so troublesome. Moreover, it is quite costly." Reflecting on this, he pulled out a piece of paper-like material from his pocket, which detailed the fare from the dark planet to the disheartened planet, a staggering 100 dark planet coins. "This is truly exorbitant," he groaned. "How can it be so expensive? 100 dark planet coins. When I set off, I carried less than 300 dark planet coins." Alas, despite his lamentations about the arduous journey, he suddenly recalled the directive from Seaton to vigilantly observe every movement of the sorrowful planet. Thus, he endeavored to rise from the ground once more, but alas, his body was utterly devoid of strength. Consequently, he resigned himself to remain on the ground, gazing up at the sky of the sorrowful planet. He mused that if one day our dark planet were to conquer this place, perhaps the scenery of this planet would become even more enchanting. Though the sky of the sorrowful planet was shrouded in gray, numerous birds fluttered about, creating a harmonious and vibrant world. Lying on the surface of the sorrowful planet, the dark planet scout, despite being on a mission, felt himself enveloped in a realm of bliss and tranquility. The laughter of birds, carefree, the gray sky, all permeating the entirety of the sorrowful planet. Yet, how much longer could such a scene endure? Chapter 13. The Dark Infiltration. Following the sorrowful planet. After a tiresome journey from the distant dark planet, the scout lay on the ground to rest for nearly an hour before rising once more. Although he had taken an hour's respite, he had forgotten to bring water to drink upon his arrival. Feeling exceptionally parched, he ventured into the bustling district of the Greyheart planet, intending to quench his thirst first. Before long, he thought he heard the alluring sound of an ice cream vendor, which filled him with excitement. He hurried to the ice cream stall, where he found the proprietor, completely clad in gray, yet distinctively adorned with a white scarf. Upon noticing the alien, the proprietor exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful! I have been selling ice cream for many years, yet never have I served an extraterrestrial. From whence do you hail? Oh, to think that a friend from the emotionally rich planet graces us with their presence. Splendid." The vendor, upon discovering that this stranger hailed from the emotionally rich planet, was filled with joy and eagerly inquired, "How wonderful! How many ice creams would you like? I can offer you all of them for free. You need not spend a single penny." The detective from the dark planet couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, They cannot even discern that I am from the dark planet. Foolish Greyheart inhabitants." Without further ado, he requested 5 ice creams, delightfully taking them and indulging in a frenzied feast. However, the proprietor, noticing the messy manner in which he consumed the treats, quickly surmised that this individual must have endured a long and arduous journey to arrive here. With genuine concern, he asked, "Look at you. Eating ice cream is one thing, but to devour so many at once. You see, I am quite a generous person. Indeed, you are quite amiable. I am truly grateful to you. Moreover, I have come to realize that you surpass the leaders of our dark planet by leaps and bounds. He is inherently cruel, leaving me in a constant state of fear. As I speak, I never anticipated he would inadvertently expose his own secrets." Upon hearing that he was indeed from the dark planet, the ice cream vendor was suddenly filled with dread. "What is your purpose for being here?" At that moment, The Dark Planet detective realized he had let slip a crucial piece of information, and he could not help but give himself a sharp slap on the face. Filled with regret as he lamented, "Alas, I have been too talkative. How could I betray my own planet?" Yet, with the situation having escalated beyond his control, he sighed deeply and proclaimed loudly to the ice cream vendor, "Indeed, I hail from the Dark Planet. However, you have provided me with delectable ice cream to quench my thirst, and I have journeyed here feeling utterly exhausted and parched, so I extend my gratitude." With that, he turned and swiftly departed. It was only when he reached a deserted area of the city that he paused to catch his breath. Just as he intended to rest for a moment, a small dog approached and, to his dismay, urinated on his foot. "Oh no, my trousers," he lamented, overwhelmed by misfortune. "How truly unlucky I am." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Before he could regain his composure, the same dog returned, once again relieving itself on his shoe. After several such humiliations, he found himself utterly devastated. "Please, I beg you, little dog, spare me. Kindly leave me alone." Perhaps the little dog, too, sensed that its actions had been excessive, yet it seemed insufficient, for it fiercely dug its claws into his calf before finally departing. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of desolation, as no creature had ever treated him in such a manner, at least not on his own planet. But why was this so? Perhaps it was simply because our Dark Planet was the most despised by the Sorrowful One. He pondered this, sighed deeply, and tears streamed down his cheeks, despite his best efforts to contain them. Yet he understood that no matter how much the inhabitants of the Sorrowful Planet tormented him, he would forever remain a mere sacrifice for the Dark Planet. At that instant, he realized he could no longer delay. He must keep watch over the Sorrowful Planet. Thus, he steeled himself against the pain from the dog's claws and the acrid scent of urine, taking measured steps towards the headquarters of the Sorrowful Command. Chapter 14. The Dark Infiltration. Following the Sorrowful Planet, just as the Dark Detective neared the command headquarters, he was startled to discover that it was guarded. In a flurry, he sought refuge in the nearby woods. However, as he cautiously observed the soldiers stationed at the headquarters, a piercing pain shot through his leg. He reluctantly rolled up his pants to examine the injury. Previously, the area that had been scratched by the puppy became increasingly reddened due to excessive force, and the wound began to inflame. However, he deemed this of little importance, resolutely determined to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Lord Seaton, regardless of the pain he endured. "Brother," one soldier stationed at the Grey Heart Command suddenly addressed another. "For some reason, I find myself wanting to step outside for a moment. Would you accompany me?" "What? Surely not. There are only 2 of us guarding the command. Why not hold on a little longer? The shift change is imminent." Hidden in the shadows of the nearby forest, a Dark Planet scout burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I have long said that you Grey Heart dwellers are the epitome of foolishness. Now you are all leaving your post at the command. Let us see who dares to thwart my invasion." Filled with triumph, he leaped from the woods and charged directly into the command. However, just as he stepped inside, the grand doors of the command unexpectedly slammed shut, startling him into a state of alarm. "How audacious you are, Dark Planet scoundrel!" A voice suddenly echoed from behind the scout, instilling fear within him. He quickly turned to behold a sight that would be etched in his memory forever: Shadow Image and the Grey Heart Army. Gazing at the stunned Dark Planet scout, Shadow Image declared with a smirk, "Ah, did you not anticipate this, you wretch? We, the soldiers, feign a trip to the restroom. Yet, our vigilance remains unwavering. Ever since your malevolent Dark Planet caused harm to our valiant scout soldiers, we have been awaiting your arrival. Initially, I presumed you would not dare to send anyone. Alas, reality has proven contrary to my expectations. You have indeed come, and you sent your scouts. Are you perhaps intent on infiltrating our heartbroken planet to clandestinely gather intelligence?" At this moment, the Dark Planet scout realizes there is no escape and exclaims, "Indeed, I am the scout dispatched by Lord Satan of the Dark Planet. My purpose here is to surveil you. Moreover, we shall extend our hospitality to your dear friends, the Earthlings." "Ha ha ha!" Star Shadow, Infuriated, retorts, "How audacious of you! While you may come to surveil us, you dare to set your sights on the Earthlings. I warn you, though our planet may be among the weaker in the universe, the people there are united in solidarity. Therefore, you shall never succeed in your endeavors." Seeing that Star Shadow is thoroughly enraged, the Dark Planet Scout refrains from further provocation and shouts, "At any rate, it is too late to turn back. Let us commence our battle. Humph! Behold my smoke." Suddenly, a dense cloud envelopes the surroundings, obscuring Star Shadow's view of the Dark Planet Scout. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily dispatches others to pursue. At this juncture, the Dark Planet Detective, despite utilizing his smokescreen, found himself in dire straits as his leg, previously bitten by a dog, had become severely injured and increasingly inflamed. As he ran, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his leg, rendering him unable to proceed. He was compelled to halt, gasping for breath while clutching his injured limb, a wave of intensified agony coursing through his mind. Alas, the poor detective could only grit his teeth and press his hand against the wound. In that moment, he realized he was likely facing a dire predicament. His head bowed in despair as he pondered. "My leg is utterly incapacitated. The pursuing soldiers from the Gray Planet are closing in. This is the end for me. What fate awaits? Will I perish here?" Tears of hopelessness streamed down his face. "Oh, Star Shadow brother, I am in pain," he lamented, gazing up at Star Shadow through tear-filled eyes. "Pain? Where do you hurt?" Star Shadow inquired, puzzled. "My leg. Upon arriving at your planet, I was utterly exhausted and parched, leading me to indulge in an abundance of ice cream. Alas, I was unexpectedly clawed by a small dog, its sharp talons digging into my leg, and it has incessantly relieved itself upon me. Do you despise me for being from the Dark Planet, allowing me to be tormented by all?" He sobbed. Star Shadow felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing his words, yet considering that he was sent by Lord Saidan to monitor the despondent planet, he reluctantly replied, "Although I express sympathy for your plight, due to our adversarial relationship, I must insist that you accompany us. However, rest assured, I will attend to your wounds first." "Truly, that would be splendid. Thank you." The detective from the Dark Planet shyly responded, genuinely astonished that someone would show concern for him. He understood that on his own dark planet, all he encountered was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light, particularly in the interactions among individuals. Nevertheless, he hoped to impart a crucial truth. Any malevolent force that seeks to endanger the entire universe shall never find forgiveness from me. Take him away. With that, the detective dispatched from the Dark Planet was swiftly taken away by Star Shadow towards the command center. Chapter 15. The Battle for Cosmic Supremacy, Part 1. Upon learning that their dispatched detective from the Dark Planet had been captured by Star Shadow of the Despondent Planet, a wave of vehement protests erupted among the inhabitants of the Dark Planet. The news of the detective's capture reached Lord Russell, who promptly hurried to the main base of the Dark Planet, and, upon encountering Lord Saidan, urgently exclaimed, "Lord Saidan, we are in grave trouble. Are you aware of the situation?" Saidan seemed to be aware that the reconnaissance soldiers he dispatched had been captured by the planet of apathy, yet he was filled with confusion and curiosity. At this moment, his foremost desire was to ascertain who dared to treat their dark planet in such a manner. "Indeed, I have known all along. Humph. These apathy inhabitants have gone too far. How dare they seize my reconnaissance soldiers without my consent?" In a fit of rage, Saidan swung his right arm forcefully while roaring, "But Russell, I demand to know who has the audacity to oppose the great Lord Saidan. Speak quickly. I am nearly driven to madness." Upon hearing Russell's words, Saidan, although he had yet to hear a specific name, seemed to grasp the identity of that audacious individual. He then composed himself and said, "Oh, I understand now. Russell, you need not elaborate further. I wish for you to undertake a significant task. What plan does my lord have?" Russell inquired, perplexed. "Humph. Follow me." With that, Saidan led Russell to their military base on the Dark Planet, where he summoned the soldiers and commanded, "I now order you to lead an army of 100,000 from the Dark Planet to launch an immediate assault on the planet of apathy. But you must remember, in this battle, your sole objective is to eliminate Star Shadow. Once Saitan departed, Russell began to devise her own battle strategy and proclaimed, "Warriors of the Dark Planet, join me in declaring war on the planet of apathy. This battle is of utmost importance. Should we emerge victorious? In this universe, the supreme rulers are none other than us, the invincible denizens of the Dark Planet. However, should we face defeat, the dominion of this cosmos would revert to those disheartened inhabitants of the Gray Planet, who ought to have relinquished their power. Tell me, can we truly prevail in this battle?" At once, the entire army of 100,000 from the Dark Planet united their voices in a resounding chant. "Victory for the Dark Planet! Victory for the Dark Planet! Long live the great Lord Seaton! Long live the great Russell! We pledge our lives to follow." Upon hearing the unwavering cries of his soldiers, Russell, filled with pride, proclaimed, "Let us now wield our weapons and engage them in combat." With a decisive gesture, he pointed towards the location of the Gray Planet and shouted, "March forth." Thus, at Russell's command, the formidable army of 100,000 from the Dark Planet darkened the skies, forming a fearsome legion that surged towards the Gray Planet. Meanwhile, the commander of the Gray Planet, upon receiving news of the impending assault, promptly summoned his generals to the command post to devise a strategy for repelling the enemy. Star Shadow, aware of the Dark Planet's substantial force of 100,000, sensed the precariousness of their situation. He addressed the commander, saying, "Commander, it is reported that the invading forces from the Dark Planet number 100,000. In contrast, our entire army on the Gray Planet totals 500,000. This means their forces represent 1/5 of our total military strength. Clearly, we cannot underestimate their combat prowess." Upon hearing the astonishing news of an army comprising 100,000 soldiers, the commander was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Such a multitude of troops! Surely, they cannot be here for..." Yes, indeed, it is abundantly clear. They have come to contest our dominion over the Gray Heart Planet. Commander, in our pursuit of cosmic supremacy, how much blood has been shed? Star Shadow fervently declared, saluting the commander while passionately beseeching. Thus, Commander, this battle is one we must win, for the sake of our Gray Heart Planet's status in the universe. And in memory of our brave soldiers who have sacrificed their lives, I, Star Shadow, request to personally lead our invincible army of 250,000 from the Gray Heart Planet into a fierce battle against the Dark Planet." The mention of 250,000 soldiers echoed in the command center, plunging the room into an eerie silence. The gravity of such a figure was not lost on them. This was no trivial matter. 250,000 troops. It was akin to gambling with the very safety of the Gray Heart Planet. The commander, equally taken aback by Star Shadow's boldness, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Doubt crept into his mind, leading him to question, "Are you certain that we require the full might of 250,000 soldiers, Star Shadow?" After his inquiry, the commander gazed intently at Star Shadow, hoping that the latter was merely jesting. Yet, in the end, Star Shadow resolutely affirmed, "Indeed, Commander, we require exactly 250,000 soldiers, not a single one less." At this moment, the commander finally comprehended that he could no longer alter the course of events. He then commanded Xingying, "I hereby order you to immediately lead half of our military strength from the Gray Heart Planet to engage in battle with the Dark Planet." "As you command, Commander," Xingying replied, saluting once more before leading a formidable army of 250,000, which represented half of the entire military force of the Gray Heart Planet, to confront the Dark Planet. At this very instant, the cosmos was engulfed in chaos. One side was dominated by the ominous forces of the Dark Planet, while the other was filled with the gray-clad soldiers of the Gray Heart Planet. The two armies were on the brink of war, a conflict that would be eternally etched in the annals of the universe's history, as it would determine the fate of the supreme ruler of the cosmos. The moment of life and death was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Xingying, leading the forces of the Gray Heart Planet, shared the same trepidation as every soldier under his command. Can our Greyheart planet still be the sovereign of the universe? Chapter 16. The Struggle for Cosmic Supremacy, Part 2. With the arrival of the 250,000 troops from the Greyheart planet, Russell, commanding 100,000 soldiers from the Dark Planet, was taken aback by the sheer number of adversaries that had suddenly emerged. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you truly mobilizing your entire nation for this?" "Indeed, Russell," Xingying shouted back. "The Greyheart planet boasts an army of 250,000, while you possess merely 100,000. Victory in this battle is assured for the Greyheart planet." Turning around, he shouted to the 250,000 strong army of the Greyheart planet behind him, asking if they had confidence. "We possess the mightiest fleet in the entire universe. Where is the commander of the fleet?" Upon seeing the fleet commander maneuvering his ship and leading a contingent of 100,000 vessels towards him, Xingying paused for a moment of contemplation before commanding, "All right. I hereby order you, fleet, to fiercely strike those self-righteous denizens of the Dark Planet. Remember, this battle is one of victory only. Defeat is not an option. Do you understand, fleet commander?" "Yes. Let us strike them with all our might." With Xingying's command, swathes of Greyheart planet's fleet surged towards the Dark Planet's forces. The overwhelming firepower swiftly felled several soldiers from the Dark Planet, plunging their entire army into chaos. However, Russell remained unfazed, coldly observing the formidable fleet from the Greyheart planet before sneering, "How naive." Suddenly, she raised her hand and, while gesturing dramatically, shouted, "Let my fleet descend from the heavens." Russell's proclamation did not go unnoticed by the fleet commander of the Greyheart planet, who erupted in laughter. "What fleet? This is too amusing." But suddenly, before he could fully comprehend the situation, countless lasers rained down from above, obliterating dozens of ships from the Greyheart planet in an instant. This left the fleet commander horrified, staring at Russell in terror and asking, "Where did these lasers come from?" "Ah, Russell, I truly did not anticipate this. Your Dark Planet has an army of spacecraft, and they dare to wield lasers as their weaponry. How utterly despicable." Faced with Russell's sardonic smile, the furious Star Shadow exclaimed. With that, Russell pointed a finger at Star Shadow, and a terrifying surge of violet light surged toward him. However, this did not intimidate Star Shadow. Instead, he charged directly at Russell, shouting, "You, Russell!" A sneak attack from the shadows. Instantly, two more shadows lunged at Russell. "Huh, is that all you have?" Russell scoffed, raising his hand to indicate the violet beams above. Suddenly, several streams of purple light merged with the previous lasers and swiftly surged toward Star Shadow. Alas, unable to evade, Star Shadow was struck and violently thrown onto the deck of the spacecraft behind him due to the sheer force of the attack. Supreme Commander. The commander of the Greyheart planet's fleet observed in horror as their supreme commander, Star Shadow, was grievously injured. Enraged, he declared, "Damn it! I will avenge our supreme commander. Mobilize the fleet. Destroy Russell." Moments later, the vast fleet of Greyheart planet surged forth, converging upon Russell. Russell sneered, "Naive." He then waved his right hand, commanding, "Dark Planet Fleet, move out." Instantly, the sky darkened ominously, and countless lasers were unleashed at breakneck speed, targeting the advancing Greyheart planet fleet. Lacking laser defense mechanisms, the Greyheart planet vessels suffered devastating losses as they were obliterated en masse. How infuriating! Alas, this defies logic. It is impossible. My fleet of spaceships. The commander of the gloomy planet's fleet bellowed, suddenly engulfed by despair. This cannot be. Our ships are, but I refuse to believe it. Russell, observing the gloomy planet's commander succumb to hopelessness, sneered. Do you believe that the dominion of this universe still belongs to your gloomy planet? No, you're mistaken. Just look at your commander of Stellar Shadow. With that, he abruptly pointed towards Stellar Shadow and shouted, "Purple beams. Annihilation." Suddenly, countless purple beams encircled Stellar Shadow's form. Subsequently, Russell addressed the already terrified inhabitants of Gloomy Planet. In this universe, there is no eternal sovereign, only everlasting darkness. Upon finishing his proclamation, Russell clenched his fist tightly, and the purple beams surrounding Stellar Shadow erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. "No, Commander Stellar Shadow," they wailed. "Hurry, retreat at once." The forces of Gloomy Planet, now thoroughly terrified, fled in panic. At that moment, the cosmos underwent a profound transformation. Darkness, darkness. The entire universe was on the brink of descending into eternal night. What filled the hearts of the Gloomy Planet's denizens with immeasurable despair and grief was the realization that the dominion they had once earned through blood and toil was now utterly obliterated from this moment forth. Chapter 17. The Joyful Planet's Fury Against the Dark Planet's Espionage Troops. After the defeat of Gloomy Planet's 250,000 strong army by the Dark Planet, the ambitions of the Dark Planet began to swell even further. Russell grinned malevolently. "Is it not all thanks to your greatness, Lord Satan?" Upon hearing Russell speak of himself in such a manner, Satan suddenly felt a surge of invincibility, and with excitement, he waved his hands, exclaiming, all right, Russell. My own strength is indeed formidable. By the way, that fellow Star Shadow," Russell sneered, "he has been thoroughly dealt with by me. I dare say the so-called backbone of the Gloomy Planet is nothing to write home about." Humph. When Satan learned that not only had they achieved a great victory, but also significantly weakened the Gloomy Planet by eliminating a key general, he began to dance with joy. However, at that moment, Russell seemed to have an epiphany. After a brief contemplation, he proposed, "But, my lord, I believe that since we have now the power to defeat the Gloomy Planet, it signifies that the status of cosmic supremacy has shifted into our hands. Perhaps we might also consider other endeavors." Upon hearing this, Satan looked at Russell, noticing the peculiar smirk on his lips, and then exclaimed, "Indeed. Aha." In this manner, the fate of the entire universe is firmly in the grasp of our Dark Planet. With that proclamation, he again waved his hand, calling out, "Where is the scout soldier?" Satan pointed at the scout soldier and commanded, "You must urgently deliver a handwritten letter from me to the Happy Planet. Inside, there is a meticulously planned gift for them." After waving off the scout soldier to depart, he promptly set off for the Happy Planet. Meanwhile, a guard and the leader suggested, "Leader, what do you think? The Dark Planet is not to be trifled with. It would be prudent to allow the detective soldiers they dispatched to enter." The leader of the Happy Planet, filled with urgency, promptly summoned the detective soldiers from the Dark Planet to stand before him. Upon their arrival, the leader, wearing a wry smile, inquired about the purpose of their visit. "Report to the leader of the Happy Planet. I have come at the behest of Lord Satan to deliver a gift, a letter penned by our esteemed Lord Satan himself," boasted the detective soldier from the Dark Planet, handing the letter to a nearby attendant, who then presented it to the leader. "How may I serve you, my leader?" The attendants approached, awaiting commands. "Remove this Dark Planet individual from my sight and execute him immediately. Let it serve as a warning," commanded the leader. "Understood," the attendants replied, and swiftly seized the Dark Planet detective soldier, dragging him away. Initially taken aback, the soldier soon erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! How unfortunate! The entire universe shall soon belong to us, naive inhabitants of the Happy Planet. Mark my words, your downfall is inevitable, the fall of your nation." Before he could finish, the attendants had already drawn their blades, swiftly severing his head from his body. Chapter 18. The Battle of Doom. The Defense of the Happy Planet. Following the execution of the Dark Planet detective soldier, word of the incident reached Lord Satan, who was immediately consumed by rage. He commanded Russell to lead an army of 100,000 from the Dark Planet to launch an assault on the Happy Planet, vowing to utterly annihilate it. Thus, Russell led an army of 100,000 from the Dark Planet, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the Joyful Planet. He commanded 50,000 warships to encircle the Joyful Planet from all sides. Faced with the dire predicament that enveloped the entire Joyful Planet, the chief's attendant, unable to bear the sight, knelt beside him, weeping bitterly. "Oh, Chief, our forces have been severely battered in our desperate defense. Perhaps, Chief, we should consider surrendering to the Dark Forces." Upon hearing this, The chief of the joyful planet was instantly consumed by rage. In that moment, although he understood that the survival of his planet was uncertain, his spirit resolutely demanded that he fight to the bitter end against the enemy. The suggestion from his attendant to capitulate to the dark forces was intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, he ended the attendant's life. The chief's unwavering resolve immediately inspired the soldiers of the joyful planet, who surged toward him and collectively pledged their protection, shouting with all their remaining strength, "We, the joyful planet, shall never surrender. We will protect our chief." Russell, witnessing this scene, initially stood in disbelief before bursting into laughter, declaring, "Ha! You of the joyful planet are destined for defeat. Do you still find any meaning in this battle? No matter how fiercely you fight, you will never overcome the might of my formidable army from the dark planet." With that, Russell waved his right hand, unleashing a terrifying tide of dark forces that surged toward the chief of the joyful planet. Yet, the chief gazed upon the fearsome army without a trace of trepidation. He slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the joyful planet. Meanwhile, Russell, entrenched within the forces of the dark planet, merely scoffed, dismissing the event as trivial. The news of the joyful planet's annihilation swiftly permeated the entire universe. Indeed, darkness had begun to obliterate civilizations, reducing planets to mere remnants. This heart-wrenching and terrifying news reached the ears of the commander of the disheartened planet. "My heavens! The joyful planet has been utterly destroyed." The shock of this unbelievable revelation plunged the commander into a state of panic, fearing that the dark planet's next target might very well be himself. Or at the very least, the disheartened planet would face imminent doom. "Commander, do not fear. I am here for you." Just as the commander grappled with his trepidation, he heard his subordinate comforting him. With a resigned sigh, he responded, "Alas, it has come to this. Our star shadows have perished in the battle against the dark planet. Who else can I send to fight for me?" Gradually, as he spoke, the commander lowered his head in despair. Observing the commander's helplessness amidst confusion, the subordinate promptly saluted him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Commander, I volunteer to become the supreme commander of the disheartened planet." What? The commander could scarcely believe his eyes. He understood that if the supreme commander were to entrust such a role to those he cherished most, then, should anything befall his closest ally, it would be an unbearable blow. However, the sergeant noticed the commander's reluctance and resolutely declared, "Commander, I beseech you to grant me the position of supreme commander. I shall protect my most cherished comrades." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the commander's eyes. Comrades. Protection. Reluctance. Chapter 19. Safeguarding the most important companions. Supreme Commander. Thus, the sergeant gazed at the commander with fervent eyes. At that moment, he yearned to take action to safeguard those he deemed worthy of his utmost devotion. Although he understood that ascending to the role of Supreme Commander of the Grey Heart Planet would likely thrust him into the most arduous challenges of his life, facing the military, wealth, and the ever-looming threats from dark forces, he realized that it would grant him the ability to protect the commander at any moment, unconditionally. As the sergeant expressed his fervent desire for the esteemed position of Supreme Commander, the commander's heart began to ease, no longer burdened by fear and anxiety. For he had found a worthy companion to guard him. In an instant, all the soldiers of the Grey Heart Planet raised their right hands high, holding aloft the emblem of their planet, and shouted in unison, "Long live the Commander! Hail to the Commander! Long live the Supreme Commander! We vow to protect the Grey Heart Planet with our lives." At that moment, the sergeant no longer felt powerless to defend his commander and beloved homeland. Gradually, as he gazed upon the soldiers of the heartbroken planet below, who were fervently cheering for him, tears welled up in his eyes. He then brandished his weapon and shouted passionately towards the soldiers beneath, "Warriors of the heartbroken planet, from this moment forth, I shall be your supreme commander. Henceforth, every battle plan shall be devised by me. Allow my commander and I to lead you in the defense of our cherished homeland. We shall resist the dark planet to our last breath. Long live the heartbroken planet. We vow to protect the heartbroken planet. Long live the heartbroken planet." We vow to protect the heartbroken planet. Long live the heartbroken planet. In unison, the soldiers of the heartbroken planet echoed their rallying cries, repeating them dozens of times. Their voices shattered the tranquil sky, dispelling the shadows of fear. Commander. As he spoke, the supreme commander of the heartbroken planet could no longer contain his emotions, his hands trembling as he vowed to protect the one he cherished above all else. Commander, you shall not come to harm. I will not allow the denizens of the dark planet to inflict any harm upon you. No, not anyone. At that moment, the sky of the heartbroken planet was still alive with birds joyfully soaring, as if darkness had never cast its shadow. I truly hope for a universe of perpetual peace, a tranquil and carefree heartbroken planet. Chapter 20. The Perilous Origins of the Origin Planet. In the wake of the destruction of the joyful planet, the leader of the Origin Planet found himself at a loss upon learning of this calamity. Due to an overwhelming anxiety that the next target of the dark planet might very well be his own, he found himself sleepless night after night. Although he was acutely aware that his planet's military forces would likely struggle to withstand the terrifying legions of the dark planet, especially the formidable fleet of warships, he refused to passively await the demise of his world. Consequently, he promptly summoned the valiant warriors to the leader's hall, addressing them with a grave tone. Alas, the dark planet grows increasingly fearsome. Only recently, I received alarming news that the dark planet has not only attacked the joyful planet, but has also obliterated the radiant planet. Tragically, our origin planet lies perilously close to the dark planet and the joyful planet. If the dark planet were to launch another assault on other celestial bodies, would our origin planet have any chance of escaping this calamity? Therefore, I have convened you all here today in hopes that you might devise a strategy to confront this crisis. Upon hearing the leader's distress, the warriors were struck with dread, their brows glistening with cold sweat. Just then, one soldier rushed forth, standing before the leader, and proclaimed, "Leader, I have an idea. Perhaps we can temporarily alleviate the crisis facing our origin planet." Upon hearing such courageous words from a soldier, the leader eagerly inquired, "What plan do you propose?" The soldier, bowing respectfully, responded, "Leader, perhaps we could seek assistance from other planets, requesting support from other planets." The commander exclaimed in a flurry, "If that is the case, who shall we send?" After a moment's thought, the commander gazed at the soldier's actions and felt a swell of pride. "I hereby appoint you as the captain of our home planet," he declared. "I command you to depart immediately to solicit aid from other planets. At your command, Commander, for the peace of our home planet, for the sake of our beloved abode, I vow to fulfill this mission," the young captain proclaimed firmly, saluting before hastily departing from the commander's office, carrying the last flicker of hope for their home planet. As he prepared for his journey, he pondered which planet to approach first. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from the once dominant power of the universe, the Heartbreak Planet. Upon his arduous arrival at Heartbreak Planet, he fortuitously encountered its supreme commander. Without hesitation, he knelt before him, despair evident in his demeanor. "Our home planet is on the brink of destruction. The dark planet may strike at any moment. For the peace of the entire universe, and for the survival of our home planet, I implore you to send troops to our aid." Upon hearing the young captain's plea, the supreme commander of Heartbreak Planet felt a pang of empathy. He gently helped the captain to his feet, saying, "The safety of your home planet is intertwined with our own. The ambitions of the dark planet have grown increasingly perilous. Only through unity can we withstand the encroaching darkness. Please, rise, my brother." What did you just say?" The young officer from the origin planet opened his eyes in astonishment, glistening with tears. "I just referred to you as my brother. In other words, a friend." The supreme commander of the Gloom Planet observed the utterly shocked young officer, realizing that his words had indeed been hard to believe. It is true that friendships might typically exist only within one's own planet. However, if friendships were to extend across every celestial body in the universe, then there would be no wars nor conflicts, and everything would be splendid. Yet, the universe currently faced a tumultuous era. Forging friendships between planets was an exceedingly formidable challenge. "Thank you. Thank you. May I inquire about your identity? The young officer from the origin planet gradually stood up, no longer kneeling in sorrow, but instead regarding him with a gaze tinged with curiosity. I am the Supreme Commander of the Gloom Planet. A friend. In that moment, the two embraced tightly, amidst the chaos of the universe, giving birth to an unparalleled happiness shared by two individuals, the citizens of two planets. Chapter 21. The Great Assembly begins. United against darkness. With the inclusion of the Gloom Planet, the young officer from the origin planet refrained from making hasty gestures. The stakes were not merely a matter of his planet's safety. They could potentially dictate the survival of the entire universe. Hastily, he addressed the Supreme Commander of the Gloom Planet. However, while you are willing to send troops to assist us, I remain concerned that our forces may not be sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the Dark Planet. Thus, I implore you to swiftly contemplate alternative approaches, enabling more celestial bodies to unite. Faced with the perplexity of the origin planet's young envoy, the commander of the gloomy planet seemed to have comprehended the situation long before. He gently caressed the young envoy's head in reassurance, stating, "Rest assured, I shall devise a solution for you. However, prior to that, it is imperative that you rely on your own efforts. Do you understand, my friend?" Upon hearing these words from the commander of the gloomy planet, the young envoy from the origin planet appeared to grasp something profound. He silently nodded and then declared, "I am aware that the inhabitants of the gloomy planet possess a unique custom, that of offering a heartfelt salute to one another. Therefore, I shall now represent our origin planet in saluting you." Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and rendered a deep military salute to the commander of the gloomy planet. Subsequently, he summoned all his strength and proclaimed, "Fear not, my friend. As long as your gloomy planet is willing to support us, the entirety of our warriors and citizens from the origin planet vow to never surrender to the Dark Planet." With that, he knelt once more, exerting every ounce of energy as he shouted, "For our homeland, for the peace of the universe, let us strive together." The young envoy of the origin planet then rose again, departing from the gloomy planet without regret, advancing towards the celestial body he had sworn to protect. Upon hearing the news, Seaton, without needing Russell to elaborate, realized that the joyful planet had indeed been successfully destroyed. He triumphantly waved his arms and exclaimed, "Ha ha! All right. Russell, I no longer require your incessant chatter. I understand now. Oh, Russell, you truly live up to being my most formidable subordinate." With that, he nodded directly at Russell. Subsequently, Russell remarked, "However, this is merely the initial step in our grand plan to conquer the entire universe. I believe it would be prudent for us to make our intentions known to the next planet. Ah, do you not agree, my most esteemed lord?" As Russell spoke with a sardonic smile, he gently patted Seaton's shoulder with his right hand. This scene was so disconcerting that the soldiers below could hardly bear to witness it, hastily covering their eyes to shield themselves from the exceedingly indecorous display. Although Seaton appeared somewhat taken aback by Russell's peculiar gesture, he found himself increasingly drawn to him. Eventually, feeling a bit embarrassed, he waved his hand and said, all right. Russell, do you have any good suggestions for what comes next? A battle plan, perhaps? Like your recent proposal to make our presence known to the next planet. Is it to be the origin planet?" Seaton laughed heartily. You, be serious. This is my territory. No more jesting." Upon hearing this, Russell continued to chuckle and replied, "Very well, my lord. There is no need for further jesting. We must focus on the grand ambitions at hand." With that, he clasped his hands together and resolutely declared to Lord Seaton, "I am prepared to lead our invincible Dark Planet army to assault the origin planet at once, to swiftly achieve the unification of the universe." Chapter 22. Assistance. Collaborating with the overthinking Superman. As Russell led the Dark Army ever closer to the origin planet, the leader of the heartfelt planet received a desperate plea for assistance from the Gray Planet. The letter read, "Esteemed leader of the heartfelt planet, the ambitions of the Dark Planet have been relentlessly expanding. Recently, they mercilessly annihilated the joyful planet and now set their sights on the origin planet. Given the gravity of the situation, We implore you to comprehend the current predicament and join forces with our Gray Planet Army at the earliest opportunity." Upon reading this missive, the leader of the Heartfelt Planet resolved to command a young officer to lead over 100,000 troops from the Heartfelt Planet to aid the Gray Planet in their joint defense of the Origin Planet against the Dark Planet. At that moment, a soldier approached the leader and proposed, "Leader, why do we not enlist the aid of the Heartfelt Superman? I have heard he has been diligently training to grow even stronger. I have even encountered him personally, and I know where he is. Shall I seek him out? If he joins us alongside the Gray Planet, our chances of victory will surely increase." Upon hearing this, the leader felt the reasoning was sound and replied, "Then you must go at once to find the Heartfelt Superman. Inform him that it is an invitation from me, and we would be delighted for him to personally lead our 100,000 troops alongside the young officer to confront the Dark Planet." At this moment, the overthinking hero, despite having not graced the battlefield or contended with the Dark Planet for a considerable time, has been consumed with anxiety ever since he learned of the Dark Planet's annihilation of the Joyful Planet. This incessant worry for the safety of the cosmos has driven him to engage in relentless training day after day. After a month of arduous practice, he not only enhanced the potency of his signature technique, the overthinking explosive fist, but also mastered a new skill, the overthinking fiery sphere. This remarkable technique is characterized by the release of an immensely powerful fireball, which conceals within it formidable bolts of lightning. Consequently, when launching an assault against his foes, he is capable of not only obliterating them, but also inflicting additional damage, thus magnifying the impact of his attacks. I am the overthinking hero. I represent the sphere leader, and I have an urgent matter to discuss. Just as the overthinking hero was honing his skills, a soldier hastily approached him. Upon hearing the commotion, the overthinking hero turned to see the breathless individual and remarked, in such a hurry, "Very well, you need not explain further. I am already aware of everything. The ambitions of the Dark Planet have grown increasingly audacious. If I do not intervene soon, the entire universe may be at risk." The soldier, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded with a wry smile, "Ah, my friend, it seems you are already informed. I had assumed at your command. Long live the Origin Planet. All hail the sphere leader. All hail the sphere leader." The excited soldiers rallied in unison. The sphere leader gazed silently at the sky above his homeland, a profound sense of emotion washing over him as he reflected, "A great patriotic campaign is about to commence, my home, our homeland. We must protect you. For generations, we shall remain steadfast and unwavering." At this very moment, a radiant force envelopes the skies of the Origin Planet, a beacon of hope poised to pierce through the endless darkness. The century-long battle is about to unfold in its entirety. Chapter 23, The Ruthless Rustle, the Malicious Revelation. At this moment, an intensely fierce battle is on the verge of commencing in the skies above the Origin Planet. As the multifaceted Superman leads an army of over 100,000 from the Heart Star, hastening to provide support to the Origin Planet. The Supreme Commander of the Discouraged Planet has just received a handwritten letter from the multifaceted Superman himself. Upon realizing it was a personal correspondence from such a formidable individual, his spirits soared, for he had heard tales of the multifaceted Superman's prowess. He understood that if this extraordinary being were to join forces against the forces of the Dark Planet, their chances of victory would surely be bolstered. With urgency, he tore open the envelope, revealing the words penned by the multifaceted Superman, long live, victory for the Discouraged Planet." Simultaneously, the soldiers of the Discouraged Planet rallied together in a collective roar. As their morale surged, the Supreme Commander drew a weapon from his pocket with his right hand and fervently pointed ahead, shouting to his troops, "Now, we shall lead our army of 100,000 from the Discouraged Planet to support the Origin Planet. Together, we shall resist the Dark Planet." Soldiers of the Discouraged Planet. March 4th. Upon concluding her remarks, a vast army clad in gray swiftly departed from the planet of despondency, hastening towards the Origin Planet to lend their support. Thus, the combined forces of the planets of despondency and sentiment totaling 200,000 troops, set forth to assist in the shared struggle against the Dark Planet. Meanwhile, Russell, leading a mere 100,000 troops from the Dark Planet, remained blissfully unaware of the aid being rendered by the forces of despondency and sentiment. She was still reveling in the recent conquest of the Planet of Joy, unable to detach herself from the triumph. Turning to a commander of the fleet, she mockingly exclaimed, It was truly thanks to you that I, Russell, garnered the favor of Lord Seaton. Tell me, do you not agree?" Before the commander could respond, the ruthless Russell suddenly seized the commander's dark uniform with her right hand, continuing her taunt. Speak. Is it true or not? Hurry." At that moment, the commander was utterly petrified by Russell's sudden and frenzied action, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, trembling uncontrollably in fear. "Just understand that yourself." Russell coldly smirked at the commander, and with a forceful motion, she threw him down beneath her feet. The unsteady commander fell heavily to the ground, landing squarely at Russell's feet. The pitiful man suddenly burst into tears, yet Russell paid no heed to the lamentations of his soldiers. Instead, he turned away and proceeded to his own quarters. How callous! The unfortunate commander of the spacecraft found it difficult to comprehend Russell's indifference. His heart was heavy with despair. Although he yearned for Russell's praise, he was met instead with merciless torment and derision. Faced with such a brutal superior, he was utterly despondent. Lost in thought, he collapsed once more onto the frigid ground, murmuring in self-pity, "Alas! Why must I endure such a heartless and cruel commander? Why, despite my diligent efforts, does she treat me this way?" In that moment, he felt a profound sense of hopelessness. Indeed, his relentless toil had not yielded the sweet fruits of victory and joy, but rather cold, unyielding cruelty. The merciless Russell would not only instill fear in the hearts of his comrades, but would also terrify the entire universe. Chapter 24. The Defense of the Origin Planet. As the army of the Dark Planet arrived at the Origin Planet, a great battle ensued. Russell cast a cold smile at the Origin Planet, as if still believing she could effortlessly annihilate it. With a fierce gesture, she pointed towards the Origin Planet and proclaimed, "My soldiers of the Dark Planet, you are about to unleash your unstoppable fighting force once again to annihilate those arrogant inhabitants of the Origin Planet. Come forth, my invincible army of the Dark Planet. I command you all to advance. Strike with ferocity." With that, he swiftly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a terrifying legion of black soldiers descended from the heavens. However, the leader and soldiers steadfastly defending the Origin Planet felt no fear in the face of such overwhelming darkness. Instead, they resolutely shouted back, "Come, we, the people of the Origin Planet, vow never to retreat. We shall not fear you." In this dire situation, the leader of the Origin Planet personally led some guards to the front lines to engage the Dark Army. At that moment, the sky above the Origin Planet was in utter chaos. Russell was taken aback by the unwavering courage displayed by the leader of the Origin Planet, and with a cold smirk, he lunged toward him, declaring, "How navi, perish, purple ray." Suddenly, a beam of purple light surged directly toward the leader of the Origin Planet. Realizing the imminent danger, a nearby soldier lunged to intercept the incoming attack. "Oh!" The soldier cried out in agony. "Leader, you must escape. Let me hold this off for you." The leader, witnessing the soldier who risked his life for him, wept profusely. "Brother, thank you for saving my life. Rest assured, I shall avenge you." Upon concluding his words, the captain of the ball seemed to have lost his wits entirely, pointing at Russell while charging towards her, exclaiming, "Russell, you malevolent woman." Russell, with a cold smirk, leaped forward in response. Just you wait." Purple light. Instantly, a surge of violet radiance surged towards the captain. Unfazed, he lunged at Russell, forcefully pinning her to the ground, his fury boiling over. "You wicked fiend. This time, I shall avenge all my fallen comrades." Although immobilized by the captain's grip, Russell fiercely clutched his head with both hands, seething, "You are insane. Let me go?" The captain, upon hearing her, chuckled coldly. "I am not mad. It is you who have lost your senses. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he suddenly raised his sword, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Russell. At that moment, however, a wave of black lasers surged towards him from a distance. Realizing her fleet had arrived, Russell swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the captain's abdomen. The captain staggered backward from the force of her strike. Fortunately, his retreat caused the approaching black lasers to miss their mark. The captain, momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. What of the so-called most formidable fleet of the Dark Planet? Russell, in my eyes, it is nothing but trivial. Upon hearing the captain's derision, Russell erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You old man, do not underestimate me. Where is the commander of the spaceship?" With a cold smirk, Russell pointed at the captain of the origin planet and commanded, "You shall properly entertain this old man at once." With that, he lunged at the captain of the origin planet, unleashing a torrent of black lasers that rained down upon him. The soldiers nearby were instantly filled with dread at the captain's peril. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and uncertain, a distant cry echoed through the air. "Everyone, quickly! The origin planet lies ahead, and they are engaged in a fierce battle against the forces of the Dark Planet. All soldiers of the Gray Planet, charge forth." In an instant, swarms of gray spaceships surged towards the army of the Dark Planet. The gray vessels collided head-on with the black ships, and soon, chaos erupted as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Chapter 25. The defense of the origin planet with the arrival of the Gray Planet's forces. The morale of the troops on the origin planet soared dramatically. The captain of the origin planet, witnessing the timely reinforcement, let out a sigh of relief, saying, "This is truly wonderful. With this, we stand a chance to defeat the army of the Dark Planet." Raising the banner of the origin planet high, he turned to the valiant soldiers still fighting desperately for their homeland and shouted, "Warriors, now, we need no longer fear the legions of the Dark Planet. For as you can see, the reinforcements from the gray-hearted planet have come to our aid. Let us charge forth together once more. Kill, kill, drive away the inhabitants of the Dark Planet. Drive them away. Long live the origin planet. May the origin planet endure for eternity." Instantly, upon witnessing the arrival of the gray-hearted planet's reinforcements, the soldiers of the origin planet transformed into a formidable force. A tide of warriors surging towards the fleet of the Dark Planet. This scene incensed Russell profoundly, and he turned sharply towards the commander of his Dark Planet's fleet, unleashing a torrent of invective. You worthless fool. Why have you not observed the situation properly? Those arrogant origin planet denizens are utterly resolved to confront us. And now, they have the support of the gray-hearted planet. I commanded you to annihilate them with laser fire, yet you have not succeeded even once. You had better provide me with an explanation at once." Confronted with Russell's furious tirade, the commander of the Dark Planet's fleet was not only engulfed in overwhelming fear, but also paralyzed by anxiety. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to operate the ship's laser cannons, desperately firing at the oncoming warriors from the origin planet. Yet, despite his frantic efforts, fate was unkind, and no matter how diligently he aimed, he could not strike a single target. Suddenly, from behind her own ranks, the sounds of slaughter erupted once again, leaving Russell utterly astonished. With a look of bewilderment, she roared, "This is infuriating. I never anticipated reinforcements. Whose army could this possibly be? I must confront them." As these thoughts raced through her mind, Russell felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if she were invincible. In a frenzy, she turned and led her nearby Dark Planet troops into a fierce assault. Alas, in an instant, a colossal fireball blazed forth, obliterating both the Dark Planet scouts and their spacecraft entirely. Who could it be? Russell shouted as she charged forward, pointing her finger at the enigmatic army, bellowing, "All of you shall perish, you troublemakers." A beam of purple light surged forth, directed at the mysterious forces. At that very moment, a cryptic voice echoed, and shortly thereafter, a tremendous fireball hurtled towards Russell's purple beam. The two immense energies collided with a cataclysmic force, sending Russell staggering backward several paces, unable to withstand the overwhelming impact. "Damn it! Who are you? Whose army do you command?" Russell seemed to have realized that he was about to face an opponent of considerable significance, which prompted him to ask, both in anger and confusion. At that moment, the multitasking Superman suddenly soared before Russell, raising high the chess piece of the multitasking planet with his right hand. Following closely beside him was a small envoy from the multitasking planet, trailed by an army of over 100,000 strong. Indeed, Russell, I am the multitasking Superman. Alongside me stands our invincible army from the multitasking planet. The multitasking Superman exclaimed in an exhilarating tone to Russell and the dark planetary forces she commanded. Russell was taken aback by this unprecedented spectacle. What? You just claimed to be a superhero? Chapter 26, The Defense of the Origin Planet, Part 2. You. What did you just say? You are indeed a superhero? Faced with such an extraordinary being, Russell could not help but display a look of astonishment. However, he soon calmed his mind to ponder the identity of this enigmatic superhero. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. This is rather peculiar. I have heard of the existence of the multitasking planet within this universe, yet I have scarcely heard of the multitasking Superman. Could it be that? No, this is impossible. This universe comprises only various planets. There is no such thing as a superhero. Gradually, upon reflection, Russell found himself surprisingly unperturbed by the unexpected arrival of the overthinking Superman. On the contrary, he not only shed the expression of shock that had previously adorned his face, but suddenly burst into mockery directed at the overthinking Superman. With a disdainful smile, Russell exclaimed, "Ah, overthinking Superman, there's no need for you to feign ignorance any longer. In truth, I have been aware all along." Consequently, the ominous army behind Russell was thoroughly astounded by the enigmatic power possessed by this individual with superhuman abilities. Upon witnessing Russell's astonished demeanor, the overthinking Superman erupted into laughter, addressing Russell with mirth. "Ah, Russell, it seems you have yet to broaden your horizons. Should you continue to doubt my identity as a superhero, feel free to inquire of the little envoy from Overthinking Planet who stands behind me." With that, the overthinking Superman summoned the envoy from Overthinking Planet to his side and reiterated to Russell, "You should listen closely to what he has to say." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this declaration of the triumph of righteousness over wickedness, Russell erupted into laughter once more, and then retorted with a cold sneer, "Humph. What do you mean by righteousness prevailing over evil? What of superheroes? I am indifferent to all of this. I shall merely inform you that should you dare to impede our dark planet's quest for cosmic domination, none of you, regardless of who you are, shall escape unscathed." A violet beam of light suddenly erupted as a colossal fireball, akin to a flash of lightning, hurtled towards Russell's purple radiance. The two immense energies collided violently, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Russell was propelled several steps backward by the force of the blast, and observed that the multi-mind Superman also staggered several paces in retreat. With a sardonic chuckle, he remarked, "Humph. Is that all you are capable of? While it indeed caught me off guard, it is still far too." Before he could finish his thought, the diminutive officer from the multi-mind planet struck Russell with his sword. Although Russell sustained no severe injuries, the prolonged battle had drained his stamina. In that moment, he contemplated the impending failure of their assault on the Origin Planet, sneering, "Humph. This time, you truly are formidable." At that instant, the leader of Origin Planet, witnessing the salvation brought by the Grey Heart Planet, Multi-Mind Planet, and Multi-Mind Superman, expressed his profound gratitude. "Oh, this is simply splendid. Thank you all for voluntarily dispatching troops to assist us. We have successfully navigated this grave crisis." As he spoke, the warriors and citizens of Origin Planet united in their heartfelt thanks. Following a flurry of gratitude, they bid farewell to the Origin Planet. Chapter 27, Russell's Betrayal. The sudden emergence of the number 2 Scout Soldier. In reflection, Russell called out, "Scout Soldier, come forth. I have a clandestine task for you." Russell casually retrieved a note from her pocket and inscribed a few words upon it. She then presented it to the detective soldier, commanding, "By the decree of Lord Satan, you are to immediately journey to the planet of Dwashin and ascertain the origins of the Dwashin Superman. Remember, once you arrive at Dwashin, should you encounter the Dwashin Superman, you must tail him without fail. I shall provide you with a walkie-talkie. If you uncover any new developments, do not hesitate to contact me. Do you comprehend? Though this command was issued in Lord Satan's name, to the detective soldier, it was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. He was acutely aware that no one could take the liberty to act in Lord Satan's stead without his direct order. However, Russell's audacity to issue commands in his name, without prior consent, was not lost on him. Deep down, he comprehended the truth. In his heart, there existed no Lord Satan, only Queen Russell. Indeed, it was time to acknowledge her as Queen Russell. Yet, the notion of betraying Lord Satan was not ripe. Thus, the detective soldier devised a strategy and, with feigned humility, addressed Russell. Esteemed Russell, rest assured, my capabilities will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Ah, would you not agree, Russell? Upon hearing this, Russell thought to herself, this is clearly not about satisfying Lord Satan. It is evident that this individual is solely fixated on herself. However, after a moment of contemplation, she let out a cold laugh and remarked, I declare, from this day forth, I shall no longer refer to you as Detective Soldier, lest Satan calls you by that name, and confusion ensues. Henceforth, I shall call you. As she spoke, Russell cast a sardonic glance at Detective Soldier, who, in turn, revealed a faint smile. Shall I address you as Detective Soldier number 2? What do you think of this new identity and name? As Russell continued, her laughter echoed as she scrutinized her so-called number 2 detective soldier. Upon hearing these words, Russell realized she had inadvertently let slip a secret among her own. To preempt any potential discovery of this secret by others, she promptly waved her hand dismissively and stated, very well. If you can comprehend this in your heart, then off you go. And do not forget the task of tailing the overly cautious hero. I sincerely hope you do not let me down. Understood, future leader, Queen Russell. With that, she hastily piloted her spacecraft towards the planet of Overly Cautious. Chapter 28. The Oath of Life and Death. What did you just say to me? Upon hearing the news of Star Shadow's sacrifice, the overly cautious superhero was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that the highest commander before him was once merely a lowly corporal, suddenly elevated by the very leader he had silently followed. Now commanding the entirety of the despondent planet, everything unfolded with such abruptness and incredibility. Yet, reflecting upon the former commander, Star Shadow, renowned as the most formidable figure on the despondent planet, he found it hard to comprehend how such a sudden demise could occur. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the overly cautious superhero urgently inquired, who was responsible for the demise of your former esteemed commander, Star Shadow? Could it possibly be? Deep within, the overly cautious superhero harbored suspicions that perhaps Russell was indeed the architect of Star Shadow's demise, fully aware of Russell's merciless nature. His character was brutal, showing no compassion to either allies or foes. Nevertheless, he hesitated to conclude that Star Shadow had truly fallen victim to Russell's cruelty. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the overly cautious superhero's apprehensions were confirmed when he beheld the highest commander, sorrow etched upon his face. Confess, indeed, overly cautious superhero, our former highest commander, Star Shadow, was slain by the merciless Russell. With a heavy sigh, the highest commander looked skyward, tears of grief silently cascading down his cheeks. Upon hearing such heartrending and unbearable news, the ever-cautious superhero was consumed by a profound fury, exclaiming, "That Russell, she is utterly barbaric, a truly vicious woman, devoid of any moral compass." He then placed his right hand gently upon the shoulder of the Supreme Commander and continued, "However, you need not dwell excessively on the sorrow of Star Shadow's demise. For I firmly believe that justice shall ultimately prevail. It is not that vengeance is absent, merely that the time has yet to arrive. One day, we shall ensure that this malevolent Russell pays dearly for her transgressions." Upon hearing these words from the ever-cautious superhero, the Supreme Commander was instantly revived from his sorrow. In a gesture of respect, he extended his right hand towards the superhero with determination, declaring, "Indeed, I hope we can become the closest of allies. Together, let us fight to the very end for the peace of the universe. We shall swiftly vanquish the forces of evil and eliminate Russell and Satan. Without hesitation, the ever-cautious superhero reciprocated by extending his hand, clasping it tightly with the commander's, and earnestly replied, at the same time, I wish for you to vigilantly protect those closest to you. Safeguard your commander. In that moment, the Supreme Commander was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Once he regained his composure, he fervently proclaimed, I will never allow anyone to harm my commander. Witnessing the unwavering courage of the Supreme Commander in confronting adversity and his resolute commitment to safeguarding his companions filled the ever-cautious superhero with silent admiration. Thus, in an instant, the two became the best of friends. From that moment on, they embarked together on an eternal journey towards the shared goal of safeguarding the peace of the universe, diligently protecting their companions by their side. Chapter 29, The Cola Incident. The unfortunate second detective soldier. Since the dark planet Russell dispatched her own second detective soldier to the planet of Duality in pursuit of the whereabouts of the Duality Superman, the second detective soldier from the dark planet swiftly piloted his spacecraft to Duality. However, upon arriving, he found himself bewildered by the unfamiliar terrain. Pondering his next steps proved fruitless. He was at a loss regarding where to proceed. Nevertheless, in his unwavering determination to fulfill Russell's assignment, he pressed on. As he wandered, he soon found himself in the bustling city center of Duality. The lively commercial street was already crowded with citizens eagerly gathered to purchase their desired items. Whether it was delectable food, engaging games, or refreshing beverages, they spent their money without hesitation on whatever pleased them. At the heart of the city, vehicles and pedestrians flowed incessantly, nearly saturating the streets and alleys. After walking for some time, the second detective soldier from the dark planet began to feel parched. Moreover, despite his efforts, he had uncovered not a single clue regarding the Duality Superman's whereabouts. However, as he gradually felt his strength waning and was on the verge of fainting, he suddenly spotted a small shop selling cola ahead. Instantly captivated, he rushed towards the establishment in a fervent haste. Upon arriving, he breathlessly exclaimed to the shopkeeper, Sir, I would like 2 large bottles of cola. Hurry, I am on the brink of dying of thirst. Upon hearing such an extraordinary declaration of thirst, the shopkeeper chuckled and replied, Ha ha, you, my friend, are thirstier than I imagined. But fret not, for here you need not settle for merely 2 large bottles. I have 2 entire cases of cola should you desire. Upon learning that the shopkeeper possessed 2 cases of cola, the second detective, unable to contain his excitement, quickly altered his request. All right, I shall take your 2 cases of cola. Quickly, please. All right, just a moment. The shopkeeper interjected, already aware that the detective's thirst was far more than ordinary. He promptly made his way to the cold storage room where the colas were kept and, with considerable effort, he lifted 2 large cases of cola to present to him, saying, Here you are. These are the 2 cases you requested. Rest assured, not a single bottle will be missing. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 2 cases of cola, the second detective could hardly contain himself. With fervor, he tore open the boxes and began to gulp down the cola voraciously. Due to an overwhelming thirst, he swiftly consumed the entirety of the 2 large boxes of cola. Upon witnessing this astonishing feat, the owner's spirits soared, believing he had struck a lucrative deal. He eagerly remarked, It seems you've had your fill. How about you settle the bill for these 2 boxes of cola? The once jubilant demeanor of the Dark Planet detective was abruptly shattered by the proprietor's demand, prompting him to hastily retreat, intent on evading payment for the beverages, fully aware of his inability to afford them. Infuriated by the audacity of the individual who had drained his stock and now sought to flee without recompense, the owner furiously pursued him, shouting, Stop right there. You've consumed my 2 boxes of cola, and now you think you can escape? Halt. As the Dark Planet detective glanced back, he was seized by terror upon spotting the enraged owner in pursuit. His legs weakened, and in his haste to flee, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. However, the owner was undeterred by his fall. He charged forward, grasping the detective's black attire and bellowing, "You little rascal. It seems you possess some talent. You need to pay for the cola if you can defeat me. You may leave." With that, he swiftly shed his garments, revealing not only an intricate dragon tattoo adorning his skin, but also a physique of impressive musculature. The detective from the Dark Planet now, too, was seized by an acute sense of dread upon witnessing the transformation of the mere soda vendor before him. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he trembled and pleaded, I beseech you, do not harm me. I wish to live." Hearing his desperate appeal, the vendor's fury dissipated somewhat, yet he could not overlook the fact that the sodas should not be given away for free. Thus, he replied with a sardonic smile, "I might consider sparing your life." However, the detective, upon hearing the prospect of being spared, sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you. But what?" Noticing the flicker of relief on the detective's face, the vendor chuckled and added, "However, I must impose a penalty upon you. You shall sell all my sodas for today." "Very well, I accept. Pray tell, how many sodas remain unsold?" "Ah, not many," the vendor said with a casual demeanor, turning away from the detective. "Rest assured, it is merely 20. Upon hearing 20, the detective momentarily believed it to be 20 bottles and felt a surge of joy, hurriedly responding, 20 bottles. 20 large cases of soda." The vendor replied with a silent chuckle. "Is that so?" Upon hearing that the boss expected him to sell 20 large boxes of cola himself, the second detective collapsed onto the floor in a state of utter shock. Chapter 30. The Heart's Desire of the Disheartened Commander. The Supreme Commander first fell into a deep contemplation, then, without hesitation, nodded at the overly cautious hero, and together they proceeded towards the commander's residence. However, at that moment, the disheartened commander, having received no news from the origin planet for an extended period, began to feel a sense of anxiety creeping in. Over time, his excessive worry transformed into a debilitating illness, compelling him to lie in bed and rest for recovery. Cough, 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 cough. Faced with the commander's relentless coughing fits, the soldiers who had been caring for him suddenly panicked. Deeply concerned for their leader's health, they gathered around him, weeping, "Woe is us. Commander, you must hold on. Our disheartened planet still needs your support." Despite his grave illness, the commander remained preoccupied with the unfolding battle situation. Unable to bear the sight of their leader's distress, one soldier quickly exclaimed through tears, "Commander, rest assured, I have just received news from the front lines. Our 100,000 troops dispatched to assist the origin planet have triumphed over the forces of the Dark Planet. Commander, can you hear me? Our disheartened planet has emerged victorious this time. Woe is us. Commander." Upon hearing these words, the Supreme Commander immediately collapsed onto the commander's bed, weeping uncontrollably. Commander, rest assured, as long as I draw breath, the spirit of the gloomy planet shall not perish." The Supreme Commander lamented, his voice quaking with emotion. In an instant, the soldiers stationed beside him erupted into tears, their sorrow echoing through the air. At that moment, the sky over gloomy planet seemed to mourn the departure of a beautiful fairy tale, leaving behind nothing but a profound sigh. Chapter 31. Journey to Earth. United against darkness. Upon hearing the Supreme Commander's words, the commander exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, splendid. Quickly now, help me rise from this bed." Despite his grave illness, he insisted, "I must behold the enigmatic multitasking hero with my own eyes." Thus, the Supreme Commander and the soldiers at his side carefully assisted the commander from his bed, guiding him with utmost caution to his designated chair. Once seated, the commander waved his hand, signaling them to step aside. "You may stand down for the time being." "At your command, Commander," replied the Supreme Commander, retreating with the soldiers to stand behind him. The commander then called out to a soldier nearby, "Hurry, quickly summon the multitasking hero to meet with me." The soldier saluted before turning away from the commander, projecting his voice towards the distant hall. "Multitasking hero, please come forth. Our commander of Gloomy Planet requests your presence." Shortly thereafter, the overthinker swiftly approached the center of the grand hall. Upon encountering the commander, he raised his right hand and exclaimed, "Salutations, Commander Greyheart, I, the Overthinker, have long heard tales of you, yet have never had the privilege of witnessing you in person until today. At last, my curiosity is satisfied. Upon receiving the commander's compliments, the Overthinker smiled bashfully and continued, please forgive my awkwardness, Commander Greyheart. It is merely a matter of my own habits. The commander chuckled in response. Haha. Pray tell, what brings you to our Greyheart planet? Excellent, exclaimed the commander, elated by the Overthinker's words. Henceforth, our Greyheart planet shall form an alliance with your Overthinker planet, Origin planet, and Earth to combat the malevolent forces of the Dark Army. As for Earth, I intend to dispatch one of my aides to accompany you, Overthinker, in persuading those involved of the gravity of our situation. I hope we can swiftly unite to confront the armies of the Dark Planet. Thank you, Commander Greyheart. The Overthinker, filled with gratitude, saluted the commander respectfully before setting off with the aide from Greyheart Planet, united in their mission to confront the darkness on Earth. Chapter 32. The fury of Russell. Detective Soldier Number 2, upon hearing this, was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. Russell, you know everything. Esteemed Russell, upon infiltrating the despondent planet, the little one discovered that the multi-hearted hero had already departed, accompanied by one of the minor officials from the melancholy world, and they were en route to Earth, intending to forge an alliance against our dark planet. This revelation demands our utmost attention. An undercover agent from the dark planet? The second detective soldier was utterly taken aback by the contents of this letter, his large eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at it in disbelief. As the conversation progressed, Russell's anger intensified, prompting him to seize a nearby cup and hurl it forcefully to the floor. The ferocity of his wrath shattered the fragile vessel into pieces. Witnessing Russell's sudden outburst, the second detective soldier felt compelled to quell his own doubts and declared loudly, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, I shall never allow the Earthlings to unite against us." As Russell's fury escalated, he abruptly seized another cup and smashed it at the feet of the second detective soldier. This act of aggression startled the second detective soldier, who hastily retreated while fearfully exclaiming, "Fear not, Russell Queen Russell. I will ensure they pay dearly for their insolence. I shall depart for Earth at once to teach them a lesson." Thus, in a flurry of panic, the second detective soldier rushed outside and swiftly piloted his spaceship toward Earth. Chapter 33. Conflict. Upon the arrival of the multi-hearted hero and the minor official from the despondent planet to Earth, they were warmly welcomed by the village chief of Earth. The village chief, brimming with excitement, shook hands with them while joyfully exclaiming, "This is truly wonderful. Welcome to Earth. If we have failed to provide adequate hospitality, we kindly ask for your understanding." The overly sensitive superhero, upon witnessing the village chief's sincerity, bashfully responded, "There is no need for such formality. Our primary purpose in visiting is to seek peace for the entire universe. The forces of the Dark Planet are growing increasingly formidable, with ambitions to conquer the cosmos intensifying. Not long ago, they annihilated the Joyful Planet. Have you Earthlings heard of this?" What did you say?" "The Dark Planet destroyed the Joyful Planet, and they seek to conquer the entire universe, including our Earth?" The village chief was utterly stunned by the superhero's words, struggling to comprehend the grim reality being presented. He then noticed that representatives from the disheartened planet were also present and turned to their envoy, asking, "By the way, is it true that the Dark Planet has indeed destroyed the Joyful Planet and harbors ambitions of universal conquest? What do you think? Is what that overly sensitive superhero said true or false?" The envoy from the disheartened planet, observing the bewilderment on the village chief's face, felt compelled to reveal the dire situation they were facing. However, memories of the 250,000 troops lost in a previous battle against the Dark Planet flooded back, and tears silently streamed down their cheeks as they sorrowfully replied to the village chief, "Yes, what the overly sensitive superhero said is indeed correct. The malevolent inhabitants of the Dark Planet not only obliterated the Joyful Planet, but also led to the tragic demise of our valiant 250,000 strong army during a fierce confrontation. Alas, our once esteemed commander, Star Shadow, has also fallen." Just as I began to express this sorrowful news, the Earth Village chief, upon hearing of the catastrophic loss of 250,000 troops from the heartbroken planet, was struck by disbelief and urgently pressed for further details. What happened to Star Shadow? At that moment, the tear-streaked face of the young officer from the heartbroken planet nodded silently and whispered, "Star Shadow. He has also perished." Instantly, the Earth Village chief fainted from the overwhelming shock of hearing that both the 250,000 troops and Commander Star Shadow had been lost. Chief, at that very moment, Maywe and Gallo rushed forward to support him as he collapsed. Seeing the chief in such a state of distress, Maywe quickly turned to the overly concerned hero and the young officer from the heartbroken planet, imploring, "Could you please refrain from sharing any more distressing news with our chief? Look at him. He is utterly shaken. I believe it would be best for you to rest here for a while until our chief has recovered, and then you may speak with him." The overly concerned hero and the young officer glanced at Maywe and then at the Earth Village chief, contemplating the necessity of conveying the entire truth to the Earthlings in due time. Thus, he agreed, saying, "All right, but where shall we reside? I am curious about your arrangements." Maywe nodded and then led them to an uninhabited house, saying, "This is your resting place. You may enter for the time being. Once our village chief recovers, you can speak with him." After finishing her words, she forcefully closed the door with a thud and departed. Faced with Mayue's treatment, the young officer from the planet of disheartenment could no longer contain himself. In a fit of anger, he jumped about, shouting, "What kind of barbaric earthlings are these? At the very least, we, the planet of disheartenment, were once the rulers of the cosmos. Had we been treated this way in the past, we would undoubtedly have sought revenge. I am utterly infuriated." However, the overthinker, witnessing the young officer's distress caused by the earthling, did not offer any consolation. Instead, he mocked, "Ha ha ha. Give it a rest, you. What cosmic ruler are you talking about? Were you not thoroughly schooled by the planet of darkness? Ha ha ha. I suggest you take a break." In response to the overthinker's ridicule, the already irate young officer could find no words to express his frustration. He crossed his arms and turned his head away, unwilling to cast even a glance at the overthinker. Upon witnessing the disheartening transformation of the gloomy planet's little school, the overly sensitive hero found himself utterly powerless. With a resigned sigh, he chose to cease communication with the school. Chapter 34, A Stealthy Assault. The Village Chief in Peril. After the village chief of Earth was rendered unconscious by the frightening words of the gloomy planet's little school and the overly sensitive hero, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming shock. He was promptly assisted by Maywe and Gallo, who escorted him directly to the chief's designated room, allowing him to rest comfortably in bed. Upon noticing Mayue's emotional instability, Gallo anxiously grasped her right hand and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what time is it? Why are you still causing such a ruckus and throwing a little tantrum? Truly, you are the epitome of a temperamental girl. Please, calm down at once. Moreover, the chief is in such a state. Prolonged unconsciousness is hardly a favorable solution. We must prioritize caring for the chief. What if something goes awry? Can we bear the responsibility for that?" Though Maywe felt a twinge of embarrassment at Gallo's words, she gradually composed herself and, with some reluctance, replied, "Very well. I shall heed your advice for the time being. Let us attend to the chief." Upon hearing Maywe's willingness to engage with him calmly, Gallo felt a sense of relief in his heart, and together they tended to the chief. As time passed, Gallo grew increasingly frustrated and muttered to himself, "Oh, this is infuriating. What on earth is this place? Where on earth should I go?" As I pondered, a house suddenly appeared before me, and I was filled with delight. Excitedly, I exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Ha ha ha." Despite having taken many detours, I felt I had still made a discovery. However, I wondered whether the person I sought was indeed within this house. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I cautiously approached the door, hesitating to knock. Instead, I moved to the window, peering carefully inside. At that moment, my eyes widened in surprise as I spotted the village chief of Earth lying asleep in bed, guarded by two others at his side. The second detective from the dark planet was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a mischievous idea began to form. I never expected to find 3 individuals here. Yet, I do not know who they are. Ha ha ha. But I realize I could create some delightful havoc with them. Hee hee hee. Just watch what I can do. Suddenly, the second detective from the Dark Planet retrieved his spaceship controller from his pocket, shouting, "Launch the spaceship." Without delay, he piloted his craft straight through the door, charging towards the slumbering village chief. This startled Meiwei and Garo, who, upon realizing his intentions towards the chief, swiftly drew their weapons, preparing to confront this intruder. Confronted by the sudden ambush of the Dark Planet No. 2 detective soldier, Miyuki and Garo were utterly oblivious to the true identity of their assailant. In a moment of defiance, Miyuki shouted, "You there? What do you think you're doing? If you have the audacity, come down and face me in combat." Upon hearing a girl express such a naive desire to challenge him, the Dark Planet No. 2 detective soldier could not help but scoff at her foolishness. He descended from his vessel and charged directly at Miyuki, engaging her in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Garo, unable to bear the sight of Miyuki battling the enigmatic foe alone, unsheathed his sword and rushed to her aid. With a swift and powerful strike, he aimed for the detective's right hand, delivering a blow that elicited a piercing scream. "Ah, that hurts. My thumb." The sword had inflicted a deep gash on the detective's thumb, causing him to clutch his injured hand in agony with his left. Seething with fury, he exclaimed, "You troublesome pests! How dare you ambush me? I declared my intent to duel that madwoman. Yet, you resort to underhanded tactics. Just wait. I shall take my revenge." With that, he fled the scene in disarray. It was truly unexpected. Who would dare to launch a surprise attack against us and to target our village chief? Fortunately, we remained vigilant in our defense of the chief. Otherwise, one might truly remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon encountering the enigmatic and elusive figure who had long since fled, Garo found himself engulfed in unease. Yet, despite his efforts to ponder the matter, clarity eluded him. Suddenly, a recollection surfaced, vivid memories of the village chief's prior conversations with the disheartened youth from the Grey Heart planet and the overly cautious superhero regarding the Dark Planet. In an instant, he was struck with astonishment, turning to Meiwei, who stood beside him, incredulously questioning, "Could it be that the mysterious assailant who just attacked us and the village chief is somehow connected to that enigmatic Dark Planet?" "Meiwei, did you hear what I just said?" he exclaimed. However, upon hearing Garo's words, Meiwei was momentarily taken aback, her own shock palpable. Yet, she soon regained her composure and resolutely replied, "Regardless of whether that mysterious individual is indeed linked to the Dark Planet, one thing is certain. I will not allow anyone to harm our village chief." On a different front, the second detective from the Dark Planet, whose thumb had been injured by Garo's strike, found himself in a precarious situation. He was compelled to summon his spaceship once more. However, instead of departing, he rummaged through the vessel for some medicinal supplies to tend to his wounds. Carefully, he wrapped a bandage around his injured thumb, while thoughts of the recent humiliation inflicted by those earthlings filled his mind. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the deeper the sense of shame settled within him, prompting an enraged outburst. "You foolish earthlings! How dare you bring such disgrace upon one hailing from the Dark Planet? You shall all pay the price for this. Ah, just wait, especially you 2 rascals." Chapter 35. Schemes and Plots. The second detective soldier from the Dark Planet had initially intended to stealthily ambush the village chief of Earth. However, to his astonishment, not only did the ambush fail, but he was also soundly chastised by the duo, Gallo and Miyuki, resulting in a grievous injury to his right hand. Thus, he began devising various schemes to exact revenge on them. While he sat on the floor, racking his brain for a solution, a sudden vibrating and buzzing sound emanated from his pocket, startling him to his feet. Hastily pulling out the communicator that Russell had given him, he exclaimed, "Esteemed Russell, I have just arrived on Earth and discovered traces of its inhabitants. However, due to my own carelessness, I ended up being taught a harsh lesson by those wretched earthlings." Upon hearing this, Russell's fury erupted. "You fool! I sent you to Earth to immediately thwart any alliance between the Earthlings and their superhuman allies. as well as the inhabitants of the gloomy planet against us. I did not send you to create trouble. Do you understand? Faced with Russell's sudden outburst, the second detective soldier felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and fear. With a fierce determination, he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in rage. Ah, despicable earthlings! You shall all wait for me. I will devise every possible means to sabotage your relationship with the overly sentimental Superman and the disheartened planetarians. Subsequently, in a fit of fury, he descended from his spacecraft and hastily made his way towards the dwelling of the Earth Village chief. However, as the Dark Planet No. 2's reconnaissance soldier prepared for another ambush, he unexpectedly stumbled upon another house. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Strange, when I previously visited that house, I had not noticed this one nearby. Given that the earlier house housed 3 Earthlings, one of whom might very well be the village chief, and considering that both the disheartened planetarians and the overly sentimental Superman had also been here, could it be? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the Dark Planet No. 2 reconnaissance soldier gradually revealed an evil grin. He cackled, ha ha ha. It seems this time I shall achieve great success. Humph. Overly sentimental Superman. Disheartened planetarians. Earthlings, you shall all await my arrival. With that, he began to disguise himself, transforming into an exact replica of an Earthling. He swiftly approached the exterior of the house, knocked vigorously on the door, and shouted, "Hey inside, could you please open the door for me? I am an Earthling. I've traveled too far and am utterly exhausted. I need to rest." Earthling. Disheartened planetarian. As a disheartened inhabitant of the planet of apathy, why not open the door for him? I recall you were previously in a tiff with that rude Earth girl. This is a perfect opportunity to mend the relationship with humanity. Upon hearing the knock at the door, the overly cautious Superman smiled without hesitation and urged the despondent inhabitant of apathy. Although the inhabitant was incensed by the earlier rudeness of the Earth girl, Manhua, deep down, they yearned for a harmonious connection with Earthlings, as the moment was not right for discord. Thus, they resolutely opened the door. However, at that very instant, a shadowy figure, disguised as an Earthling, Detective Soldier No. 2 from the Planet of Darkness, suddenly delivered a fierce kick to the inhabitant's midsection. Following the swift assault, the assailant fled in haste. In an instant, the already aggrieved inhabitant of apathy was utterly enraged, witnessing the very Earthling who had kicked him making a hasty retreat. Devoid of any semblance of an apology, ignited a fire within him. He immediately pursued the fleeing figure with fervor. In his ire, the inhabitant of apathy retrieved the spaceship controller from his pocket and shouted, "Spaceship, deploy." With a surge of fury, he piloted his vessel away from Earth, hurtling back towards the planet of apathy. As the Dark Planet No. 2 detective witnessed the disheartened inhabitants of the gray planet being deceived by his impersonation of a human from Earth, he sprang forth from the thicket. With a mocking tone directed at the already distant gray planet individuals, he began to shed his disguise, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Did you not foresee this? Gray planet folks, you were ensnared by none other than me, a sinister denizen of the Dark Planet. Ha ha ha. Surely, none of you would have suspected that the architect of your misfortune was not a human, but rather I, the nefarious inhabitant of the Dark Planet." However, just as the triumphant Dark Planet No. 2 detective reveled in the brilliance of his scheme, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, derisively stating, "Ah, how surprising it is that it is you, this scoundrel from the Dark Planet, who has been meddling in my affairs." Instantly, the previously self-satisfied Dark Planet No. 2 detective was seized by a wave of cold sweat, and he hastily turned around, only to be met with the astonishing sight of the overly cautious Superman alongside Manhua and Gallo. In that moment, a sense of impending doom enveloped the Dark Planet No. 2 detective. Yet, attempting to maintain his composure, he forced a cynical smile and retorted, "Indeed, you all witnessed it. It was I who orchestrated the downfall of the gray planet inhabitants to frame you, the Earthlings. Ha ha ha. No one can thwart our grand ambition to conquer the entire universe." Humph, such delusions. Suddenly, Jalua and the overthinking Superman joined forces and began their pursuit of the Dark Planet number 2 detective soldier. Faced with a dire 3-to-1 situation, the Dark Planet No. 2 detective soldier realized the precariousness of his position and hastily summoned his spaceship, making a swift escape. Witnessing the fleeing detective, the overthinking Superman furiously slammed his fist on the ground, exclaiming in wrath, "Curse be it! That scoundrel has eluded capture. I shall chase after that despondent officer of the Gray Planet and elucidate the truth." With that, he soared toward the Gray Planet's officer. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Traitor of the Dark Planet. Upon arriving at the Gray Planet, the officer wasted no time disembarking from his spacecraft. His mind was plagued by the unfortunate events he had recently endured on Earth, leaving him seething with resentment. Gritting his teeth and stomping his feet in indignation, he muttered, "How infuriating! I came to Earth with the hopes of Commander Gray and the overthinking Superman, intending to foster good relations with the Earthlings to collectively oppose the Dark Planet. Yet, those Earthlings dared to treat me, an officer, with such disdain. It is utterly outrageous. I shall inform our Commander Gray about this matter and let him deal with you all." Humph. With that, he stormed off in a fit of rage toward the Commander's residence. However, just as he stepped through the threshold of the heartbroken Commander's residence, he was abruptly halted by a contingent of soldiers. One soldier, brandishing his spear, pointed at him and shouted, "Who are you? Our heartbroken Commander is currently unwell and cannot receive you personally. You must disclose your identity at once." Amidst the commotion, a chilling laughter echoed in his ears, followed by a mysterious voice that stated, "Hehehe. Without the heartbroken Commander's permission, no one is allowed to enter this residence. You. Who are you to dare obstruct this junior officer from meeting the Commander? I have urgent matters to report." Upon hearing this enigmatic voice, he was incensed, bewildered by the audacity of whoever was daring enough to impede his path. At that moment, another soldier approached the Heartbroken Planet's junior officer, who disdainfully chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Did you not anticipate this? I, too, am a junior officer under the Heartbroken Commander. However, I was granted this title only after your departure, as a special favor from the Commander." Instantly, the Heartbroken Planet's junior officer was taken aback by the revelation of another junior officer's existence. He pondered, "This cannot be right. I distinctly recall the Commander only granting me this position, with no mention of another junior officer. Moreover, there can only be one junior officer on the Heartbroken Planet. I am the true junior officer." Subsequently, he could not help but exclaim vehemently, "You scoundrel! How dare you claim to be another lieutenant appointed by the Commander? Do you have any evidence?" Upon hearing the lieutenant from the Heartbreak Planet question his identity, the self-proclaimed second lieutenant unexpectedly produced from his pocket a badge that only a lieutenant from Heartbreak Planet possessed. He then let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. Did you not anticipate this? I too possess the unique badge of our Heartbreak Planet's lieutenant. This implies that no one, regardless of who they are, can trespass into the Commander's residence without my permission. This includes you, the first lieutenant, as well." With that, the enigmatic second lieutenant promptly commanded the soldiers who were obstructing the individual yearning to meet the Commander, "You must swiftly apprehend this ill-mannered fellow and confine him to a cell." Instantly, the soldiers from Heartbreak Planet seized the bewildered lieutenant, who, in a fit of rage, hurled several curses at the so-called second lieutenant before being escorted to the prison. However, just as the unfortunate lieutenant was about to be taken away by the soldiers, a figure suddenly flew in from outside, shouting, "Halt!" The captured lieutenant glanced towards the voice and was relieved to discover that it was the overthinking hero who had arrived. In his distress, he cried out, "Overthinking hero, what brings you here? Please, think of a way to save me. I find myself captured by the enigmatic lieutenant of the gloomy planet number 2. Upon hearing this, the overly cautious man sensed that something was amiss and, without a moment's hesitation, charged forth, dispersing the soldiers who sought to detain him. He then addressed me, stating, "I initially intended to reveal the truth behind the assault on you, but it appears that the time is not yet ripe. For I suspect there may be a traitor in your ranks. It is quite possible that the one attempting to apprehend you is none other than that so-called lieutenant of the gloomy planet." Upon hearing these words, the lieutenant of the gloomy planet was taken aback and exclaimed, if that is the case. Are you suggesting that the Earthling who attacked me previously was merely a disguise for the Dark Planet's operatives? Might it be that this so-called Lieutenant No. 2 is not who he seems? Without hesitation, the overly cautious man nodded in affirmation and responded, thus, our foremost priority must be to uncover the true origins and intentions of this Lieutenant No. 2. We must swiftly expose his true identity and restore justice to you. After listening to the overly cautious man, the lieutenant of the gloomy planet nodded in agreement, and together they hastened towards the command center. Meanwhile, the self-satisfied lieutenant of the gloomy planet No. 2, believing himself to be in control, commanded his soldiers to seize the individual wishing to meet the commander. He then entered the grand hall with an air of triumph, turning to step into a chamber accessible only to the lieutenant of the gloomy planet himself. He then seated himself on one of the chairs within and commanded the soldiers stationed at the door with a hearty laugh, from this day forth, I am the sole little commander permitted to reside on this dismal planet. Moreover, I am the second little commander appointed by our esteemed commander of despair. Therefore, without my express orders, no one shall be permitted entry. Do you understand? Chapter 37. The enigma. At that moment, a soldier rushed in from outside, saluted him, and exclaimed, Little commander, our commander is about to convene the officers in the great hall. He has specifically sent me to summon you. And I must also inform you that our supreme commander will be joining us. However, as soon as the soldier who had come to fetch him left, the second little commander burst into laughter, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction. Ha ha, foolish inhabitants of the planet of despair. Do you truly believe I am your little commander? In truth, I am a little commander from the Dark Planet. If it weren't for Russell devising various schemes to help me infiltrate your ranks, I would not be in this position today. Humph. Just wait. You inhabitants of the planet of despair, I shall devise a plan to undermine your little commander. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wicked smile crept upon his lips, leaving the nearby soldiers utterly bewildered. One soldier, unable to contain his fear, hesitantly inquired, May I ask, little commander, what is it that occupies your thoughts? Should we cautiously reveal a hint to our brethren, lest we find your wicked laughter unsettling? The soldiers nearby, not only gripped by fear, also entertained the audacity to divulge their secret plans. Lieutenant No. 2, growing impatient, bellowed, Enough! Silence yourselves at once. I shall not indulge you further. I must meet with the commander to convey an urgent matter. Instantly, the soldiers fell silent, frightened into compliance. Subsequently, Lieutenant No. 2 strode confidently away, heading directly towards the grand hall to confront the disheartened commander. At that moment, the commander had already assembled with the troops in the grand hall. The supreme commander stood guard to the left of the disheartened commander. With a cold smirk, Lieutenant No. 2 approached the disheartened commander, saluting while exclaiming, Commander, I am profoundly grateful for your mentorship. I am also eager to take full responsibility for the safety of our entire realm. The commander, taken aback by the audacity of Lieutenant No. 2, exclaimed with delight, Excellent. It seems that you, newly appointed as Lieutenant No. 2, possess the same spirit as our Supreme Commander. Truly, I have not misjudged you. Suddenly, upon hearing that the little captain previously dispatched to Earth was intended to unite with the Earthlings against the Dark Planet, the disheartened commander was astounded. He had never anticipated that the Earthlings would not only disregard his envoy, but would also assault the very captain he had sent. This was not merely a slight against his captain. It was a profound affront to the commander of the disheartened planet. Enraged, he exclaimed, Umph! These Earthlings! They have shown us, the inhabitants of the disheartened planet, a shocking lack of respect. Upon witnessing the commander's growing ire, the second captain sneered and added, Indeed, Commander. This is not just a matter of disrespect towards us. It is tantamount to a declaration of war against the disheartened planet. At that moment, chaos erupted among the ranks of the disheartened planet's warriors, as they fervently engaged in heated discussions. However, amidst the turmoil, the highest-ranking officer stationed beside the commander interjected, Commander, I believe this matter is of utmost importance. It would be wise for us to send another individual to Earth to ascertain the truth behind this incident. We must not act impulsively. Listening to the highest officer's counsel, the commander's initial fury began to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you. Furthermore, second captain, it is unnecessary for you to mention this incident further. We shall devise a plan once the highest officer has investigated the matter on Earth." Upon hearing the commander's words, the second captain refrained from further comment. Subsequently, the disheartened commander immediately dispatched the highest-ranking officer to Earth to ascertain the truth. At that moment, a young lieutenant, after whistling, was suddenly visited by a black crow soaring down from the sky. As the crow gradually settled upon his arm, it revealed an insidious smile from its beak. The black crow nodded silently, and the lieutenant began to extract the spaceship control device from his pocket, exclaiming, "Dark planet, launch the spaceship." Suddenly, a tremendous force drew the black crow, and together with the spaceship, they hastened towards the dark planet. Chapter 38. Assistance for the highest commander as the Black Crow. Piloting the spaceship, arrived at the dark planet from the disheartened planet. It swiftly flew into the central base of the dark planet. At that moment, Lord Seaton was convening a meeting with the soldiers within the base. Just then, the distant cawing of a crow echoed, causing the soldiers to momentarily freeze. However, upon hearing it, Seaton merely scoffed dismissively, saying, "Ha! There is no need for speculation. This must be news from that young lieutenant I sent Russell to the disheartened planet." With a sense of triumph, Seaton pointed towards the source of the crow's call and shouted, "Ha! It must be you. Come here. Before long." The black crow landed directly on Seaton's hand. Subsequently, Seaton noticed a letter written by the young lieutenant of the dark planet clutched in the crow's talons. Without hesitation, he opened the envelope, revealing a missive that read, "Esteemed Lord Seaton, the small one has successfully infiltrated the Heartbreak planet under Russell's command and has ascended to the position of the second in command. I have now ousted the former leader from their place and am now the sole recognized leader of the Heartbreak planet. Currently, due to the disrespect shown by Earthlings towards the inhabitants of Heartbreak planet, the commander of Heartbreak has dispatched his highest-ranking officer to Earth to ascertain the truth. I fear that this may expose the previous plot to frame the Earthlings. Therefore, I hope that the esteemed one can swiftly take necessary measures to prevent the Heartbreak inhabitants from uncovering the truth." Upon reading this letter, Lord Satan first let out an evil laugh, then coldly exclaimed, "Humph, the Heartbreak inhabitants! How dare you attempt to unravel the intricacies of my meticulously devised plan? Huh! You shall not restore relations with the Earthlings." Someone. Upon hearing this, Lord Satan forcefully waved his hand and commanded loudly, "You will immediately lead a contingent of troops. Board the spaceship and head to Earth at once. You must do everything in your power to prevent the Earthlings from meeting the Heartbreak inhabitants. Do you understand?" The small one replied, "Understood. Rest assured, Lord Satan, I shall spare no effort to thwart any meeting between the Earthlings and the Heartbreak inhabitants." The commander of the Dark Planet Army responded promptly. Subsequently, after Lord Satan waved him off, he immediately led 10 soldiers to accompany him to Earth. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking officer was still en route to Earth. At this moment, although the highest commander was still preoccupied with thoughts of the Earthlings' deliberate harm towards the inhabitants of Greyheart Planet, he secretly hoped that it was merely a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered, suggesting that the matter might be more complex than it appeared. He promptly retrieved the communicator given to him by the Greyheart commander before his departure and addressed him. "Commander, I just suddenly recalled that this situation may not be so straightforward. We ought to be prepared. I am currently the only one heading to Earth to investigate the Earthlings' actions against us. Therefore, I suggest that you dispatch some soldiers to accompany and support me." Upon hearing that the commander intended to send 100 soldiers to safeguard his journey to Earth, a wave of indescribable emotion washed over the highest commander, prompting him to express his gratitude. 100 soldiers to escort me to Earth. Commander, your kindness knows no bounds. I truly do not know how I can repay you." As he spoke, the highest commander found it difficult to accept such generosity, and tears welled up in his eyes. Upon hearing these words from the highest commander, the Greyheart commander nodded reassuringly, then ended the communication. He immediately called out to the assembled soldiers. Our highest commander is embarking alone on a mission to investigate the Earthlings' harm against us, and this matter is of utmost importance. I fear he may encounter unforeseen challenges on his own. In my opinion, we should dispatch 100 soldiers to support our highest commander. What do you all think? Upon hearing the words of the despondent commander, the soldiers unitedly cried out, "The commander speaks the truth. We shall never permit our highest commander to venture alone to Earth and face such peril." The despondent commander, witnessing his soldiers' willingness to share life and death with their supreme leader, felt a surge of relief and declared, "Excellent. Therefore, I command you to dispatch 100 soldiers immediately to assist our highest commander. Remember, we must ensure his safety at all costs." However, as the young officer from Despondent Planet 2 observed the 100 soldiers embarking to aid the Supreme Commander, a profound unease enveloped him. He pondered silently, murmuring to himself, "These inhabitants of Despondent Planet. When I served as a young officer on Dark Planet, I had not yet encountered anyone to guard me. Why? Why do they choose to act this way? What could be the reason? Perhaps this is simply the whims of fate." Chapter 39, Friends or Enemies. Witnessing the scene where 100 soldiers volunteered to assist their Supreme Commander for the sake of his safety was indeed heartwarming. For the young officer from Despondent Planet, he recognized that he was not one of them, but rather a young officer from Dark Planet. Yet, the actions of the Despondent Planet's inhabitants stirred something within him. As the despondent second lieutenant stood alone, gazing at the distant figures of the 100 soldiers from the long-gone Despondent Planet, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Second Lieutenant, are you the only one here? I am your commander." Upon hearing the commander's voice, the second lieutenant, who had been lost in his thoughts, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly turned around to see the commander of the Despondent Planet approaching him step by step. The sight of the commander advancing towards him sent the second lieutenant into a deeper state of panic, his mind swirling in confusion. Thoughts raced through his head. What should I do? What should I do? The commander of the Despondent Planet is here looking for me. Could it be that my true identity as a lieutenant from the Dark Planet has been discovered by the commander? Oh heavens, I hope that is not the case. I pray I remain undetected, otherwise my fate is sealed. As these thoughts consumed him, the fear within the second lieutenant intensified, causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, the commander remained oblivious to his inner turmoil and gently extended his right hand, tenderly stroking the second lieutenant's head. While petting him, the commander spoke, Second Lieutenant. So you were here all along. I have been searching high and low for you, and at long last, I have found you." Upon hearing that Commander Greyheart was searching for him, the junior officer felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. He raised his gaze to meet the commander's and stammered, "Commander, what were you just saying? You were looking for me." Noticing the junior officer's palpable tension, Commander Greyheart assumed it was the young officer's first experience of being alone with him, which might have been somewhat unsettling. Therefore, he gently reassured, "There is no need for you to be so anxious. Here, we are indeed good companions. Since we are allies, we should care for one another and show mutual consideration. Ought we not, my dear junior officer?" As he spoke, Commander Greyheart instinctively reached out to caress the junior officer's forehead with his right hand and gave a reassuring pat on his shoulder. In that moment, the junior officer silently shed tears. In response to the young officer's gratitude, Commander Greyheart felt indifferent. In his heart, he believed that anyone from Greyheart Planet deserved to be treated as family. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words on how to express this sentiment to the junior officer. After a period of deep contemplation, Commander Greyheart recalled his poignant experiences with the Supreme Commander and said to the junior officer, "My dear junior officer, I have a story to share. Since it is just the two of us now, would you care to listen?" Upon hearing this, the second lieutenant felt a surge of confusion and inquired, "Commander, you claim to possess a captivating story. Whose tale is it?" The dejected commander, exhaling deeply with evident emotion, continued, "It is a story concerning myself and the Supreme Commander. Though it transpired a long time ago, For me, it is an exceedingly ordinary affair. Yet, it is precisely due to the experience I shared with him that we have become who we are today. If you are inclined to listen, I can recount every detail of this matter right now. What did you just say? The second lieutenant was taken aback to discover that the commander harbored such an unspeakable secret regarding the supreme commander. The revelation left his mind in disarray. He then pondered to himself, but I am not from the Gray Heart planet. Why should I listen to that wretched commander recount his past with the supreme commander? For heaven's sake, I am but a lieutenant from the Dark Planet. Frankly, we can hardly be considered friends. We are, in fact, adversaries. Consequently, as the Gray Heart commander stood silently in place, the second lieutenant hastily departed. Observing the second lieutenant's retreat, the commander felt a twinge of disappointment, yet remained hopeful that he might come to understand the true essence of camaraderie. Thus, he called out to the second lieutenant, "Oh, second lieutenant, I realize that your recent elevation to the position of second lieutenant on Gray Heart planet must be rather overwhelming. However, regardless of your personal views on this role, or how about considering those soldiers who have silently stood by your side, I merely hope that you can come to realize this yourself. True companions have always been by your side. It is only your unwillingness to accept this reality that obscures your vision. Thus, I, the commander, urge you, when you find solitude, to reflect upon the indispensable companions that surround you." Please stop. Lieutenant number 2 desperately raced toward his quarters, impatiently pressing his hands against his ears. At that moment, he could no longer endure the commander's words. His mind was in utter turmoil. Good companions. No, I am but a lieutenant from the Dark Planet. Should we not be adversaries? We are not companions. We are foes. We are enemies. Chapter 40. Endless rivals. As the supreme commander of the gloomy planet approached Earth aboard his spacecraft, he suddenly noticed 100 vessels emerging from behind his own. Initially taken aback, he quickly recognized them as the 100 soldiers dispatched by the commander of Gloomy Planet to assist him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he instinctively waved at them, shouting, "I am here. Hurry over. I know you were sent by the commander to aid me in my journey to Earth. Thank you all." However, just as the supreme commander of the despondent planet arrived on Earth, the army commander, dispatched from the Dark Planet with 10 soldiers, had also reached the earthly realm. Yet, as it was their inaugural visit to Earth, the Dark Planet inhabitants remained unfamiliar with its environment. The army commander of the Dark Planet, after surveying the surroundings with his 10 soldiers, turned to them and commanded, "As this is our first venture onto Earth, we must not linger in this unfamiliar territory for too long. Your primary objective is to locate any traces of the inhabitants of the despondent planet. Should any of you uncover such signs, promptly report to me. Is that clear?" With a wave of his hand, the Dark Planet Army Commander added, "Very well. Let us commence our mission. You must stay close to me. No one is to stray. Do you understand? If you lose your way, I shall have no responsibility for your fate. Do as you wish." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Supreme Commander of the despondent planet led his soldiers to the very location where they had previously met with the village chief of Earth. However, as they wandered about, no human presence could be found. This situation greatly distressed the Supreme Commander, who exclaimed in exasperation, "Alas! I recall that during our first visit to Earth, that place was bustling with an event hosted by the village chief. Why is it now utterly deserted? Could it be that the Earthlings have encountered some misfortune?" At that moment, a soldier from the Gloomy Planet, witnessing the anxiety of his Supreme Commander, offered reassurance. "Fear not, Commander. The Earthlings have yet to suffer any harm from the Dark Planet inhabitants. They are merely victims of slander. Are we not on our way to thoroughly investigate the matter with them?" Although the Supreme Commander felt a sense of urgency due to the inability to locate the Earthlings, the soldier's words brought him some solace. He then turned to his troops and declared, "Let us first scour this vicinity for any traces of the Earthlings, particularly clues connected to their village chief. However, as this may be your first venture to Earth, the surroundings might be unfamiliar to you. Therefore, from this moment on, you must all stay closely behind me. Understood?" Thus, the Supreme Commander of the Gloomy Planet, accompanied by his soldiers, began to traverse the area in search of leads. Suddenly, a mysterious voice erupted from behind the soldiers of the gloomy planet, exclaiming, "Commander, look! We have spotted numerous inhabitants of the gloomy planet ahead." Upon hearing this, the commander of the dark planet swiftly turned and, upon sighting them, called out to the soldiers of the gloomy planet, "Are those not the beings from the gloomy planet ahead? We, the denizens of the dark planet, extend our invitation." How unfortunate! Ha! Upon hearing that the supreme commander of the disheartened planet had led over 100 disheartened soldiers to Earth, the inhabitants of the dark planet were utterly astounded. For a moment, the soldiers from the dark planet stood frozen, gazing blankly at the beings from the disheartened planet. At that juncture, the army commander of the dark planet scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "Humph! I couldn't care less about your numbers. Let me tell you, although our forces here on Earth amount to less than 1/10 of yours, I will not allow you disheartened beings any opportunity to meet with the Earthlings." The army commander's words incited the wrath of the supreme commander of the disheartened planet, who shouted back in fury, You are utterly despicable. Ha ha. Despicable. Heh heh. Despicable is also a form of attitude. Soldiers of the dark planet, do not hesitate to teach these arrogant fools a lesson. The army commander of the dark planet bellowed. Immediately, 10 soldiers from the dark planet charged towards their counterparts from the disheartened planet. Upon hearing the dark planet's army commander demand a one-on-one confrontation, the supreme commander of the disheartened planet was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. He then conceded, "Very well, I shall engage you in single combat. However, I care not for victory or defeat. I merely seek to uncover the truth behind the harm inflicted upon my fellow beings from the disheartened planet. What is it truly?" The commander of the dark planet army, upon witnessing the disheartened supreme commander of the gloomy planet, could not help but display a wicked grin. However, as the circumstances unfolded unfavorably for him, a flicker of fear began to creep in. Chapter 41. The Devious Scheme of Lieutenant No. The supreme commander of gloomy planet was taken aback when the dark planet army commander audaciously proclaimed his intention to engage him in a duel. Resolute in his response, the supreme commander prepared to advance into battle. Yet, at that moment, a soldier positioned behind him intervened, exclaiming, "Commander, you must prioritize your safety. Beware of that rogue's trickery." With newfound determination, the supreme commander broke free from the soldier's grasp and shouted at the dark planet army commander, "Come forth." Upon witnessing this, the dark planet army commander quietly withdrew a smoke grenade from his pocket, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Huh, you genuinely intend to face me one-on-one? Humph, prepare yourself." In an instant, the dark planet army commander hurled the smoke grenade to the ground, enveloping the area in a thick, choking haze. Cough, cough. How infuriating. The supreme commander of gloomy planet found himself caught in the noxious cloud, and as he regained his composure and lifted his gaze, he realized he could no longer discern the whereabouts of his adversary. Amidst the chaos, a soldier approached the supreme commander, concern etched on his face. "Commander, the dark planet individual has inexplicably vanished, and we cannot locate the whereabouts of those Earthlings. What shall I do?" Thus, I immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Let us temporarily retreat to the planet of despondency, to avoid another assault from the denizens of the dark planet." Lost in thought, the cunning lieutenant of despondency, number 2, cautiously extracted a piece of paper from his pocket. With a mischievous grin, he took up a pen and wrote, "Commander, I have a matter of utmost urgency to discuss. I have just received special intelligence from the dark planet indicating their intent to invade our realm of despondency. I implore you to fortify our military defenses at once. Should any forces breach the airspace of our beloved planet, we must retaliate decisively. Yours sincerely, Lieutenant Number 2 of Despondency, saluting." Upon completing his missive, the lieutenant chuckled to himself, reveling in the brilliance of his scheme. However, he was abruptly reminded of the commander's earlier words about becoming good partners, which ignited a surge of frustration within him. He silently fumed. Wait a moment. This commander, if I hand him this letter, with his level of understanding, he might misinterpret the depth of our camaraderie. Moreover, we are, without a doubt, archenemies. In this realm of despondency, you, Commander, are in charge. No. I shall not deliver this letter to you. It seems I must seek alternative solutions, or perhaps find other suitable candidates to serve my interests. However, just as Lieutenant Number 2 was troubled over to whom he should deliver the letter he had penned, a despondent soldier approached him silently. Observing the lieutenant's furrowed brow, the soldier's concern was piqued. He inquired, "Lieutenant Number 2, what troubles you? Have you encountered some misfortune? Fear not. If you do not mind, I could assist you in resolving it." Upon hearing that a soldier had taken the initiative to approach him, Lieutenant Number 2 felt a swell of pride, thinking to himself, "How delightful! I was just grappling with whom this letter should be entrusted. What a fortuitous turn of events! I never anticipated a soldier would come forth to lend me a hand." Eager to ascertain the soldier's identity, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Oh, that would be splendid. You can indeed help me alleviate my predicament. I am quite gratified." As laughter bubbled forth, he instinctively reached out to ruffle the soldier's hair and continued, "However, I must inquire, are you merely an ordinary soldier, or perhaps a commander? Are you from the army, a spaceship, or something else entirely?" Upon hearing the soldier assert his distinction, Lieutenant Number 2 glanced at the insignia on the soldier's chest and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! How delightful! I had not noticed. You are indeed the commander of the army from our despondent planet. That is splendid. I truly need not complicate matters further." Faced with the reassuring presence of the second lieutenant, the mood of the dejected commander of the Greyheart planet army brightened considerably. He gently rubbed his head with his right hand, feeling somewhat bashful as he inquired of the second lieutenant, "I wonder what instructions you have for me?" "Ha! You seem to be in a predicament. May I assist you?" Instantly, the second lieutenant, with a sly grin, handed over a letter he had just pinned to the army commander, and then remarked coolly, "Initially, I intended to deliver this personally to the commander myself. However, due to pressing matters and constraints, I find it rather inconvenient. If you could kindly deliver this letter to the commander on my behalf, it would indeed be a tremendous favor." Chapter 42. Resolute Allies under the urging of the second lieutenant. The commander of the Greyheart planet army chose not to report to the commander. Instead, he directly led a contingent of troops to resist the impending so-called invaders approaching Greyheart planet. In his fervent desire to eradicate these intruders, the second lieutenant hurried towards the army commander. The army commander, who had been effectively leading his troops, felt a sense of perplexity upon hearing the words of the second lieutenant. He pondered inwardly, "How strange. I was initially commissioned by this second lieutenant, aware that there might be forces from the dark planet on the horizon, and as he himself was occupied, I took it upon myself to mobilize the troops for strict vigilance. Yet, I have not even laid eyes on the enemy. I am about to be summoned directly by my second lieutenant, which is quite unfortunate for me." Sigh. Suddenly, the bewildered commander of the Greyheart planet army looked at the second lieutenant with confusion and asked, "Isn't it strange, Lieutenant? Did you not just mention that you had urgent matters and could not personally intervene? Why, all of a sudden?" Upon hearing the commander mention their supreme commander, the second lieutenant immediately became irate. "Enough. Enough. What supreme commander are you referring to? Are you implying that I am inferior to your supreme commander? You, depart from here at once. I have already stated that this matter is under my jurisdiction. Do you understand? This is my command." Well, the second lieutenant, the army commander stammered. The second lieutenant quickly realized that he had frightened the commander, and after taking a moment to compose himself, he ordered, "Very well. You need not say anything further. You should step back now." As the second lieutenant gradually watched the army commander retreat, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Foolish inhabitants of the Greyheart planet. If it weren't for the few encounters I have had with your supreme commander, I would not even bother with you. Just wait and see, supreme commander of the Greyheart planet. Meanwhile, as the supreme commander of the Greyheart planet and his accompanying troops had just entered the skies above the planet, they were suddenly intercepted by a mysterious army. Upon perceiving the precarious situation before him, the supreme commander of the gloomy planet bellowed, "Who dares to obstruct my forces? Do you comprehend the gravity of your insubordination? However, scarcely had his words faded when a smirking lieutenant emerged from the ranks of the opposing troops, mockingly retorting, "Ha ha ha. What a supreme commander you claim to be. It appears you are merely an impostor." The supreme commander, taken aback by the lieutenant's audacious accusation, erupted in fury, exclaiming, I never anticipated that a mere lieutenant would dare to challenge my authority. Dismissing my rightful title is one thing, but I assure you, I am indeed the legitimate supreme commander, and there exists no pretender." The lieutenant, unfazed by the commander's indignation, burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Let us say no more. To me, you are nothing more than a puppet in someone else's game. Guards, come forth." "Here," responded a soldier. "What are your orders, Lieutenant?" "Seize this pretender who dares to impersonate our supreme commander. Lock him in a cage," commanded the lieutenant, pointing furiously at the supreme commander. Yet, the soldier stood resolute, glancing at the supreme commander before declaring, "I am afraid, Lieutenant. I cannot lay a hand on our supreme commander. He is our most inseparable ally." Upon hearing the soldier's words, the second-in-command was instantly enraged, exclaiming furiously, "You scoundrel! How dare you disobey my commands?" The highest commander, witnessing the furious second-in-command, mockingly retorted, "Ha ha. I suggest you spare yourself the trouble. You have no understanding of what a partner truly is." Infuriated, the second-in-command declared, Just you wait." With that, he stormed off in anger. Once inside his room, he struck the wall forcefully and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Cursed inhabitants of the Gray Heart planet. What nonsense about partnership. That highest commander shall remember this, as long as I, the second-in-command of the Dark Planet, have once served as a commander on your Gray Heart planet. I will always have the opportunity to eliminate you for the conquest of the universe on behalf of our Dark Planet. Remember this." Chapter 43. An extraordinary gift. Upon learning that the Gray Heart commander intended to personally present him with an extraordinary gift, the highest commander felt a surge of excitement and inquired, "A gift? An extraordinary gift? Since it is bestowed upon me by the commander, may I request that this gift also be shared with all the soldiers of the Gray Heart planet?" The Gray Heart commander responded with a chuckle, "Of course. However, this gift can only be appreciated within our commander's residence. Therefore, I recommend assigning a dedicated general to view it. What do you think, highest commander?" "Certainly, commander. I shall prepare forthwith. And you, commander, might also ready your gift if you please." "Very well." Witnessing the eager anticipation of my subordinates for this mysterious present, Commander Greyheart promptly made his way to the grand hall of the commander's residence. Upon arrival, he bellowed, "Come forth." Commander Greyheart cast a glance at his dispirited soldiers before inquiring, "I intend to compose an anthem for our Greyheart planet. Once I have finished this composition, you shall hasten to summon skilled and graceful maidens to perform a splendid dance for all of Greyheart planet, to uplift the spirits of our people. Do you understand? Now, go." After watching his soldiers depart, Commander Greyheart immediately called out again, "Hurry. I am in urgent need of writing implements. Bring me ink and brush at once. I must create a new national anthem for Greyheart planet. Quickly, quickly." With that, the commander seized the writing materials from a soldier, unfurling the paper with enthusiasm. After shaking the brush to awaken its bristles and dipping it into the ink, he began his creative endeavor. The content of his composition remains a closely guarded secret for now. Time slipped by, and at long last, Commander Greyheart completed his long-awaited anthem. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the Supreme Commander, accompanied by the assembled officers, entered the Grand Hall. The three principal commanders of the despondent planet are now present. The Army Commander, who specializes in leading the ground forces, the Fleet Commander, who oversees the naval forces, and lastly, the Commander of the tank troops. Although the tank division possesses certain operational advantages on the battlefield of the despondent planet, its effectiveness has significantly diminished due to a prolonged lack of combat experience against adversaries. Meanwhile, the once mighty fleet, which was the strongest in the cosmos, has also begun to decline following the brutal struggle for supremacy against the Dark Planet. This battle has consequently led to a gradual deterioration of the overall national strength of the despondent planet. Commander, I have brought all the valiant soldiers of the despondent planet here. May I inquire what gift you have in store for us? As the highest commander and his accompanying officers rendered a salute in curiosity, the commander of despair, seeing that all had arrived, hastily called out to the soldiers stationed outside the grand hall, "Are you prepared? Have you summoned the talented and graceful women?" At that moment, 10 stunningly beautiful women entered the hall, and upon seeing the commander, they greeted him with polite smiles, saying, "We humbly greet the commander. We wish you a long life. May you continue to bring glory and peace to our planet." Excellent. Come, the music you shall dance to is right here. After speaking, the disheartened commander promptly presented the composition he had just penned to the leading lady. She was a striking figure, adorned in a qipao, with a long white sash draped over her shoulders. With her eyes wide open, she held the piece in her left hand while raising her right arm high. The other women, inspired by their leader, mirrored her pose and addressed everyone in the grand hall. "Now, I must extend my greetings. The most beautiful moment of my life is meeting you. In the vast cosmos, I gaze gently upon you, both unfamiliar and familiar. A millennium later, there you are again, surrounded by what kind of scenery? Our tale may not be deemed beautiful, yet how could one forget? If I had bravely protected you in the beginning, how could it be so hard to forget? If the final outcome is not to my liking, how could it be so difficult to forget?" As the song unfolds, the graceful dance gradually joins in, the white sash swirling continuously throughout the hall, spinning. The closing piece, Myth of the Stars and Moon, is dedicated to all readers. The most beautiful moment of my life is meeting you. Gazing softly at you in the vastness of the cosmos, both strange and familiar, though we breathe the same air beneath the same sky, I remain unable to embrace you. If our identities and names were to shift through the corridors of time, I would still hope to recognize the depths of your eyes. Where will you be a millennium from now, and what landscapes will surround you? Our tale may not be one of beauty, yet it is profoundly unforgettable. Chapter 214. The Bureau of Cosmic Affairs during a scientific expedition on Mars. Our nation's scientists unearthed evidence of extraterrestrial life deep within the icy layers of the Martian South Pole. Though these life forms are merely microorganisms, this discovery stands as one of the most significant revelations of this century, suggesting that life is pervasively present across unexpected celestial bodies beyond Earth. Boldly, scientists predict the undeniable existence of extraterrestrial beings, asserting that Earth is far from being the sole cradle of life in the universe. News of the extraterrestrial discovery on Mars swiftly reached our planet, with official media in Huaxiao providing extensive coverage of the event. Louis submitted a detailed analysis and research report to the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. The microbial community on Mars has thrived for billions of years. Nestled beneath the thick ice cap of the Martian South Pole, where conditions have remained remarkably stable over eons, allowing for an abundant proliferation of microbial species. Sustaining themselves through the heat and minerals from volcanic activity, they have cultivated a thriving microcosm beneath the Martian ice. However, despite their resilience in such an environment, the evolution of more complex life forms remains an impossibility. Humanity's exploration of the cosmos and the quest to unravel the origins of life has made a significant leap forward. Recently, Chinese scientists aboard the ocean-going spacecraft discovered liquid water beneath the ice layers at Mars' southern pole, revealing vast microbial communities within. These microorganisms signify the existence of extraterrestrial life, suggesting that Earth and humanity are far from isolated in the universe. This discovery stands as one of the most monumental achievements of the century. International media outlets have showered praise on this finding. However, it is unmistakable that a hint of envy permeates their words. Historically, major scientific advancements and groundbreaking technological discoveries on Earth have predominantly originated from the West, as evidenced by the multitude of institutions named after Western figures, such as Hertz, Joule, and others. Fundamental discoveries in the realms of physics, biology, and chemistry, including the theory of evolution, Newton's laws, relativity, and the periodic table, have largely been attributed to Western scholars, given their role as the progenitors of modern science. Yet, in contemporary times, as the discovery of extraterrestrial life and advancements in space and biological technologies unfold, it has become evident that the West is gradually lagging behind. This latest revelation of extraterrestrial life has further underscored a shifting focus in scientific innovation towards China, positioning it as the vanguard of technological progress in this new era. In the realm of technology, once a source of immense pride for us, we have an abundance of scientific terminologies named after ourselves. However, it is perplexing to observe that we have gradually fallen behind China in this regard. It is conceivable that in the future, we may encounter an increasing number of scientific terms bearing the names of Chinese individuals, which is undeniably a lamentable reality. Western media has engaged in profound contemplation over this matter, as China has emerged as a formidable force in the technological arena in recent years. From the groundbreaking advancements in biotechnology led by Li Fu to the realms of virtual technology and space exploration, China is steadily outpacing Europe and America. Although the Chinese have traditionally shied away from naming discoveries after themselves, had they chosen to emulate the West, they could have easily coined numerous terms, such as the Li domain or the Li law in the field of biotechnology discovered by Li Fu. Of course, the discovery of extraterrestrial life holds little impact on the daily lives of ordinary people on Earth, at most. It expands our awareness that life may exist in unexpected corners of our planet, and perhaps one day, extraterrestrial beings will grace our world with their presence. The existence of extraterrestrial life on Mars is particularly striking, especially considering that Mars was once perceived as a desolate, frigid, and lifeless realm. The revelation that such a harsh environment could harbor life prompts us to ponder the possibility of more hospitable planets in the universe, suggesting that extraterrestrial beings and civilizations may very well exist, indicating that humanity and earthly civilization are far from unique. How should Earth confront extraterrestrial beings and civilizations? What implications would these entities hold for humanity? Furthermore, how ought our civilization to engage with these alien civilizations? Such profound inquiries merit serious contemplation. In China, upon receiving news regarding this matter, the government swiftly established an agency dedicated to cosmic affairs, the Bureau of Cosmic Affairs, tasked with the exploration of extraterrestrial life and the formulation of pertinent policies regarding aliens and their civilizations. China, now a formidable power on Earth and a leader in the realm of space exploration, is poised to be the first to encounter extraterrestrial civilizations. Consequently, it is imperative that comprehensive preparations are undertaken across all sectors. However, there exists a disconcerting possibility. Perhaps Earth's technological advancement is insufficient, rendering humanity oblivious to the visitation of extraterrestrial civilizations. Such a hypothesis is chilling, as technological inadequacy often equates to vulnerability. Humanity must resolutely refuse to surrender its fate to others. In addition to the quest for extraterrestrial life and civilizations, the Bureau of Cosmic Affairs is also tasked with devising strategies for engaging with these civilizations. Should we encounter a formidable extraterrestrial civilization, how can we defend Earth and our solar system? Conversely, if we encounter a weaker alien civilization, might we consider emulating the Europeans and embark on a new era of interstellar colonization? These matters may seem distant to us, for we have merely discovered some microorganisms on Mars. However, Tang Yunshan understands that foresight is paramount. Preparation leads to success, while negligence results in failure. If one waits until the crisis is upon them to act, it will undoubtedly be too late. Moreover, the rapid advancement of technology is astonishing. Just a few years ago, we gazed up at the moon, dreaming of the Chang'e on its surface, yet now, mere years later, lunar tourism has become commonplace. We are still envisioning the vastness of the universe, pondering the existence of extraterrestrial beings and civilizations, and perhaps in a few years, we will truly venture beyond our solar system into the interstellar expanse, encountering countless alien cultures. This is indeed a possibility. Thus, Tang Yunshan, once the head of China's space endeavors and now a pivotal figure, possesses a far-reaching vision. He is laying the groundwork for the future. Unwilling to witness China facing alien civilizations in a state of disarray, nor to relive the humiliating history of over a century ago. The establishment of the Bureau of Cosmic Affairs may currently appear to hold little significance, yet it is an essential preparation for China's entry into the era of interstellar exploration. Furthermore, Tang Yunshan, against prevailing opinions, has resolved to expedite the implementation of the space battleship program. China must possess formidable military capabilities in space. Only then can we ensure our interests amidst the tumultuous tides of the universe, and should extraterrestrial civilizations attempt to invade our solar system and Earth, we will possess the strength to resist, rather than succumb without a fight. The scientific exploration of Mars can essentially be declared complete, yielding substantial findings. We now possess precise knowledge regarding the storage of water resources on the Martian surface, and we have come to understand that Mars is an exceedingly barren planet, with mineral resources even inferior to those of the Moon. However, scientists have also established that Mars is indeed suitable for transformation into a life-supporting planet, a new haven for humanity. Despite its scarcity of resources, Mars is abundant in water and carbon dioxide, with water being the essence of life. The presence of water opens the door to myriad possibilities. Perhaps the most significant discovery is the evidence of extraterrestrial life beneath the ice layers at Mars' South Pole, affirming that Earth and its inhabitants are by no means the sole entities in the vast cosmos. The universe is immensely expansive, teeming with countless stars and planets, and it is certain that extraterrestrial beings and civilizations exist. This notion has garnered consensus among scientists on Earth. It is time to depart. Our next destination is the dwarf planet Ceres in the asteroid belt. Chun-Bin gracefully approached Li Fu, having spent over a month on Mars, conducting comprehensive and detailed research. He amassed a wealth of first-hand data regarding Mars, which holds immense significance for future terraforming endeavors and for understanding the origins and evolution of our solar system. It is indeed time to leave. Let us set forth. Li Fu nodded gently and issued a command. At that moment, his mentor, Lu Yi, was still diligently researching the microbial life on Mars. Meanwhile, Lu Shuying had been exceedingly busy, summoned by the Bureau of Cosmic Affairs, participating daily in various meetings via virtual platforms to discuss strategies for addressing extraterrestrial beings and civilizations, as well as the construction of interstellar warships. After several orbits, the Voyager spacecraft departed from its trajectory, heading towards the outer reaches of the solar system to continue its scientific exploration. This time, its destination was Ceres, located within the asteroid belt. The orbit of Mars is in close proximity to the asteroid belt, allowing the Voyager to traverse the distance in just over a month. Of course, the asteroid belt is vast. The spacecraft merely entered its boundaries, gradually beginning to identify asteroids in the void. Undoubtedly, scientists would not overlook any asteroids encountered along the way. The Voyager spacecraft, being the largest and most advanced of its kind, faced no difficulty in capturing asteroids. Radioactive materials found within soil and rocks can reveal their age to scientists. The composition of these substances can elucidate their formation processes and timelines. The structure of elemental materials can provide insights into their life experiences. This particular asteroid, merely 3.2 billion years old, is believed to have originally been part of a substantial planetary body, shattered by a colossal impact. Astronomers surmise that in the early epochs of our solar system, there indeed existed a massive planet within the asteroid belt, which was subsequently fragmented for reasons yet unknown. The power of science is remarkably profound, allowing us to infer events that transpired billions of years ago based solely on certain elements. The asteroids within the belt play an indispensable role in studying the formation and evolution of the solar system, which explains the motivation behind this scientific exploration initiative targeting the asteroid belt. One objective is to assess and catalog the resources contained within the belt, while another is to investigate the meteorites and asteroids for insights into the history of the solar system's formation and development. Asteroids that have been extensively disassembled are being sent into furnaces by scientists. These metallic-rich bodies represent invaluable metallic resources. The journey, laden with satellites and probes, incurs significant resource expenditure, yet these metallic resources can serve as replenishment, allowing for the conservation of substantial quantities of metal. As the spacecraft journeys onward, it diligently captures and studies various types of asteroids and meteoroids, continuously assessing the distribution of resources within the asteroid belt while delving into the history of the solar system. These asteroids, in comparison to Earth and Mars, provide scientists with a more accessible means to explore the evolution and history of the solar system. Chapter 2:15. The spirit of scientific exploration in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The spacecraft, Voyager, steadily advances through the void. Yet, juxtaposed against the boundless universe, it appears almost stationary, despite its velocity exceeding 30 kilometers per second, rendering its pace seemingly languid amidst the infinite. The otherwise monotonous interstellar voyage has transformed into a bustling endeavor with the entry into the asteroid belt, allowing scientists to engage in the examination of nearby asteroids. Based on the data currently at our disposal, we can retrogressively deduce that over 3 billion years ago, there existed a celestial body within the asteroid belt with a mass comparable to that of a planet, certainly not significantly less than that of Mars. However, over time, as Jupiter's mass grew, it gradually became the second most massive entity in the solar system, surpassed only by Mars. The immense gravitational pull of Jupiter, coupled with that of Mars, led to a pivotal moment when these three celestial bodies aligned. Under the tremendous gravitational forces, an explosive rupture occurred, fragmenting this planet into countless pieces, giving rise to the asteroid belt we observe today, where innumerable fragments continue to drift through the void, forming an orbital-like band through the force of inertia. On board the deep space vessel, the astronomers Tang Guiyuan and Dong Zhifei are currently utilizing a supercomputer to simulate the developmental history of the solar system. The oldest entity within this solar system is undoubtedly the Sun, which boasts a remarkable history of approximately 5 billion years. As a G-type main sequence star, the Sun is projected to endure for around 10 billion years, indicating that it is merely in its middle age at this point. The Earth has existed for about 4.6 billion years, a timeline that is likewise extensive. However, throughout much of Earth's lengthy history, it was a desolate planet. With the emergence of the earliest complex life forms occurring roughly 635 million years ago, the existence of microbial life predates this by an even greater margin. The history of humanity on Earth is notably brief, with early humans appearing approximately 50 million years ago. According to scientific studies, there was a period during human evolution when multiple species coexisted simultaneously. The differences among these species were not merely those of racial distinctions such as Asian, Black, or White. While these three groups can interbreed, they represent only a singular aspect of human diversity. Throughout Earth's historical timeline, several distinct human species arose, which were unable to reproduce with one another, akin to the differences between tigers and lions. Ultimately, it was our ancestors, Homo sapiens, who attained dominance, while the other species gradually vanished. The manner of their disappearance is well understood. It is the principle of natural selection, where the fittest survive. Scientists exhibit a profound enthusiasm for exploring the history of Earth and the solar system. For it is only through understanding our past that we can truly appreciate the present and ensure a better existence in the future. Upon hearing the announcement, Dong Zhifei, responsible for monitoring celestial bodies, immediately sensed that the probe must have uncovered a significant astronomical entity. He hastily turned his gaze. It was Ceres. Upon comparing the newly discovered planet with all known celestial bodies, Dong Zhifei promptly recognized this asteroid as Ceres. Ceres is the smallest and the only dwarf planet situated in the asteroid belt of the solar system. Discovered by the Italian astronomer Piazzi, it was announced on January 1, 1801. In 2006, the International Astronomical Union redefined Ceres as a dwarf planet, as it was once considered the largest known asteroid in the solar system. To put it succinctly, Ceres has always been a subject of international debate regarding its classification, much like Pluto. which was initially regarded on par with the 8 major planets but was later demoted to the status of a dwarf planet as our understanding of the cosmos evolved. Initially believed to be the largest asteroid, Ceres underwent further scrutiny, leading astronomers to elevate its status to that of a dwarf planet, placing it in the same category as Pluto. The news of the discovery of Ceres ignited excitement within the otherwise somber confines of the spacecraft. Ceres stands as one of the primary objectives of this scientific expedition. As the largest asteroid discovered within the asteroid belt, it has even been designated a dwarf planet by the latest astronomical international conventions due to its nearly spherical shape and stable orbit around the Sun, albeit it has not cleared its orbital path of other asteroids. Most significantly, Ceres is not merely the largest celestial body in the asteroid belt. Preliminary observations suggest that it harbors a substantial quantity of water resources. Another critical aim is to elucidate the mysterious white spots observed on Ceres. What could they possibly be? Presently, we are 239 kilometers away from Ceres. At last, we have discovered Ceres. I was beginning to think it had hidden itself away in some obscure corner. Upon receiving the news, Li Fu hurried over. Ceres is one of the vital targets of this scientific inquiry, yet despite spending over 10 days traversing the asteroid belt, we had not caught a glimpse of it, truly a master of hide-and-seek. It is worth noting that Ceres was initially predicted by scientists using mathematical formulas, and only through meticulous observation in the asteroid belt was it eventually located. Speaking of the tails of planets in our solar system, Tang Buiyuan, an avid astronomer, is undoubtedly well-versed in them. Oh, is there such a story? Do share, Li Fu exclaimed, piqued with interest. Indeed, since the atmosphere is rather dull, sharing stories could serve as an excellent diversion. The others, too, found their curiosity ignited, for amidst the vastness of space, there is little to occupy one's time, and listening to tales can be a delightful remedy for boredom, especially during flights. In 1766, a German secondary school teacher named Johann Titius, while researching a series of numerical sequences, discovered a remarkable correlation between each term of this sequence and the proportional distances of the 6 known planets from the Sun, namely Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, with Earth's distance to the Sun defined as 1 astronomical unit. Titius' friend, the astronomer Johann Elert Bode, recognized the profound significance of this discovery and published Titius' findings in 1772, which subsequently garnered immense attention from the scientific community. This sequence became known as the Titius-Bode law, delineating the average distances of the planets in the solar system from the Sun. At that time, Uranus and Neptune had yet to be discovered, and Saturn was believed to be the farthest planet from the Sun. In 1781, the German-born British astronomer William Herschel observed Uranus at a distance of approximately 19.6 astronomical units, corresponding to the 8th term of the sequence. This revelation led to widespread acceptance of the law. According to this principle, the 5th term in the sequence, positioned at 2.8, indicated the existence of a planet within the asteroid belt, which had yet to be discovered. Consequently, numerous astronomers and enthusiasts embarked on an enthusiastic quest to locate this elusive new planet. On New Year's Eve in 1801, the Italian priest Giuseppe Piazzi was intently gazing at the night sky when, through his telescope, he spotted a diminutive star precisely at the 2.8 position dictated by the Titius-Bode law. Over the course of several days of observation, this celestial body displayed a continual change in position. However, when Piazzi sought to further observe this asteroid, he fell ill. By the time he regained his health and endeavored to locate the asteroid once more, it had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Piazzi did not abandon this opportunity. He believed it might be the celestial body that had eluded discovery for so long. Astronomers held varying opinions regarding Piazzi's finding. Some contended that Piazzi was indeed correct, while others speculated that it could merely be a comet. Numerous theories circulated within the astronomical community, fueling heated debates. Months passed, yet the discussions yielded no resolution. However, this controversy caught the attention of the German mathematician Gauss. He pondered whether, Since astronomers had failed to locate Ceres through observation, it might be possible to find it using mathematical methods. Many astronomers dismissed Gauss's proposition, questioning how he could possibly compute its location when they had been unable to do so. Friends advised him against squandering his time and intellect on such a seemingly futile endeavor. Yet, the young Gauss held firm in his beliefs. He maintained that astronomy could not be divorced from mathematics. Without a solid foundation in mathematics, one could never hope to excel as an astronomer. Historically, this had proven true. It was Kepler's mathematical prowess that led to the formulation of the three laws of planetary motion. And it was Newton's extensive mathematical knowledge that resulted in the discovery of the law of universal gravitation. On the night of December 31st, 1801, German astronomy enthusiast Olbers, at the time Gauss had predicted, directed his telescope towards the sky. Unsurprisingly, Ceres has once again miraculously re-emerged. Gauss's computational methods have proven successful. This planet, discovered through the tip of Gauss's pencil, has emerged as humanity's finest New Year gift after a year of concealment, demonstrating the immense role of mathematics in scientific exploration. As Tang Buyin gradually unfolds the tale of Ceres's discovery, the young scientists bow their heads in contemplation. In comparison to the dedication and perseverance of their predecessors, it seems that we are rather too restless. After much reflection, Li Fu articulated the sentiments of the group. The scientists at Fuyun Group have achieved remarkable accomplishments. Yet these triumphs are founded upon the myriad auxiliary tools provided by Li Fu, which enhance cognitive development and facilitate a deeper understanding of the challenges encountered in scientific inquiry. By offering advanced research instruments and cutting-edge theories and methods, they have circumvented countless missteps. However, this reliance has also led to a certain restlessness among the young scientists at Fuyun Group, contrasting starkly with the tenacity and resolve exhibited by their forebears. It is conceivable that had these individuals been placed in the historical context of their predecessors, they would not have been able to devote decades, or even a lifetime, to the meticulous study of a single subject. While the shortcut taken has indeed birthed the brilliance of Qingchuan technology, it has simultaneously eroded the qualities of persistence and dedication that are essential to the character of true scientists. This loss may prove detrimental to the future of technological advancement. At times, traversing a winding path, enduring hardships, and encountering challenges and setbacks may actually be beneficial. Upon hearing Li Fu's poignant reflections, the scientists at the Fuyun Group, situated far away on Earth, found themselves ensnared in profound contemplation. Habitually, they relied on Li Fu when confronted with challenges, rather than immersing themselves wholeheartedly in research. It appears that they must endure greater trials in the future, Li Fu mused. In the nascent stages of scientific inquiry, the absence of computers necessitated that all data collection and analysis be conducted manually. The pioneering scientists tirelessly wielded their pens on paper, methodically unraveling various scientific truths through relentless calculation. Consider the advanced mathematics we have studied. Merely glancing at it can induce dizziness, let alone engaging in the arduous task of continuous research and computation. Moreover, numerous breakthroughs were achieved through individual exploration, not only in the realm of scientific truths, but also within the storied history of mathematics, which is replete with significant discoveries painstakingly unearthed by its predecessors. Mathematics stands as a cornerstone of contemporary science, integral to virtually all scientific disciplines. Today, with the aid of computers, scientists no longer need to replicate the laborious manual calculations of their forebears. The formidable computational power of supercomputers enables them to derive results in remarkably short spans of time. However, this tendency may gradually lead scientists to lose the fervor that their predecessors had for the pursuit of scientific truth. In the realm of scientific exploration, many endeavors require relentless repetition and unwavering dedication to unveil the truths of science amidst the complexities of various phenomena. Li Fu gazed out at the inky expanse of the starry sky, his mind swirling with contemplation, possessing the seeds of a super-civilization. He was destined to guide Huaxiao and humanity swiftly beyond the confines of Earth and into the interstellar cosmos. Yet, he pondered whether hastening progress truly bore fruit, or if it would cause us to gradually forsake the long-held spirit of scientific exploration. Nevertheless, if he did not take the reins of technological advancement, considering the current pace of development on Earth, it might be an eternity before humanity could venture beyond its planetary home, and even longer before we could escape the solar system. The vastness of the universe is replete with innumerable powerful civilizations, and for Earthlings to have thrived for so many years is indeed fortuitous. Perhaps it is also a consequence of Earth's somewhat secluded position. Regardless, one must seize their own destiny firmly in hand. There are countless matters worthy of contemplation, particularly those that merit deep reflection from Li Fu. Chapter 216. Ceres. Since its discovery, the playful Ceres has captivated astronomers aboard the Voyager, who have remained fixated on it. Simultaneously, a colossal scientific exploration vessel is racing toward Ceres. Although the distance appears great, given the spacecraft's velocity, the journey will not take long. However, the scientists remain industrious, employing a plethora of scientific instruments to conduct various observations and measurements of Ceres. As the distance to Ceres diminishes, the vessel has begun capturing relatively clear photographs, which the scientists are currently analyzing. Within the expansive hall of the research center aboard the vessel, hundreds of scientists, including Li Fu, Chen Bin, Lu Shiying, Lu Yi, Tang Weiyuan, and Dong Zhifei, gather around a colossal virtual 3D hologram that rotates slowly before them, depicting a celestial body that is quite common in the universe. In comparison to Earth, Ceres is minuscule, with a surface gravitational acceleration of merely 0.27, in stark contrast to Earth's 9.8, an entirely different magnitude. The escape velocity of Ceres is a mere 50 meters per second, which implies that a bullet fired skyward from a rifle on its surface could potentially escape its gravitational pull and become a satellite of Ceres. Tang Weiyuan articulates the data regarding Ceres in layman's terms for the audience, as the assembly comprises a diverse array of scientists, not all of whom possess a deep understanding of astronomy. Thus, it is prudent to simplify the astronomical concepts to facilitate better comprehension. With a diameter of 950 kilometers, Ceres is undoubtedly a giant among asteroids. However, when placed within the context of planetary classification, it is regarded as a dwarf, earning the designation of a dwarf planet. The mass of Ceres is approximately 950 billion tons, while the mass of the Moon is about 734.9 billion tons. This indicates that Ceres possesses merely 1/773 of the Moon's mass. However, based on the data currently at our disposal, it is estimated that 40 of Ceres' mass is water, translating to an astonishing 380 billion tons of water. What does 380 billion tons of water signify? To put this into perspective, if we convert the weight of the water into volume, given that 1 cubic meter of water weighs 1 ton, Ceres contains approximately 380 billion cubic meters of water, equating to 0.38 million cubic kilometers, or 38 million cubic kilometers. In contrast, we know that Earth's total water resources amount to 3.08 million cubic kilometers, of which freshwater resources total 35 million cubic kilometers. Thus, the water resources on Ceres surpass even those of Earth's total freshwater supply. Upon hearing this revelation, the scientists present, as well as those distant on Earth, could not restrain their amazement. The water resources on Ceres exceed those of Earth's freshwater, which holds profound significance for humanity's future endeavors in space. With water, all else can be negotiated. Have we not long lamented the scarcity of water resources on Mars? If we could transport the water resources from Ceres to Mars, we would possess sufficient water to facilitate the transformation of the Martian environment. Other scientists nodded in agreement. As what once seemed an insurmountable challenge, the terraforming of Mars, now appeared increasingly feasible. It seems that the decision made by the Chinese authorities to transform Mars for potential colonization is not mere fantasy, but indeed holds a degree of viability. After everyone has grasped the fundamental information about Ceres, I shall present something that is likely to pique your interest. With a mysterious smile, Dong Zhifei commanded the virtual device on his wrist, revealing a rotating image of Ceres adorned with additional white highlights. Observe, if you will, in the northern hemisphere of Ceres. Within a crater, we have captured a distinct white spot. Through observations made with a large space telescope, we have discerned that it is, in fact, composed of numerous smaller luminous points. What do you all think? Instantly, everyone was drawn to this topic that had captivated minds for centuries. The notion of countless luminous dots forming a white highlight on a celestial body invigorated the audience. This gray asteroid, often seen in the dull hues of meteorites, suddenly sparked intrigue with its splash of color. I surmise that these radiant highlights are the result of highly reflective materials reflecting sunlight. It is plausible that these materials may be ice. As previously mentioned, Ceres comprises 40 water by mass. Moreover, Ceres is an airless celestial body, devoid of atmospheric presence and internal activity, thus the likelihood of ice being present is considerable. Shenbin contemplated and articulated his viewpoint, which garnered substantial support from the scientific community, underpinned by compelling scientific rationale. I firmly believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings. What about you? Even those who typically indulge in jest found themselves contemplating the notion. At the very least, I can assert with certainty that there are no extraterrestrials within our solar system. Our telescopes have achieved remarkable advancements, and if extraterrestrial beings did exist, some form of advanced technology would undoubtedly have been detected by now. Tang Buiyuan shook his head, expressing his exasperation towards such leaps in thought. While engaging in a serious discussion about the white spots, the conversation suddenly veered off to extraterrestrial matters. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that science sometimes necessitates such leaps in reasoning. I too believe it is ice. It is plausible that water generated from a comet impact solidified into ice at the bottom of the crater. The reflectivity of the ice is sufficient for it to appear as white spots from space. Moreover, one must consider that these white spots are situated within a meteorite crater, which strongly supports my earlier assertion regarding water produced by a comet impact subsequently freezing at low temperatures. I disagree that it is ice, as one can observe. The surface of Ceres is predominantly dark in hue. However, we can ascertain that there exists a substantial amount of water on Ceres, implying that beneath the somber surface may lie layers of ice. The dark surface must have been enshrouded by cosmic dust over the eons. If other areas have been covered, why would this particular spot remain untouched? Therefore, I contend that it is not ice, but rather some form of crystalline mineral, such as quartz, which also exhibits a high degree of reflectivity. Some scientists shake their heads in dissent to the notion of ice, positing instead that this is a crystalline mineral structure. I fervently hope it is diamond. What utility does ice serve? Why, on such a vast Ceres, with an abundance of meteorite craters, is there not just one but multiple reflective substances within that particular crater? In contrast to other craters, this one stands alone, suggesting that this is no mere coincidence. Perhaps it conceals something extraordinary, be it the diamonds that many hope for, extraterrestrial artifacts, or the more probable ice. The truth will soon be unveiled. Li Fu gazed at the virtual representation of Ceres, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The high reflectivity of this white region is so pronounced that even through large astronomical telescopes, it remains elusive and obscured from distant view. Li Fu is inclined to believe that it may be remnants of an alien civilization akin to solar panels. If it were ice or other reflective minerals, they would likely have been cloaked by cosmic dust over Ceres' extensive history. Only technological remnants, if regularly maintained, could endure the ravages of time. Natural elements, particularly on a bare celestial body like Ceres, would inevitably succumb to a thick layer of cosmic debris through the ages. As for the discovery of artifacts left by extraterrestrials, Li Fu draws from his knowledge of advanced civilizations, aware that such occurrences are not uncommon in the cosmos. Numerous instances exist where lesser civilizations, by sheer fortune, have stumbled upon the dilapidated spacecraft of advanced cultures, leading to rapid technological advancements and the emergence of new dominions. Such events are remarkably frequent. Like Li Fu himself, He has indeed fortuitously acquired the treasures of an extraterrestrial civilization. In just a few short years, humanity has gradually begun to venture beyond the confines of Earth, embarking on a journey into the vastness of the cosmos. There are, of course, instances where primitive humans encountered celestial visitors, yet they were unable to comprehend these beings, leading them to revere the aliens as divine entities. Legends suggest that the Maya and the ancient Egyptians were guided by extraterrestrial influences, constructing enigmatic pyramids that even modern science struggles to unravel, purportedly built to signal their home planet in times of distress. Regardless, numerous civilizations in the universe have experienced similar extraordinary encounters. Although the technological disparities between different levels of civilization can be vast, akin to primitives gazing at a spacecraft in bewilderment, once a civilization embarks on the path of technological advancement, it gradually learns to harness more sophisticated technologies. The interstellar spacecraft, Voyager, swiftly approaches Ceres, and everything upon this dwarf planet becomes increasingly discernible. Various unmanned probes and satellites have been dispatched like confetti. This is astonishing. At this moment, Dong Zhifei and Tang Weiyuan are meticulously analyzing the newly gathered data regarding Ceres. The ship is equipped with an exceptionally large astronomical telescope, boasting a resolution far superior to that of Hubble. Now, as they draw near to Ceres, every detail of the dwarf planet is becoming crystal clear. Dong Zhifei's mouth fell agape, his eyes widened in astonishment. For he had just made an alarming discovery regarding the mysterious white spot on Ceres. What could possibly elicit such a reaction? Tang Weiyuan, taken aback by Dong's sudden outburst, was perplexed. Weiyuan, look here. It's utterly terrifying. Dong promptly displayed the enigmatic white region of Ceres. As the image analysis apparatus filtered out the blinding white light, a brand new world unfolded before their eyes. My goodness, this. Tang Weiyuan examined the scene closely, his astonishment mirrored in his own wide-eyed expression. This must not be made public. I shall immediately report this to Brother Fu. Tang's mind raced as he spoke, and he floated off lightly towards another area of the spacecraft, intent on finding Li Fu to relay the critical information. I understand, Dong Zhifei replied earnestly, nodding. Having spent considerable time at the Fuyun Group's research institute, both men were acutely aware of the company's stringent confidentiality policies regarding technological matters. All classified information must remain strictly confidential. Thus, their first instinct was to contain the news and maintain secrecy. Within the confines of the Ocean Voyager gym, Li Fu was currently drenched in perspiration. Although he was a practitioner of elemental energy and did not require regular physical training to maintain the calcium within his bones, he found it prudent to exercise. With everyone else engaging in fitness activities, abstaining could easily arouse suspicion, particularly from the scientists affiliated with the Huaxia government. Thus, despite the fact that the scientists at Fuyun Group had also commenced their training in elemental energy, they dedicated 3 to 4 hours each day to physical exercise. Brother Fu, please come over. I have some important information to report to you. Tang Weiyuan floated gracefully to Li Fu's side and discreetly sent him a message in the virtual realm, all the while feigning a casual conversation. All right, let us go and see, Li Fu replied. Before long, he was apprised of the pertinent details. His brows arched in surprise, and after a brief nod, he concluded his workout and, together with Tang Weiyuan, floated towards the Astronomical Research Center aboard the spaceship. The Cosmic Astronomy Center aboard the Ocean Voyager was indispensable for navigation through the vastness of space. It required a cadre of exceptionally skilled astronomers. Otherwise, one could easily become disoriented and lost amidst the infinite cosmos without the ability to discern direction or locate star paths. To the naked eye, the celestial expanse appears uniform and indistinguishable. Navigating the vastness of interstellar space necessitates the use of star charts, which help ascertain one's position based on the locations of neutron stars, thereby preventing one from losing their way. Of course, within the confines of our solar system, navigation is not as intricate, yet the expertise of astronomers remains indispensable. Effectively harnessing the gravitational pull of massive planets to achieve greater velocities and minimize energy expenditure is crucial for traversing our solar neighborhood. The Voyager spacecraft serves as a scientific exploratory vessel, equipped with an array of advanced research instruments. The Astronomical Research Center boasts colossal telescopes, supercomputers, gravitational lensing apparatus, and devices for studying redshift and blue shift phenomena, each representing the pinnacle of scientific innovation. Upon arrival, Li Fu immediately approached Dong Zhifei with an air of urgency, his demeanor reflecting palpable anxiety. In Chapter 217, titled Alien Civilization Base, Li Fu scrutinizes the images and footage presented by Dong Zhifei, his brow furrowed in concentration. The enigmatic white dot on Ceres, once shrouded in mystery, has finally revealed its true nature. It is neither composed of ice nor any luminescent mineral crystal, but rather unmistakably the product of artificial construction. These artificial structures are square and meticulously arranged, resembling solar energy collectors. Yet they also evoke the semblance of a formidable energy weapon. Their positions and layouts are unequivocally unnatural, the result of human ingenuity alone. Could it be that an alien base exists within our solar system? Instantly, Li Fu's mind recognized this as an extraterrestrial installation. For so long, the collective consciousness has deemed aliens to be a distant notion, confined to the realms of science fiction. Yet here, on Ceres, an alien base has been uncovered, prompting Li Fu to break into a cold sweat. When was this extraterrestrial base constructed? What purpose does it serve? Why was it established? Is it a forward outpost for an alien invasion of Earth, or merely a station for observing our planet? What level of technology do these aliens possess? Is an invasion of Earth imminent? A myriad of questions flooded Li Fu's mind, akin to someone who believed their sanctuary was secure, only to discover that a stranger with a telescope was covertly observing their every move. The feelings of Li Fu, Tang Buiyuan, and Dong Zhifei at that moment are beyond mere words. A cold sweat cannot adequately describe their shock. The revelation of this alien civilization's base, if disclosed to Earth, would undoubtedly incite turmoil and plunge humanity into a state of profound panic. The message must be contained. The first thought that crossed Li Fu's mind was this: who, besides the three of us, is aware of this news? No one. Upon discovering it, we immediately reported the situation to you without disclosing it to anyone else. Tang Buiyuan shook his head, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and thus took measures to maintain confidentiality. Even sending messages within a virtual realm meticulously crafted by the Fuyun Group, secure and reliable. For now, we must refrain from leaking any information externally. I will investigate further before deciding whether to make this public. If word gets out, particularly to Earth, it could incite widespread panic. We should first clarify the situation and thoroughly examine the conditions of this alien base. Li Fu nodded in satisfaction, issuing a gag order to the two individuals. However, he recognized that as the Yuanyang spacecraft drew closer to Ceres, other scientists aboard would inevitably uncover this matter. Furthermore, given that this is an extraterrestrial civilization's base, the risk of an assault on the Yuanyang spacecraft as it approaches Ceres is uncertain and potentially perilous. Therefore, Li Fu must act swiftly. He cannot allow the lives of the hundreds of distinguished scientists, engineers, and astronauts aboard the spacecraft to be jeopardized in this asteroid belt. Master, do not be deceived by the seemingly small energy shield. It possesses the capacity to withstand the most formidable attacks from a pinnacle level 5 cosmic civilization, ensuring the safety of the spacecraft. Thank you, Xiaoying. In his mind, Li Fu and Xiaoying engaged in continuous communication as the energy shield, guaranteed to safeguard him, gradually dissipated like sand in the wind under Xiaoying's control, vanishing entirely. This was a sophisticated amalgamation of nanotechnology and energy science. With the energy shield dispersed throughout the spacecraft, beginning its function to provide an imperceptible layer of protection. Meanwhile, in the void of Li Fu's chamber, ripples of water began to undulate as an array of minuscule devices emerged. These were also nanometer-scale detectors, prepared to be deployed to Ceres to investigate the alien base. Within Li Fu's mind, the imagery continuously transformed, first displaying bright white points on Ceres, which then expanded at an unimaginable pace. Li Fu understood that this was not merely an enlargement of captured images. Rather, it was due to the proximity of the detection devices extracted from the seeds of civilization approaching the alien base on Ceres at an astonishing speed, creating an illusion of rapid magnification. Soon, the scene transitioned to the outer space surrounding Ceres, where the alien base came into sharp focus. Its layout resembled a circle, with colossal structures meticulously arranged, akin to a matrix, seemingly designed for some terrifying offensive capability or for the transmission of signals. Beep beep. The material composition consists of 80 iron, with the remaining 20 comprising common elements such as copper, silicon, and aluminum. The construction dates back approximately 50 years. A rudimentary intelligent program was discovered, successfully seizing control and commencing the deciphering of texts. Evidence of sentient life was found, yet unfortunately, all had perished, with the cause of death attributed to degeneration. An extraterrestrial spacecraft was also uncovered, its propulsion system reliant on plasma technology, though it has sustained damage, likely due to a meteorite impact. Preliminary mastery of energy weapon applications suggests a civilization classified as a Level 2, early stage. In Li Fu's mind, the detection equipment swiftly transmitted an array of information from within the alien base, revealing that the entire facility had been thoroughly surveyed and all pertinent details were now known. Chapter 218. Origins. It is essential to recognize that the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, is a staggering 4.3 light-years away. Given such an extensive distance, even light would require 4.3 years to traverse it. A Level 2 cosmic civilization, relying solely on plasma-powered spacecraft, would necessitate centuries to reach such distances, even at maximum acceleration. However, the construction dates of these edifices indicate a mere 50 years have passed, merely half a century ago. This discrepancy poses a perplexing conundrum. Li Fu's mind was suddenly inundated with questions, for he understood from the seeds of civilization of the super-civilization Han technological empire that interstellar travel to other star systems was typically within the realm of a Level 3 cosmic civilization. A select few Level 2 civilizations at their zenith might achieve this, yet only in densely populated stellar systems at the galactic core, where the distances between stars are a mere few hundred astronomical units. In contrast, the solar system, situated in the inner region of the Orion arm of the Milky Way, is a remote locale where the distances between star systems are often measured in light-years. Such vast expanses render the prospect of travel for even a nascent Level 2 cosmic civilization implausible. Indeed, even a Level 3 civilization would require decades, if not centuries, to reach other star systems. The mere notion that a fledgling Level 2 civilization could arrive in the solar system was fraught with perplexities. Master, there is no need for haste. The voice of Xiao Ying reassured Li Fu. I have seized control of the alien base, where their origins and journey are meticulously documented. The decryption of their language will be completed shortly. Although Xiao Ying herself found certain aspects bewildering, the fact that they were merely a Level 2 cosmic civilization offered a degree of solace. Before long, Xiao Ying successfully deciphered the writings of this extraterrestrial civilization, retrieving pertinent information from the rudimentary intelligence system of the alien base. Located 8.6 light-years away in the Canis Major constellation, the star known to Earth as Sirius shines with remarkable brilliance against the dark night sky, making it easily discernible. Within this constellation lies a planet akin to Earth, which over the eons has nurtured a flourishing ecosystem, evolving nearly parallel to Earth's own trajectory. After millions of years, this world birthed an advanced civilization known as the Lornans, hailing from the planet Lorn. The historical development of the Lornans closely mirrors that of humanity, albeit with notable distinctions. Due to the continents of Lorn being interconnected, its inhabitants comprehended the spherical nature of their planet long before their Earth counterparts, leading to an earlier technological awakening. From ancient times, ambitious rulers have sought to unify the entirety of Lorn. Throughout history, the planet experienced cycles of division and unification, with 3 significant unifications occurring, the last of which culminated in a unification war led by the Scots, who established the vast Lorne Empire approximately 200 years ago, around the 1800s. As measured by Earth's timeline, during the Scotian unification of Lorne, the power of technology shone brightly, prompting the Lorne Empire to place immense value on scientific advancement. In a mere 150 years, Lorne transcended its home planet, emerging as a Type II cosmic civilization, actively engaging within the Canis Major constellation. The extraterrestrial civilization base located on Ceres, within the solar system, was established by a noble of the Lorne Empire named Scation. Renowned as an interstellar mining magnate and adventurer, Scation possessed a profound spirit of exploration. Initially, the Lorne Empire was merely at a rudimentary level of Type II cosmic civilization, with their interstellar mining activities confined to the inner regions of the Canis Major constellation, without extending into the Kuiper Belt, a term denoting the vast outer region of a stellar system rather than a geographical location. However, Scation had an affinity for venturing into the Kuiper Belt for mining and exploration. Approximately 60 years ago, he led his interstellar exploration and mining team to the Kuiper Belt of the Canis Major constellation to extract resources from asteroids. For reasons unknown, his expedition inadvertently veered towards the solar system at an astonishing velocity, surpassing the speed of light, and arrived in mere years. During this journey, his fleet encountered a barrage of meteoroids, resulting in the destruction of the majority of the vessels by asteroids and meteors. Only a handful managed to reach the solar system, albeit severely damaged. Consequently, Scation had no choice but to anchor at Ceres, as the asteroids in the belt were readily accessible for mining. And Ceres itself harbored substantial water reserves, which were essential for both the Lorne and Earth inhabitants. Upon arriving in the solar system, the explorer Scation soon discerned that Earth was a vibrant planet teeming with life. He also recognized that humanity had achieved a commendable level of technological advancement. By the 1950s, Earth had already developed the atomic bomb. Scation's spacecraft, not designed for warfare and significantly damaged, left him with little confidence in overcoming Earth's defenses. Thus, he astutely opted to establish a base on Ceres, aiming to repair his vessel while simultaneously sending a distress signal to the Canis Major star system. Most crucially, he sought to unravel the mystery of how he had unexpectedly arrived in the solar system within a mere few years. Should he succeed in this endeavor, Scation would secure unparalleled honors for the Lorne Empire, having discovered a life-bearing planet. Given the technological prowess of the Lorne Empire, it would be entirely feasible to conquer Earth within a short span of years. This would facilitate the communication with other life-bearing planets in different star systems. Moreover, if the pivotal factors were elucidated, the Lorne Empire could embark on interstellar colonization, paving the way for Scation's kin to traverse the cosmos. In the records left by Scation, he expressed profound excitement at the prospect. Should his research yield fruitful results, he could very well be crowned as a king. This would not only confer immense prestige, but also bring tangible benefits. As time gradually elapses, the lifespan of the Lorne people is, in fact, comparable to that of Earthlings, with an average life expectancy exceeding 80 years. However, due to the prolonged interstellar journey and the chaotic environment of Ceres, a lifeless planet entirely reliant on technology for sustenance, a critical issue arises. The most significant concern, as perceived by Li Fu, is their prolonged detachment from life-sustaining planets, resulting in a lack of vital energy nourishment. Consequently, within a mere 5 years, Scation and his compatriots from the Lorne Empire succumb slowly to death. Some fall victim to disease, while others, devoid of any ailments, rapidly weaken and perish, aging overnight. Once a vibrant group of young adults, they swiftly fade away on the barren landscape of Ceres, leaving behind a massive base that continues to operate according to its preordained protocols. Upon realizing this, Li Fu exhales deeply, finally grasping the genesis of these events and comprehending why an extraterrestrial civilization's base could be discovered on Ceres. It is astonishing to learn how they traverse to the solar system. However, The temporal currents described within the seeds of civilization of the technologically advanced Han Empire starkly contrast with this narrative. The seeds depict that the temporal currents in the universe of the Han Empire lie concealed beneath the void. An entry into these currents does not permit travel at speeds vastly exceeding that of light, making it implausible to cover a distance of 6 light-years from the Canis Major constellation to the solar system in just a few years. According to the research conducted by Scott Young, it is posited that there exists a cosmic current akin to a river flowing through the fabric of space-time, facilitating communication between galaxies. Within this current, velocities can surpass that of light, allowing for remarkably swift travel. Scott Young's expedition inadvertently traversed this space-time current between the Canis Major galaxy and our solar system, enabling his team to cover a staggering distance of 6 light-years in merely a few years, without any prior preparation. Scott Young has verified this phenomenon by repeatedly launching unmanned spacecraft into the space-time current towards the Canis Major galaxy. These vessels soon lost contact, indicating that the distances between them expanded at a rate far exceeding that of electromagnetic wave propagation, thus transcending even the speed of light. The concept of the space-time current left Li Funren furrowing his brow. He was astonished to discover the vast disparities between his universe and that of the technologically advanced Han Empire. In his universe, the currents of time were not concealed beneath the void, but rather directly interconnected between star systems, traveling from one stellar system to another along these cosmic currents. As per Scott Young's records, would yield astonishing speeds, potentially reaching several times that of light. This is akin to the distinction between traversing land and navigating a vessel upon water. On solid ground, progress is invariably sluggish, hindered by formidable mountains, treacherous chasms, and other obstacles. In contrast, when one embarks upon a waterway, particularly when descending with the current, the pace becomes remarkably swift. The adage 1,000 miles to Jiangling in a day encapsulates this notion. Between stellar systems, there exist currents of space-time that facilitate rapid passage, akin to sailing downstream, far surpassing the speed of terrestrial travel, even on horseback. Skater Young, while exploring the Kuiper Belt in the Canis Major system, inadvertently stumbled upon a current of space-time connecting the Canis Major system and our solar system. Thus, oblivious to the circumstances, he navigated his way, albeit with some difficulties, into our solar system. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cosmos between universes indeed differs significantly, exhibiting vast discrepancies in the fabric of space-time. It is no wonder that I have been unable to locate the presence of the great Han technology empire. It appears I have ventured into an alternate universe. Given the advanced civilization of the great Han technology empire, how could it possibly vanish entirely? In the recesses of one's mind, a small figure reflects, finally grasping the crux of the matter. After an interminable search through the cosmos, the absence of a super-civilization akin to the grand technological empires remains perplexing. This is fundamentally due to the existence of two distinct universes. Although they share numerous similarities, they also exhibit profound differences. From the perspective of the temporal and spatial currents, this realization has become unequivocal. Chapter 219. A sense of urgency to rely solely on radio waves for communication across a staggering distance of 6 light-years is to engage with an antiquated technology, rendering any concerns somewhat moot. Such an extensive span is sufficient to cause the information-laden waves to dissipate significantly. One must not dismiss the possibility of worst-case scenarios. It is prudent to prepare for the most adverse outcomes. Should the Lorne Empire indeed descend upon the solar system, Earth, with its current level of technological advancement, would find itself at a distinct disadvantage. Presently, Earth can merely be classified as a nascent Type II cosmic civilization, having just emerged from its home planet, trailing the Lorne Empire by a full 50 years. However, there remains the chance that the Lorne Empire is unaware of Scat's arrival in the solar system and ignorant of the existence of the temporal and spatial currents. This would undoubtedly represent the most favorable scenario for Earth. However, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. After all, The Lorne Empire has ascended to a level 2 cosmic civilization for over 50 years. Logically, the Canis Majoris galaxy should have been thoroughly explored. They have already ventured into the Kuiper belt of that galaxy and should be investigating the inexplicable disappearance of the Skater expedition. Discovering the temporal currents should be a relatively straightforward task. With a heavy sigh, Li Fu exhaled. Although the civilization seeds contain numerous advanced technological weapons that could easily enable Earth to triumph over the Lorne Empire, Li Fu was reluctant to deploy them, opting instead to face the challenge head-on. He understood that only formidable adversaries, those of comparable strength, could genuinely temper a civilization. As the saying goes, a sharp sword is forged through rigorous honing, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. From the seeds of the super-civilization known as the Han Technological Empire, Li Fu had delved into the histories of countless powerful cosmic civilizations. Nearly every great civilization has endured myriad tribulations in its early stages, overcoming formidable foes and natural calamities, ultimately culminating in the emergence of remarkable nations and cultures that shine brilliantly in the cosmos. In the vastness of the universe, this may seem rather abstract and devoid of persuasion, yet it is abundantly clear when one examines the historical development of nations and ethnicities on Earth. The powerful nations that currently inhabit our planet are each composed of principal ethnicities that have endured great trials throughout history. The descendants of the Yin and Huang, for instance, have faced an incessant barrage of natural disasters and human calamities. Yet, amid countless adversities, they have shown remarkable resilience, repeatedly rising from the ashes after each downfall. Similarly, the Slavic people, who are predominantly represented by the mighty bear of the north, have also faced relentless invasions from neighboring tribes and nations throughout history. Like a gem that shines brighter with every facet, the Slavs emerged from humble beginnings as a small principality to eventually become one of the largest nations on Earth, and at one time, one of the two most powerful states in the world. The Jewish people, the Anglo-Saxons, and other remarkable ethnic groups on this planet have, without exception, weathered their own storms. It is through these myriad trials that they have been sculpted into exemplary nations, each of which has ascended to become a formidable power on the global stage. In stark contrast, the vast expanse of Africa, with its naturally favorable conditions, warm climate, abundant sunlight, could be deemed a land chosen by destiny. Whether one considers the Chinese heartland or the regions of Western and Eastern Europe, they pale in comparison to the richness of Africa. The flourishing biodiversity, temperate climate, and fertile lands have afforded the inhabitants of Africa a lifestyle of remarkable privilege throughout history. They are free from the burdens of daily sustenance, requiring no toil. When hunger strikes, an abundance of food awaits them in the forest lining the roadside, allowing for lavish feasts without the need for fire. A plethora of fruits and nuts can be gathered, providing them with a carefree existence. Yet, it is precisely this exceptional geographical condition and the exceedingly comfortable living environment that have stunted the progress of civilization across the African continent. Even today, there remain primitive tribes who adhere to a lifestyle of hunting and foraging. There exists no sense of impending peril, for within their very genes lies an absence of fear or concern for calamity, and a lack of contemplation regarding the future. This state of affairs is a direct consequence of their bountiful environment, which, over the ages, has fostered such habits. For any individual, if life poses no hardships, there exists little motivation to explore nature, to investigate the utilization of tools, or to seek ways to enhance productivity. Consequently, in modern times, Africa's development has been the slowest in the world, marking it as one of the most underdeveloped regions. In contrast, other parts of the globe have experienced rapid advancement. The swift rise of East Asia from a state of oppression and hardship is no mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. In East Asia, whether it be the nations of Japan, China, or Korea, each has endured historical tribulations, boasting a rich cultural heritage, making their ascent an unavoidable reality. Perhaps, this divergence in experience may even prove to be a blessing in disguise. Upon contemplating this, Li Fu's face broke into a smile. The Lorne Empire's technology is indeed somewhat more advanced than that of Earth, yet it is not excessively so. It serves as a sharpening stone for Earth, enlightening it on the harsh realities of the cosmos. Li Fu gracefully arrived at the command center of the Ocean Voyager spacecraft. At this moment, the vessel was in close proximity to Ceres, a mere 1,000 kilometers away, and given the ship's velocity, it would soon reach its destination. In the command center, scientists from the Fuyun Group and the official Chinese authorities were busily engaged in their research on nearby asteroids, while also harboring great anticipation for Ceres, particularly Li Fu's mentor, Louis. Ceres is believed to contain vast amounts of water, and there is a possibility of discovering extraterrestrial life there, which would be crucial in further substantiating the widespread existence of life throughout the universe. Li Fu, why has there been no update on the information regarding Ceres? Lu Yi inquired anxiously upon seeing Li Fu approach. Li Fu had previously commanded Tang Buiyuan and Dong Zhifei to temporarily withhold information concerning Ceres, resulting in a lack of updates. Logically, the closer they got to Ceres, the more information should be available for continuous updates. Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. Our spacecraft's detection equipment has made a profoundly significant discovery on Ceres, undoubtedly one of the most momentous and astonishing revelations of this century. Li Fu offered a faint smile, nodding to his mentor, Lu Yi, before addressing everyone present with a resounding voice. Through the communication system, his words echoed throughout the entire spacecraft, reaching every individual aboard. Apart from those who were resting, all eyes turned toward Ceres. Curiosity piqued by the significance of the discovery that had prompted the typically composed Li Fu to express himself in such a manner. What could it possibly be? Lu Shiying, Chen Bin, Lu Yi, and Li Quanjing eagerly inquired one after another. I will transmit the information to your virtual devices. You will understand upon viewing it, Li Fu declared, promptly sending details regarding the extraterrestrial base on Ceres to every person aboard the ship. Upon hearing this, the crew members swiftly closed their eyes, connecting to their virtual devices to examine the information he had relayed. An extraterrestrial civilization base? Good heavens! An alien civilization base exists on Ceres. Could this be a forward base for an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth within our solar system? Much like Li Fu's initial astonishment, every individual widened their eyes in disbelief, grappling with the enormity of the revelation. Yet, the data presented confirmed the reality. An alien civilization base indeed existed on Ceres. Li Fu, this matter must be reported to Earth immediately. Lu Shiying spoke with resolute determination, recognizing the gravity of the situation. There existed an extraterrestrial civilization's base within the solar system. The attitude of this alien civilization towards Earth prompted humanity's instinct to envision the worst possible scenarios, as this was the only means of self-preservation. I immediately reported to my superiors. Lu Shiying nodded, then relayed the information to his superiors through the virtual realm. On Earth, in the imperial capital of Huaxia, it was now 3 a.m, and most of the inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Tang Yunshan was abruptly awakened. What has happened? He inquired, devoid of any irritation, for he understood that unless the matter was of utmost urgency, his subordinates would never disturb him at such an hour. Something of significant consequence must have transpired. The Ocean Scientific Research spacecraft has made a monumental discovery in the asteroid belt at Ceres. They have uncovered a base of extraterrestrial civilization. The secretary succinctly briefed him on the situation and led Tang Yunshan towards the conference room. What? An extraterrestrial civilization's base? Tang Yunshan's mind raced through various significant matters. Yet he could not fathom the revelation of such a base at Ceres. He found himself momentarily frozen, disbelief etched across his face. The secretary solemnly nodded. Let us proceed to the conference room. Have the others been notified? Tang Yunshan's expression suddenly turned gravely serious, as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Regardless of any potential outcome, it heralded profoundly troubling news for both Earth and Huaxia. Humanity was far from being prepared to engage with extraterrestrial civilizations, at least, not at this moment. Although Liu Yi's discoveries on Mars had almost definitively established the widespread existence of life in the universe and the certainty of extraterrestrial civilizations, Tang Yinshan was taken aback to learn that the presence of such a civilization had been swiftly confirmed, with a base established on Ceres, located in the asteroid belt of the solar system. Notifications had already been sent out, and it was presumed that everyone was now gathered. The secretary nodded, fully aware of whom Tang Yushan referred to when he mentioned others. Very well, contact Li Fu. I hope to obtain the most comprehensive information available. Tang Yinshan's gaze deepened, feeling an overwhelming weight settle upon his shoulders. At that moment, his thoughts immediately turned to Li Fu, the legendary scientist. Chapter 220. Research on the extraterrestrial civilization base. The news regarding the discovery of an extraterrestrial civilization base on Ceres was swiftly classified, and all individuals privy to this information were sworn to secrecy. Given the vast distance between Earth and Ceres, the Huaxiao authorities had no choice but to allow Li Fu aboard the ocean-going vessel to spearhead the research on this extraterrestrial civilization base. An extraterrestrial civilization's base, capable of traversing from other star systems to our solar system, undoubtedly possesses technology far superior to that of contemporary Earth. Should we manage to breach this alien base and acquire its technological advancements, it would yield unparalleled benefits for the scientific development of Huaxia. Logically, such endeavors should not involve Li Fu. However, circumstances dictate otherwise, as it is the deep space vessel that is in proximity to the asteroid belt. Deploying another team from Earth would necessitate at least a year of travel. Hence, in the words of Tang Yushan, it is incumbent upon Li Fu to undertake the research, with the stipulation that any resultant findings be shared with the Huaxia authorities. Nonetheless, Tang Yushan is acutely aware of the significant risks involved. The nature of the alien base's defense systems remains uncertain, as does the existence of any living extraterrestrials who might retaliate against the deep space vessel. Thus, allowing Li Fu to take the lead is not merely an act of opportunism. Old Tang's plans are indeed meticulously crafted. However, I have long surmised that this alien base poses little threat to the deep space vessel. Once we complete our exploration of the base, we should be able to reveal the anti-gravity technology. Having concluded his conversation with Tang Yinshan, Li Fu could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He prepared to launch a probe towards the asteroid belt, deploying an unmanned spacecraft to test their defensive systems. Having obtained authorization, Li Fu began to feign leadership, rallying the scientists, engineers, and astronauts aboard the vessel Yuanyang to engage in a flurry of activity. At this juncture, they were perilously close to Ceres, where the alien civilization's base was now visible with remarkable clarity. Liu Yi, Liu Shiying, and others exhibited palpable tension, uncertain whether the extraterrestrial base would launch an attack on the approaching spacecraft. Should an assault occur, their fates would be sealed, leaving them without a grave. On board the Yuanyang, an array of satellites, detection devices, unmanned spacecraft, and probes were unleashed in abundance, hurtling towards the alien base on Ceres. In the outer space surrounding Ceres, various probes soon descended, while the base constructed by Scatter had been monitoring everything outside, aware of the spacecraft's arrival. However, it remained devoid of any operators, as all the inhabitants who had journeyed to the solar system had perished, leaving it to function instinctively according to its pre-programmed directives. Brother Fu received a signal from the alien base and began the process of deciphering it. The Yuanyang was continuously decelerating, while the command center buzzed with activity. Soon, the probes dispatched earlier received a transmission from the alien civilization's base. Do we have any experts in linguistics and communications aboard the ship? Li Fu, intent on maintaining his pretense, hurriedly inquired upon hearing the news. Shinbin shook his head. Indeed, there were no linguists aboard the spacecraft. If the matter were merely about communications, it would be impossible to decipher the texts and languages of this alien civilization's base. On Earth, upon receiving the request from the Ocean Voyager, the Chinese authorities took this matter very seriously. They swiftly organized a vast team of experts dedicated to deciphering the texts and languages of the extraterrestrial civilization, facilitating a deeper understanding of this alien society. For the time being, we shall refrain from approaching Ceres. The spacecraft will continue to decelerate and come to a halt. We will wait for the translations before proceeding further. Boss, we can now ascertain that the signals received from the alien civilization's base resemble a form of verification, and they may also be a warning, Chun Bin remarked coolly. As various pieces of information flooded in with the probe's arrival in the outer space of Ceres. Let us await news from Earth, for now. We should exercise caution and refrain from any rash actions. Li Fu nodded in agreement. In truth, Xiaoying had already deciphered the language of the Lorne Empire. But Li Fu felt compelled to feign a prolonged exploration process. Therefore, even with a thorough understanding of this alien civilization's base, he had to maintain an appearance of ignorance, projecting an air of tension and caution. Meanwhile, in a clandestine research facility within the imperial capital of China, a group of urgently summoned experts in linguistics, literature, and humanities were engaged in meticulous discussions, diligently studying the language and writing of the Lorne civilization. An unprecedented form of writing and language, previously unseen, poses a formidable challenge to comprehend. Yet, every phenomenon possesses its intrinsic principles, and language and writing are no exceptions. An elderly gentleman, his hair and beard completely white, exudes a resonant voice filled with palpable excitement. His name is Shimin Hong, a distinguished expert in ancient Chinese linguistics and a member of the World Language Preservation Association. Having dedicated his life to the study of languages, he is now in his 80s, yet he commands proficiency in over 10 languages, enabling him to read and write fluently. His existence epitomizes the adage, learning is a lifelong journey. The prospect of encountering a completely new language invigorates him, despite his advanced age. His work ethic rivals that of the youth, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. Mr. Shimin Hong is singularly responsible for the endeavor to decipher the language of an extraterrestrial civilization. Currently, the crux of the matter lies in the scant information at our disposal. We must acquire more knowledge, ideally in the form of extensive texts pertaining to this language, to expedite our deciphering efforts. Soon, Shimin Hong communicated the challenges encountered to his superiors, indicating that the deciphering task had reached an impasse due to the scarcity of linguistic information. Brother Fu, he reported, we on Earth are equally unable to decode their script, as the information we hold is insufficient. It appears we must devise a strategy to gain access to their base. Chun Bin provided an update on the latest developments. Has the danger assessment report been completed? Li Fu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired further. Chun Bin acknowledged with a nod. It is human instinct to exercise caution when confronted with the unknown. Thus, despite the absence of any attacks thus far, the situation remained classified as high risk. The absence of malice was merely a consequence of the fact that this extraterrestrial base was constructed solely by Scat Young, who had arrived in the solar system already gravely injured and possessed no weaponry whatsoever. Li Fu was acutely aware of the reasons behind the lack of aggression, yet he maintained a facade of extreme caution, determined to play his part to the fullest. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to proceed with care. Dispatching an unmanned spacecraft to deploy robots for reconnaissance seemed the most judicious course of action. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that this was indeed the only viable option. Chun Bin nodded in agreement. There was no alternative. The scientists, if unable to enter the base, would be compelled to rely on images and videos captured from space to draw conclusions. Although this method could yield a wealth of information, unlocking the mysteries of this extraterrestrial civilization would necessitate a deeper understanding. An unmanned spacecraft descended gently on his Ceres, encountering no resistance. The robots aboard the vessel began to approach the enigmatic extraterrestrial base. Chapter 221. Gazing into the cosmos as time progressed. The shroud of mystery enveloping the alien base on Ceres was gradually lifted by the scientists aboard the distant vessel and those from Earth, particularly from Huaxia. As all inhabitants of the Lorne Empire within the base had perished, the facility continued to operate instinctively according to its original programming, lacking any weaponry or defense systems. It was not long before astronauts from the vessel Ocean Voyager were dispatched to land on the extraterrestrial base after confirming the absence of danger. Layer by layer, the alien base was gradually unveiled, akin to peeling an onion, revealing the tales of Lorne civilization and the arrival of the Scarlet warriors in the solar system. In the imperial capital of the Huaxiao Empire on Earth, in a secluded conference room, Tang Yinshan was presiding over a meeting of the highest order. Not a single top-ranking leader was absent. The military and principal figures from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences and other essential departments had all gathered. The contents of this meeting were classified at the utmost level, and any information regarding it was strictly prohibited from being disclosed to any individual, organization, or group without prior authorization. As the meeting commenced, Tang Yinshan, with a stern expression, initiated the proceedings, prompting the already prepared attendees to speculate about the nature of the discussions. Shally, please begin. Even those who were aware of some details beforehand could not suppress their frowns as they absorbed the entirety of the information presented, their expressions turning grave. For those encountering this matter for the first time, their eyes widened in disbelief, leaving them utterly astonished. The Lorne civilization resides in the Canis Major constellation, a staggering distance of 6 light-years from our solar system. This means that traveling at the speed of light would take 6 years. And even with our fastest spacecraft, the Yuanyang, it would require over a millennium to reach. However, scientists have investigated the records of Scatterjong, the Lorne individual responsible for constructing an extraterrestrial base on Ceres, to hypothesize that a temporal and spatial current exists between star systems, allowing for travel at speeds far exceeding that of light. By harnessing this current, one could traverse from the Canis Major constellation to our solar system in less than 2 years, achieving speeds over 4 times that of light. This suggests that if the Lorne civilization from Canis Major has received the message from Scatterjong, an invasion of our solar system by the Lorne Empire is highly probable. According to scientific reports on the Lorne base at Ceres, our technological level lags a full 50 years behind that of the Lorne civilization. The lead scientist from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, who oversees research on the Lorne civilization base, addressed the attendees. And when the statement regarding our 50-year technological deficit was made, the faces of those present grew increasingly grim. Many may not comprehend the concept of a light year, the location of the Canis Major constellation, or the nature of the Lorne civilization, yet the stark reality of being 50 years behind in technology resonates profoundly. As the recent century of history in Huaxia has instilled a deep understanding that being behind in technology invites conflict. A span of 50 years, in the realm of technological advancement, is monumental. Indeed, even a decade can herald profound transformations. In half a century, the Lorne civilization could potentially outpace Earth's technology by leaps and bounds. When contrasting military might, one might liken it to the disparity between the forces of World War II and contemporary armed forces. There exists no basis for comparison. Even the most elite divisions of the World War II era would find themselves utterly outmatched in the modern context, relegated to mere targets. It is crucial to recognize that even among contemporaneous armies, the hundreds of thousands of Iraqi troops succumbed to the formidable military prowess of the United States in a mere 7 days. Modern warfare is characterized by its relentless nature. Precision strikes akin to surgical operations, overwhelming air superiority, and the capacity for rapid global support, qualities that have far surpassed those of World War II. This illustrates an insurmountable chasm of time and technology. Should the Lorne Empire indeed launch an invasion of the solar system, Earth's current technological capabilities would likely render it utterly defenseless. Even with nuclear armaments, there is a possibility that such weapons would fail to reach their intended targets, as adversaries would be poised to neutralize them before launch. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, a chilling stillness as each individual's mind conjured the harrowing image of the Lorne Empire's incursion into the solar system, invading Earth. Their expressions were laden with dread. No one could fathom that if the Lorne civilization were to comprehend the cosmic currents linking star systems, and were to discover Earth within the solar system, they would remain indifferent or engage in amicable relations. Historically, encounters between unfamiliar civilizations have been fraught with bloodshed and sorrow. It is evident that, given the current state of technological advancement, Earth finds itself in a precarious position. Should we prove incapable of overcoming the Lorne civilization, it is highly probable that our planet may succumb to the status of a colony under the Lorne Empire. With our fate precariously placed in foreign hands, an outcome that is intolerable to all present. Today, as I have gathered everyone here, it is clear that you all recognize the gravity of the situation. This matter transcends the future of our great nation, Huaxia. It concerns the very destiny of humanity itself. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. Tang Yunshan observed the silence enveloping the room before he spoke. As a leader, it is imperative that he gauges the opinions of others before making a decisive choice. Furthermore, it is apparent that Huaxia is no longer the nation it once was. It bears a resemblance to the erstwhile Uncle Sam. The phrase concerning our collective fate underscores this transformation. Regardless of the circumstances, we must resolutely ensure that our destiny remains firmly within our own grasp. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a general adorned with 3 stars upon his shoulders was the first to break the silence. For a soldier, the duty to protect one's homeland is paramount, even when faced with extraterrestrial adversaries. Upon hearing his words, others gradually nodded in agreement. The general's message was unequivocal. Huaxia must seize the initiative, which necessitates the vigorous development of our space military capabilities. We must construct a formidable fleet to adeptly navigate any potential invasion by the Lorne civilization. Ensuring that we do not become mere prey, it is imperative to swiftly assemble our own space fleet, thereby establishing formidable space power. However, we must also contemplate the long-term implications. Between galaxies lie temporal currents, suggesting that we face not merely the Lorne civilization of the Canis Major galaxy, but also the potential threats from the Triangulum, Centaurus, and Canis Minor galaxies surrounding our solar system. Should powerful civilizations exist within these realms, they may very well attempt to invade our solar system. This, of course, presents us with an opportunity, provided our technological prowess is sufficiently robust. We too could colonize other galaxies. Current observations indicate that life is pervasive throughout the cosmos, with the likelihood that each stellar system harbors one or more life-bearing planets. In essence, countless celestial bodies teem with potential life, awaiting our exploration. We, the descendants of the Yin and Huang, need not confine ourselves solely to Earth within the solar system. In this age of interstellar navigation, if we dare to advance and strive valiantly, we can rectify past regrets and aspire to become an empire that never sets in the interstellar epoch. Tang Yunshan's mind raced as he pondered these possibilities, attentively listening to the remarks of others while envisioning the future trajectory of Huaxia. His gaze extended far into the horizon. He was not daunted by the Lorne civilization. On the contrary, the discovery of temporal currents invigorated his vision of an impending era of interstellar colonization, where the descendants of Yin and Huang might dominate the universe. One cannot overlook the vastness of his ambition. The assembly, initially engulfed in trepidation over the impending invasion by the Lorne civilization, found a spark of hope ignited by Tang Yunshan's words. Each individual had been preoccupied with the thought of repelling an invasion, yet upon hearing the pronouncement of Tang Yunshan, they could not help but feel a surge of inspiration. It became evident that those who attain the highest echelons of power are indeed extraordinary individuals. Tang Yunshan had the audacity to contemplate interstellar colonization, seemingly dismissing the Lorne civilization entirely. His gaze had transcended the confines of the solar system, aiming instead towards the vast expanse of the cosmos. The purpose of convening everyone today was twofold: to discuss strategies for countering the Lorne civilization's incursion, and, more crucially, to deliberate on how our nation, Huaxia, can expedite its transition into the interstellar age. The Earth feels constricted. Our aspirations should stretch towards the universe, embracing the entirety of the starry sky. As Tang Yunshan concluded his address, the grand screen in the venue transformed into a breathtaking celestial map, meticulously crafted by our nation's scientists based on the stars currently observable. First and foremost, I believe the most significant factor is humanity itself. The universe is boundless and immense, and our nation's population is, regrettably, insufficient. To illustrate, should we seize a habitable planet, we would require at least several billion inhabitants to effectively develop it. Moreover, there is the matter of talent, particularly in the realm of technology. In this interstellar era, the collision of cosmic civilizations signifies a clash of technologies. If one lacks the requisite strength, they are destined to be subjugated and exploited. In Chapter 222, concerning diminished reproductive desires, Fugu remarks that we have thoroughly comprehended all the technologies within this extraterrestrial base. In truth, we have long since mastered the majority of these technologies. Notably, we have gleaned substantial insights from the plasma engine technology, as well as from their advancements in computer technology. Given that the language of the Lorne civilization bears a striking resemblance to our own Chinese logographic script, their programming has provided a significant inspiration for our own Chinese programming. Haha, Li Fu, this expedition has proven to be immensely fruitful. At this moment, Li Fu's mentor, Lu Yi, and Lu Shuriying approach with resonant voices. Accompanying the oceanic spacecraft on this exploration, he has not only discovered extraterrestrial life on Mars, but has also encountered aliens and a plethora of extraterrestrial flora on Ceres, rendering him perpetually occupied and abundantly rewarded. The life forms on Lorne, akin to those on Earth, are carbon-based and share a double helix genetic structure. Remarkably, the Lornes have also evolved from biological ancestors resembling primates, not unlike humans on Earth. It is no wonder that their appearance bears remarkable similarities to that of us Earth dwellers. Flat noses, pointed ears, and blue skin suggest that their ancestors likely thrived in lush, primordial forests. Louis joyfully recounted his research findings, revealing that the remains of scat young had been meticulously preserved as a specimen. Additionally, various flora from the planet Lorne, which he had brought with him, has been carefully safeguarded by scientists. These plants, originating from a distance of 6 light-years, are exceedingly precious. While you may find amusement in this, I am consumed by apprehension. 50 years ago, the technological prowess of the Lorne civilization was akin to our current capabilities. And with the passage of time, one can only speculate about the advancements they have made, should they choose to invade our solar system. I am left wondering if we would be adequately equipped to defend ourselves. Lu Shuriying, however, finds no humor in this situation. He meticulously examines all the technologies within this alien base, and after rigorous scientific analysis alongside Earth's scientists, they collectively conclude that our technological level lags a full 50 years behind that of the Lorne civilization. Consequently, there is an overwhelming sense of concern. Yet, as the adage goes, one must prepare for both battle and flood. Mere worry will not resolve our dilemmas. We must, therefore, intensify our efforts in scientific research. Meanwhile, in Earth's Huaxiao, prompted by decisions made at the highest council, the government has begun to advocate for increased fertility, enhanced population quality, and robust technological development. These 3 initiatives have been heralded as foundational policies for future supremacy in the cosmos, announced through various channels such as news media and virtual platforms. More children, more blessings. Generations living together in harmony, the joys of familial bonds, the drawbacks and dangers of the one-child policy, and more. A myriad of promotional narratives has suddenly emerged in the collective consciousness of the Chinese populace. Previously, the mantra was to promote fewer births for a better quality of life, advocating for a single child. Now, a striking reversal has occurred, with the authorities beginning to encourage procreation. However, the actual policies have yet to be formally enacted. For now, it is merely a preliminary discussion, gauging the public's reaction, a customary approach of the Chinese government, as no initiative is implemented hastily, particularly when it pertains to the long-term welfare of the nation. To everyone's astonishment, it was anticipated that the Chinese citizens would respond enthusiastically to the call for increased births. Yet the reality is that the enthusiasm has been rather tepid. The desire to procreate amongst the populace remains exceedingly low. In the virtual realm, discussions reveal that most individuals express a reluctance to have many children, with the majority opting for a maximum of 2, and a significant number choosing to have only 1. In the past, We were compelled to adhere to stringent family planning, and now, the authorities are encouraging us to multiply like rabbits. Have they discovered that there are too few of us, leading them to extend this benevolent invitation for increased births? I remain unconvinced. I would rather limit myself to one child at most, and I am not even inclined to have children at all. The narrative has shifted from one is best. The state will provide for the elderly, to one is best. The state will support the elderly, and now to one cannot rely on the state for old age. So retirement must be delayed, and one must provide for oneself. Who can still place their trust in such promises? Better for the rabbits to vanish entirely than to bring forth more offspring. For generations under one roof? 5 generations under one roof? One truly overestimates. Living in the vast land of China, merely reaching the age of 60 is deemed a considerable achievement. I wed at 30 and welcomed my son at 31. It would be a blessing if I could witness my grandson before my departure from this world. In various forums, discussions of this nature garner considerable attention and support from many. In the face of current advocacy for and encouragement of childbirth, many individuals express a lack of response, lamenting that they cannot afford to raise children, leading to a significantly diminished desire for procreation. This situation mirrors the initial push for the two-child policy, where the anticipated surge in newborns failed to materialize. Instead, the number of newborns declined by over 200,000 annually. The long-standing promotion of family planning has profoundly altered the reproductive attitudes of the populace. Now, attempting to shift these ingrained beliefs is as challenging as the original campaign for family planning, requiring substantial time and effort. Moreover, while the standard of living has undeniably improved compared to the past, the pressures of life remain formidable. The worries of sustenance and clothing may have diminished, yet the burdens of housing, transportation, education, and healthcare loom large. In early January 2025, after more than 2 years of scientific exploration, the spacecraft Distant Ocean finally returned to Earth. Upon setting foot on the terrestrial soil, Li Fu could not help but take several deep breaths of air. However, no sooner had he returned than he was summoned by Tang Yunshan to the capital. In the tranquil courtyard of the imperial capital of Huaxia, Tang Yunshan found a rare moment of leisure, engaging in a delightful conversation over tea with Li Fu, sharing insights on their visions for the future. He expressed concern over the mindset of today's youth, who seem increasingly reluctant to bear children. Last year, the number of newborns in our nation dropped by several hundred thousand, while the proportion of elderly individuals aged 60 and above has surged to nearly 1/3 of the population, an alarming trend indeed. Previously, Tang Yunshan had not placed significant emphasis on demographic issues, but since the call to encourage childbirth emerged, he has scrutinized this matter with great diligence. Upon thorough examination, he uncovered a daunting reality. Huaxia is on the brink of a profound demographic crisis. The annual decline in newborns coupled with a rapidly aging population presents a grave challenge, exacerbated by the inadequacy of corresponding infrastructure, healthcare, and elder care services. In light of these developments, Tang Yunshan appeared particularly distressed, feeling overwhelmed by the current predicament. Despite wielding the nation's highest authority, he found himself powerless to alter the prevailing circumstances. Old Tang, are you truly unaware of why the youth are hesitant to procreate? Li Fu remarked, nodding slightly. Drawing from his knowledge of the civilizational seeds, he noted that in the interstellar era, every civilization places immense importance on population growth, as a greater populace translates to the capacity to claim more resources and planets. If the population continues to dwindle, how can one compete with other civilizations? He implored Tang Yunshan for guidance. The reluctance of young people to bear children can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, the long-standing promotion of family planning has ingrained the notion that having only one child is preferable. Secondly, a significant contributing factor is the immense pressure of contemporary life. The cost of raising a child has become prohibitively high, leading to a widespread aversion to parenthood. Even when permitted, many choose not to procreate. Li Fu contemplated these thoughts and articulated his perspective. The declining birth rate is an issue faced by nearly every developed nation. Indeed, The birth rate in China is even lower than that of certain neighboring countries, and significantly lower than that of Western nations, reaching a perilous brink where a demographic collapse could very well ensue. While I can comprehend the first reason, I find the second puzzling. Life's pressures appear less severe now than in the past. Even in rural areas, many possess homes and vehicles. Is the burden of living truly that heavy? Tang Yinshan pondered, expressing his confusion. Certainly, the pressures of life are substantial. Although our nation has experienced commendable economic growth in recent years, numerous internal challenges remain unresolved. Issues concerning healthcare, elderly care, education, and housing persist without fundamental solutions. Additionally, the principles of social equity, justice, and transparency have seen no improvements. The notion that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes underscores the gradual entrenchment of social classes. These are the core issues that demand resolution. Only by addressing these matters can we hope to gradually rekindle the desire for childbirth among the populace. Li Fu pondered for a moment, meticulously organizing his thoughts. Tang Yinshan, hailing from a prominent family and having enjoyed a life of privilege since childhood, could hardly comprehend the myriad difficulties faced by ordinary citizens. He was aware that the living standards of the populace had improved significantly compared to the past, yet he remained oblivious to the genuine challenges they encountered. Chapter 223, Compulsory Childbearing. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Tang Yinshan could not help but furrow his brow. What initially seemed like a straightforward issue of enhancing the birth rate now appeared to be intricately linked to various facets of contemporary Chinese society, embodying a comprehensive societal dilemma. He wondered if there were any effective measures available to remedy or compensate for the situation. Tang Yinshan was certainly cognizant of the issues Li Fu raised. However, he felt a deep sense of helplessness, for some matters had become deeply entrenched, rendering change exceedingly arduous. Presently, there were only two feasible courses of action. On one hand, vigorously promoting the notion that having more children brings greater blessings, thereby gradually shifting the antiquated perspective of having fewer children for the sake of quality. On the other hand, implementing profound reforms, particularly in the realms of elder care, healthcare, and education, to significantly alleviate the burdens on the populace, enabling them to afford and nurture their offspring. Undoubtedly, these policies would necessitate a prolonged period for gradual transformation, failing to yield immediate results. To achieve a swift increase in population akin to the earlier enforcement of the one-child policy, it would now require the imposition of compulsory childbearing. Li Fu pondered for a considerable time before gradually proposing the notion of enforced procreation. Enforced procreation? Tang Yinshan abruptly rose to his feet. Indeed, enforced procreation. If we do not implement such measures, our population will drastically diminish over the coming decades. In the event of an invasion by the Loren civilization, what resources will we possess to contend with them? In the forthcoming era of interstellar travel, a larger population is undoubtedly advantageous. The current situation mirrors the circumstances surrounding the initial enforcement of family planning policies almost identically. Li Fu nodded, articulating his concerns. Enforced procreation. Tang Yinshan paced back and forth in the courtyard, his brow furrowed. This matter was of monumental significance, as it pertained to the fate of the nation. Even he could not unilaterally decide this issue. It required deliberation by the highest representative assembly. After a prolonged period, Tang Yinshan halted, yet remained indecisive. Despite his considerable influence over national affairs, this was not a time for dictatorial judgment. Every matter necessitated a democratic resolution. After Li Fu departed, Tang Yinshan swiftly convened other key leaders to deliberate on Li Fu's proposal, while also broadly soliciting opinions from various sectors. The opposition to enforced procreation was resoundingly loud, reminiscent of the initial backlash against family planning measures. From the leaders in the national halls of power to the ordinary citizens, there is a resounding chorus of opposition against enforced childbirth, which at one point made Tang Yinshan contemplate abandoning this notion. However, the data continuously relayed from various sectors persistently informs Tang Yinshan that we are perilously teetering on the brink of an abyss, necessitating a transformative action. The number of newborns in 2025 has drastically diminished compared to the previous year, exacerbating the crisis of an aging population. While the reproductive desires of the youth remain alarmingly low, leading to a further deterioration of demographic structure. Meanwhile, the looming threat of the Lorne civilization potentially invading the solar system hangs over us like the sword of Damocles, ever ready to descend. The ongoing advancement of China's space endeavors demands a greater influx of talented young individuals. Yet, astonishingly, the number of recent university graduates has begun to decline. All signs indicate that change is imperative. Today, we find ourselves at a crossroads. If we fail to rise and exhibit the resolve to make decisive choices, instead opting to drift aimlessly through life, the future will render it increasingly arduous to alter the course of our nation and our people. We would betray the trust placed in us by the citizens and become historical transgressors, forever marked as the great offenders of the Chinese nation. Perhaps at this moment, many cannot fathom the policies we are poised to implement. Perhaps we will face scorn from countless individuals. Yet, history shall vindicate the wisdom of our current decisions. This may attract censure in the present, but it serves a monumental purpose for posterity. At the highest assembly, Tang Yunshan's voice resonated with conviction. He had resolved to implement a policy of enforced childbirth, contingent upon the consensus of all present. As deliberations unfolded, attendees pondered deeply, and during the final voting session, even those who had previously wavered shifted their stance after hearing Tang's impassioned words. They were acutely aware of the looming threats posed by the Lorne civilization and extraterrestrial forces, and understood the precarious situation they faced. Although some retained reservations about the policy of enforced childbirth, they recognized the necessity for decisive change. On October 1, 2025, after more than a year of deliberation and contention, a policy aimed at encouraging childbirth and enhancing population quality was finally enacted. This legislation, later referred to as the Enforced Childbirth Law, faced a torrent of criticism upon its introduction. The essence of the Enforced Childbirth Law was centered around the urgent need to rapidly increase the population and improve its quality. It stipulated that young individuals who remained unmarried past the age of 25 were required to pay an additional personal income tax. The rationale was clear. If one chose not to marry, they would contribute financially to the upbringing of other children within the state. This tax was substantial, amounting to 10% of their monthly salary, and applied universally to all individuals over 25 who were unmarried, remaining in effect until they entered into matrimony. Certainly, do not be under the impression that marriage equates to a carefree existence. The legislation pertaining to compulsory childbirth imposes even stricter regulations on couples postnuptials. If a couple does not conceive their first child within 2 years of marriage, they are subject to an additional tax, equivalent to that imposed on unmarried individuals of advanced age, irrespective of their income. Should a couple remain childless for over 2 years, the tax escalates by 10% annually from the 3rd year onward. Prolonging the delay in childbirth implies that a significant portion of one's salary will be allocated to taxes intended for the upbringing of others' children, with a singular objective, to compel early marriage and procreation. Moreover, the birth of the first child does not suffice, as the law mandates that a second child must be conceived within 2 years following the first. To further incentivize childbirth, hospitals are strictly prohibited from performing cesarean sections unless absolutely necessary, with daily quotas imposed on the number of such procedures. Given that a cesarean delivery necessitates a minimum interval of 3 years before the subsequent birth, this policy effectively renders cesarean practitioners unemployed in the pursuit of higher birth rates. Many may mistakenly believe that after the birth of a second child, they can rest easy. However, this is a fallacy. To merely maintain population levels, the birth of 2 children is insufficient. To genuinely achieve an increase in population, couples must strive for 3 or even 4 children. Thus, the law stipulates that every couple must conceive a 3rd child within 2 years after the birth of their second child, and a 4th child within 5 years. Should they fail to do so within the stipulated time, they will be subject to additional taxation, as it is presumed that if one is unwilling to procreate, they should contribute more to support those who are eager to have children. Conversely, Couples who choose to have more children are rewarded by the law, a significant incentive being the reduction of personal income tax. For those who welcome a third child, both parents' income tax can be diminished by 20. And if they have a fourth child, the reduction increases to 50. In addition to the legal obligation to encourage higher birth rates, the state endeavors to alleviate the financial burdens associated with raising children. Families are entitled to receive regular provisions such as milk powder and diapers from the government, which can be seen as state assistance in child rearing. Furthermore, vaccinations and medical treatments for children are provided at no cost. Regarding education, all forms of educational expenses are waived from kindergarten through university, promoting higher education vigorously. A mandatory 15 years of compulsory education is enforced, ensuring that every individual completes higher education before entering society. Additionally, a healthcare reform is initiated, offering universal free medical care for individuals under the age of 20, with no fees charged. Pilot programs for universal free medical care are also underway, laying the groundwork for future comprehensive healthcare coverage for all citizens. In the realm of reemployment, measures have been instituted to safeguard women, particularly through the extension of maternity leave. Expectant mothers, commencing from the 6th month of pregnancy, may apply for maternity leave lasting up to 18 months. No organization or individual is permitted to deny this request for any reason, nor may they terminate the employment of a pregnant woman under any circumstance. Furthermore, regulations have been established regarding wage income during pregnancy, ensuring that it does not fall below the average salary of the same department, and salary increments during this period must align with those of other employees. Such stipulations are undeniably detrimental to profit-driven companies, which may seek to circumvent hiring women. The law has anticipated this, mandating that the proportion of female employees in any company or organization must not fall below 40%. Failure to meet this standard will result in substantial additional taxation, and in severe cases, direct closure of the business. The introduction of the mandatory reproduction law has sparked widespread outrage, even eliciting astonishment globally. Massive protests erupted in every city, with countless women taking to the streets to voice their dissent, perceiving this as an attempt to reduce them to mere breeding machines, thereby infringing upon their personal freedoms. Conversely, many elderly individuals who have suffered under the one-child policy have expressed their support, believing that the Chinese government has finally undertaken a commendable initiative. Under the leadership of Tang Yushan, the administration has withstood immense pressure, progressively imposing demands on lower levels. The former family planning department has transitioned to a more compassionate role, going door to door to gather statistics and urging women to marry and bear children at an earlier age, assuring them that the state will support the upbringing of their offspring, who will eventually belong to their families. For those families reluctant to procreate, they have resorted to the methods employed during the era of enforced family planning. If one chooses not to have children, fines will be imposed until one is compelled to conceive. There is no alternative. Previously, economic development was a criterion for the promotion of officials, but now, population growth has been included in the evaluation. The potential for advancement hinges on whether the local population is increasing and by what measure, compelling everyone to fervently encourage childbirth to elevate the populace. Chapter 224. The pressure to reproduce in the Li family village of Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, Jiangxiaoping. Accompanied by 2 recent university graduates who have just joined his department, prepared to visit Mr. Li Fu. As a member of the New Era's family planning department, Jiang Xiaoping, now in his 30s, had previously enjoyed a comfortable life. However, since the enactment of the new mandatory reproduction legislation, he found himself carrying a box of mineral water whenever he ventured out, as the task of persuading others to have children often left him parched and hoarse. Truly a legendary figure, Li Fu's residence was not easily accessible. Jiang Xiaoping observed 2 security personnel standing rigidly at the entrance, clad in black suits. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, seemingly capable of piercing through to his very essence. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" One of the burly men in black approached, inquiring with utmost politeness. "Greetings, I am a committee member from the family planning department. Here are my credentials." We have come to speak with Mr. Li Fu regarding the latest family planning laws, Zhang Xiaoping said, handing over his identification, having prepared in advance for the challenges of entering the Li residence. Mr. Jiang, please hold on for a moment while I make an announcement. The gentleman in black nodded after reading the message and then entered the Li residence. A few minutes later, the door of the Li family slowly opened, and Li Fu stepped out with a smile. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Please, come in. Li Fu warmly welcomed Zhang Xiaoping and the others into his home, leading them to the reception room where tea and refreshments had already been prepared. Mr. Li, I appreciate your hospitality. However, as we are here to discuss the latest family planning legislation, it is essential for your wife, Ms. Wang Yun, to join us as well. Zhang Xiaoping held relevant documents. Knowing that Li Fu and Wang Yun had been married for several years, but had only one son, Li Wanzhou. According to the new law, they were required to have another child within 2 years. Certainly, Li Fu nodded, instructing someone to summon Wang Yun. This occasion was quite rare, as both Li Fu and Wang Yun were at home with their parents and child. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so easy for guests like Zhang Xiaoping to meet Li Fu. However, Li Fu generally welcomed visitors, making exceptions only for those seeking collaboration or financial assistance, as he never neglected guests due to his current status. Mr. Li and Mrs. Li, I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to take this opportunity to inform you about the latest family planning legislation. According to the most recent laws and regulations, you are required to conceive a second child within 2 years. Otherwise, a supplementary tax of 10 will be levied on your personal income. Should you fail to give birth by the 3rd year, this tax will escalate to 20. Zhang Xiaoping commenced his explanation of the updated family planning policies to Li Fu and Wang Yun, emphasizing the urgency of having more children to avoid increased taxation. He adopted a tone of earnest concern, having repeated this information countless times, to the point where he could recite the relevant regulations effortlessly. After elaborating for over 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaoping felt parched and weary. The shift from penalizing those who exceeded birth limits to encouraging larger families was indeed a remarkable transformation in policy and societal norms. Mr. Jiang, please have some tea, Li Fu suggested, sharing a resigned glance with Wang Yun. With a smile, Li Fu assured Zhang Xiaoping, we shall contribute to the nation's population growth in accordance with the latest laws. This policy of enforced childbirth was, in fact, a recommendation made by Li Fu to Tang Yunshan, and he was already aware of the newly enacted regulations. In truth, Li Fu and Wang Yun were prepared to welcome a second child. The primary reason for the delay had been Li Fu's command of the Yuyang spacecraft during an extensive 2-year scientific expedition. In this regard, Li Fu's parents had long expressed their opinions, so there was no need for the family planning officials to persuade them. Li Fu was indeed contemplating a second child. That is good to hear. We have taken up enough of your time today, Mr. Li, and we must depart as we have tasks to complete. Upon receiving Li Fu's response, Zhang Xiaoping nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. The Li family was not an ordinary household. The tales surrounding Li Fu and Wang Yun were well known throughout Sanjiang district and even the entire Meijiang city, often becoming the subject of lively discussion during leisure moments. Before arriving, Zhang Xiaoping had even harbored concerns that he might not be permitted entry into the Li residence, let alone meet Li Fu. For countless individuals sought an audience with him daily, yet the majority were turned away. To his surprise, not only did he meet Li Fu, but during their brief interaction of less than half an hour, Zhang Xiaoping discovered that Li Fu was remarkably approachable, lacking any airs, and exhibited great courtesy towards the small group of guests. Today has truly been a bother for Mr. Jiang and his companions to make this trip. Li Fu also rose to bid farewell to them with a smile. At that moment, Wang Yun approached carrying a basket of fruit, while Li Fu's younger brother, Li Xing, was strolling nearby with his heavily pregnant wife, Tang Yu, who was 8 months along, soon to welcome a new addition to their family. Daddy, daddy, hug me. As Li Wanzhou spotted Li Fu approaching, she joyfully opened her arms and dashed toward him. This little one, inheriting the splendid genes of Wang Yun, was incredibly adorable, a delicate masterpiece that compelled anyone to lean in for a kiss. Come, let us spin around. Li Fu exclaimed as he lifted his son into his embrace, twirling happily, which sent the little one into fits of giggles, overflowing with joy. The child's favorite pastime was being spun around or tossed into the air, only to be caught again. Be careful. How can grown-ups be so reckless? What if you fall? Li Fu's mother interjected, her concern palpable. Each time she witnessed the playful antics between her son and her precious grandson, her anxiety surged, prompting her to scold Li Fu sternly. It's all right, Mom. Li Fu replied nonchalantly, chuckling. As a warrior of formidable strength, if I can't manage this, I might as well collide with Tofu and call it a day. After playing for a while, Li Fu gently set the little one down to let him play independently. You rarely take the time to enjoy moments like this with your child, Wang Yun chided, casting a sharp gaze at Li Fu. His prolonged absence due to scientific expeditions and his ceaseless busyness had indeed left him with scant moments to spend with his son. But today, I've dedicated the entire day, Li Fu remarked, rubbing his nose. Faced with this reality, he found himself at a loss for a retort. How can you even say that? You've been away for nearly 2 years, completely unaware of how much your son misses you. Wang Yun gently pinched Li Fu's waist to express her dissatisfaction. Haha, brother. Li Fu's younger sibling, Li Xing, approached with a smile, carefully assisting Tang Yu to sit on a chair he had brought over, selecting an apple for her with great attentiveness. See, this is what one calls a gentleman, Wang Yun remarked to Li Fu. Madam, would you like a grape? Li Fu offered a grape to Wang Yun, adopting an apologetic demeanor, prompting laughter among those present. How is your company faring, Li Xing? After the lively exchange, Li Fu inquired about Li Xing's business. Initially, Li Xing had borrowed some funds from Li Fu to establish a board company related to the virtual world industry. Remarkably, the virtual industry in the East was flourishing, and last year it had gone public, boasting a market capitalization in the hundreds of billions of Huabei currency. Consequently, Li Xing's wealth had secured him a place among the affluent elite of Huaxia. It's going fairly well, but the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. I am contemplating a transformation, as relying solely on the virtual industry seems rather one-dimensional. Li Xing nodded. The virtual world industry continues to thrive, yet it has long been open to the global market, leading to intense competition across various sectors. The virtual realm is constantly evolving and competition has reached a fever pitch. Given that the space industry is predominantly led by Huaxia, the opening of the virtual world to international markets has attracted substantial foreign investment, significantly impacting Huaxia's virtual industry. A transformation? What industry do you wish to pursue? Upon hearing this, Li Fu raised an eyebrow. The interstellar mining industry is a burgeoning sector, currently attracting numerous acquaintances who have invited him to collaborate. Li Xing articulated his plans, emphasizing that interstellar mining is presently the most sought-after and lucrative industry globally. Whether mining on the moon or venturing to the asteroid belt to extract resources, the profits are substantial. The top 10 on the Huaxia Rich list predominantly hail from the interstellar mining sector. Interstellar mining indeed seems promising. If there is any assistance required, feel free to express it. Li Fu nodded, recognizing that the Fuyun Group harbored little interest in interstellar mining. Even if they were to engage in mining, it would likely involve targeting high-value asteroids in the asteroid belt. Typically, the Fuyun Group operates similarly to the Huaxia government, focusing on the acquisition of asteroids and resources. It should be noted that the Fuyun Group holds a significant presence on the moon, being the largest mining entity, with the entire Cloud Sea under its domain. Assistance from you is certainly not unwelcome. Li Xing was not one to be overly formal with Li Fu. After all, only the Fuyun Group possesses the capability to construct large spacecraft for asteroid mining. The Huaxia Academy of Sciences has reached out to me regarding the construction of the Huashan. As their conversation progressed, Li Fu's mind was suddenly flooded with the latest updates from the virtual machine. Chapter 225. What will interstellar warfare be like? Due to the discovery of the Lorne civilization's base on Ceres, and the knowledge that there are temporal currents facilitating communication between stellar systems, which allow for swift travel to other star systems, the Chinese authorities are experiencing immense pressure. This pressure is not solely stemming from the Lorne civilization, which possesses technology approximately 50 years more advanced than that of Earth, a gap that can be gradually bridged through determination. Moreover, the advantage of local combat suggests that should the Lorne civilization attempt to invade Earth, victory is not entirely out of reach. However, the Canis Major star system, home to the Lorne civilization, is merely one among many surrounding the solar system. Since the Canis Major system has birthed the Lorne civilization and the solar system has given rise to earthly civilization, one must ponder, why shouldn't other systems be capable of fostering their own civilizations? Thus, humanity faces not only the threat of invasion from the Lorne civilization, but also the potential incursions from any other star system. It is only by amassing sufficient strength that one's interests can be safeguarded. This is a lesson deeply ingrained in the Chinese psyche, having endured significant hardship throughout modern history. In response, the Chinese authorities are not only resolutely advancing policies for population growth, but are also diligently working to bolster their power, with the construction of interstellar warships being one of the most critical endeavors. In a virtual realm reminiscent of a conference room, figures continuously materialize, each representing a renowned scientist from within the borders of China. Among them are luminaries from diverse fields such as aerospace technology, space propulsion, materials science, cosmic astronomy, telecommunications, computer science, and life sciences, each an exemplar of unparalleled talent. Familiar faces to Li Fu, including Lu Shiying, Lu Yi, Enya, and Wu Chengying, are prominently present. The Ru Yun Group's Institute of Scientific Research has also extended invitations to numerous esteemed scientists, such as Li Fu, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haitao, Yang Yiping, Lu Jun, Li Qinyu, Yao Tianyi, Tang Buiyuan, Dong Zhifei, Gu Feng, and Bai Kai. Upon arriving at the venue, Li Fu is astounded to discover that scientists hailing from the Ru Yun Group's institute constitute nearly half of the attendees, a testament to the congregation of exceptional minds within the institute, each remarkably youthful, heralding an immeasurable future. On the podium, several figures emerge, including Tang Yunshan and several high-ranking military officers adorned with 3 stars, alongside Wang Aigua, the current head of China's space sector and uncle to Wang Yun. The position of head of China's space sector holds considerable prestige. Tang Yunshan ascended to prominence from this very role, and Wang Aigua's attainment of such a position clearly reflects significant promise, undoubtedly bolstered by the backing of the Wang family and Li Fu. With the arrival of several prominent figures, the once lively virtual conference hall swiftly descended into silence. The trend of convening in the virtual realm has become increasingly popular, as it can emulate a myriad of scenarios and worlds. Moreover, being under the aegis of our nation ensures both security and confidentiality. Today, the attendees are predominantly eminent scientists. You represent the most invaluable asset of our nation and the forefront of our technological advancements. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to collaboratively devise a truly feasible plan to construct our own cosmic battleship, a vessel capable of safeguarding our homeland. Certainly, Li Fu holds great admiration for Tang Yunshan, who has the audacity to implement a mandatory childbirth policy, fully aware that this decision may jeopardize his chances for re-election. The opposition against Tang Yunshan is notably vocal, necessitating immense courage and exceptional wisdom to navigate through such turbulent waters. The large screen in the virtual hall begins to display information regarding the imminent construction of the Huashan cosmic battleship. This endeavor marks humanity's inaugural attempt at building a cosmic battleship, akin to navigating uncharted waters without prior experience or reference. Currently, there is a palpable sense of confusion among the attendees, as they are uncertain about the design of the battleship and lack clarity on its operational and combat modes. All aspects require meticulous exploration and gradual understanding. Due to our lack of experience in constructing cosmic warships, we diplomatically refer to our endeavor as pioneering a historical venture. Less charitably, we might call it groping in the dark. Thus, today, I encourage everyone to express their visions for the cosmic warship. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. I believe that by pooling our collective intellect, we can devise the most optimal solution. Tang Yunshan expressed his excitement when discussing the cosmic warship, understanding that only through formidable military strength can we safeguard our interests. To protect Earth, we must establish a powerful cosmic fleet. As Tang Yunshan's words resonated in the virtual conference, a profound silence ensued. Despite having received prior notifications and conducting extensive research, each participant hesitated, feeling uncertain about the reliability of their ideas. They were inclined to first listen to the thoughts and designs of others. Li Fu, why don't you begin? A few minutes elapsed without anyone speaking up, prompting Tang Yunshan to furrow his brow slightly before directly calling upon Li Fu. Tang Yunshan had interacted with Li Fu frequently and was aware that Li Fu often generated innovative concepts. Upon hearing his name, Li Fu felt a sense of reluctance. He had not intended to take the lead. Although he possessed a well-developed design plan for the cosmic warship and had training and operational strategies for the cosmic army within the civilization seat, he preferred that the Huaxia side gradually explore and forge its own path step by step, before delving into the construction of interstellar battleships. It would be prudent to first contemplate the nature of warfare in the cosmos. Will it resemble the grandiose spectacles portrayed in science fiction films, with countless spacecraft engaged in intricate dogfights and fierce skirmishes? Or will it manifest as relentless exchanges of fire between colossal starships? Perhaps the conflict will occur in an ethereal silence, where adversaries unleash lethal assaults from unimaginable distances. With the spotlight upon him, Li Fu felt compelled to present some insights, lest he tarnish his reputation. In the virtual conference room, as Li Fu articulated his thoughts, a series of videos depicting futuristic interstellar battleships commenced, all sourced from the realm of science fiction. In discussing the paradigms of cosmic warfare, it is imperative to ascertain the types of weaponry we would deploy aboard our starships, as well as the armaments our foes might wield. On terrestrial grounds, aircraft, tanks, artillery, and missiles dominate the battlefield. However, in the vast expanse of space, tanks, cannons, and even missiles may become obsolete, for one might struggle to match the velocity of an opponent, rendering it nearly impossible to strike their spacecraft. What characteristics should weapons utilized in cosmic warfare possess? Firstly, they must exhibit remarkable speed. The faster, the better. Only with sufficiently rapid attack velocity can one obliterate adversaries at distances of tens or even hundreds of kilometers per second, as encountered with spacecraft traversing the cosmos. Secondly, the range of attack must be extensive. The universe is extraordinarily vast, and even within the confines of our modest solar system, distances are immense. For instance, it takes light 8 minutes to journey from the Sun to Earth. If a weapon system lacks adequate range, there exists the potential that one may fail to strike the enemy, as they would possess ample time to evade. In such a scenario, one might be compelled to engage in a brutal close-quarters combat. Only when the prerequisites of rapid attack speed and extensive range are met can we consider enhancing the weapon's potency. While the destructive capacity of a nuclear weapon is formidable, its effective zone of influence in space is severely limited. If a nuclear device cannot approach the enemy, it becomes rather ineffective and poses little threat to them. Thus, as we contemplate the future of cosmic warfare, it is prudent to first deliberate on the types of weaponry we will employ to safeguard our homeland. Another noteworthy weapon is the railgun, which accelerates hard projectiles to achieve destructive outcomes through sheer kinetic force. Theoretically, the speed of attack can continuously escalate, approaching the speed of light, while its range can be virtually infinite due to the absence of resistance in the void of space, resulting in a weapon of considerable power. As Li Fu elucidated, the grand screen of the virtual conference hall continuously displayed new images and information, all directly transmitted into the minds of the attendees, rendering the need for visual engagement obsolete. While absorbing Li Fu's discourse, the audience pondered deeply, nodding in unison. Chapter 226. The Influence of Weaponry on the Nature of Warfare Throughout the Annals of Human History. A narrative of warfare prevails. Truly peaceful epics are exceedingly rare. Power and profit, ambition and valor. These myriad factors have perpetually incited humanity to engage in mutual slaughter. A defining characteristic of all wars is their evolution around the weapons employed. In antiquity, warfare relied on cavalry, bows, swords, and other cold weapons, which gave rise to numerous renowned tactics. The Eastern Mongolian cavalry, for instance, swept across the world, exemplifying the pinnacle of cavalry and archery. Conversely, the West saw the emergence of formidable heavy cavalry, knights clad in thick armor, along with their steeds, surged forth like an iron torrent, encountering no rivals in their path, showcasing the Westerners' towering stature and the robust explosive power of their mounts to perfection. However, with the advent of artillery, this novel weaponry obliterated the chivalric spirit of European knights. Faced with cannon fire, heavy cavalry appeared tragically vulnerable, and once impenetrable fortresses could no longer serve as sanctuaries. Thus, the nature of warfare underwent a profound transformation. The warfare upon the oceans has evolved significantly over time, transitioning from early exchanges of fire and skirmishes for control to the emergence of formidable battleships equipped with colossal cannons. The advent of aircraft further transformed the nature of combat, leading to the gradual obsolescence of these massive artillery vessels, making way for the grandeur of aircraft carriers. Throughout history, the evolution of weaponry has continually reshaped the modalities of human conflict. In contemporary times, with the relentless advancement of technology, warfare has transcended into a realm that is comprehensive, globalized, precise, and rapid. Uncle Sam can now launch aircraft from North America to bomb targets as distant as Iraq in the Middle East. Li Fu delves into an in-depth analysis of future warfare centered around weapon attack systems, exploring the potential forms that warships for cosmic battles may take. This notion resonates with everyone present, eliciting nods of agreement. Having grasped the weapon systems applicable to interstellar conflicts, we now turn our imagination towards envisioning the nature of future cosmic warfare. As Li Fu concludes his remarks, the grand screen in the virtual conference hall transforms once more, presenting a vast starry backdrop where colossal fleets of warships advance majestically, accompanied by countless space fighters and spacecraft soaring with long, trailing flames, painting a scene of immense and formidable warfare. Our weaponry possesses an attack range that extends to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of kilometers, even calculable in astronomical units. And its strike velocity is astonishingly swift, reaching speeds comparable to that of light itself. Thus, I envision that the future cosmic warfare shall manifest as an unceasing multitude of assaults traversing the vast void, where colossal warships engage in fierce bombardments against one another. Countless space fighters, armed with nuclear ordnance of tremendous potency, relentlessly charge towards opposing vessels, only to be intercepted by equally formidable enemy spacecraft. On the grand screen, the imagery begins to shift. Upon the decks of immense starships, powerful energy weapons unleash brilliant beams of light, akin to swords slicing through the abyss, traversing great distances to pierce the hulls of adversarial ships, creating gaping holes. A plethora of space fighters ascend from the warships, soaring through the emptiness with a thunderous roar. The vast formation of aircraft entangles in a relentless struggle, while innumerable explosions illuminate the dark void. A select few of these fighters manage to breach the enemy's defenses, evading the lethal barrages unleashed from the formidable warships. Successfully approaching the massive vessels, they hastily release their nuclear payloads before swiftly retreating. In an instant, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, colossal flames erupt in the void, heralding the obliteration of a gargantuan starship. Within the virtual arena, every mind absorbs this vivid imagery, profoundly shaken by the grand cosmic battlefield conjured by Li Fu's imagination. I believe our starships should embody the form of colossal artillery, robust and resilient, possessing formidable offensive capabilities alongside substantial defensive strength. Simultaneously studying the methodology of aircraft carriers centered around the core warship, additional escorting cosmic vessels are introduced into the surrounding void. The purpose of these escort ships is to shield the core warship from lethal attacks while also establishing a foothold for offensive maneuvers. Li Fu continued to elaborate, illustrating a pattern against a backdrop of emptiness. As he spoke, the central cosmic warship stood prominently, flanked by smaller vessels serving as escorts in all directions, above, below, to the sides, and in front and behind. Together, this fleet formed an immense combat entity, embodying Li Fu's envisioned model of cosmic warships and warfare. Li Fu's considerations were not made arbitrarily. From the seeds of super-civilizations, he understood that in the nascent stages of cosmic conflict, the larger and more massive the warship, the more formidable it became. This was due to the limited power of propulsion and offensive systems at that time. To destroy an adversary's colossal cosmic warship, one would need to execute a sufficient number of attacks. To put it more simply, in the initial phases, it resembled two tanks engaging in a mutual struggle, each delivering blows to the other, yet neither possessing sufficient firepower to annihilate the opponent with just a few strikes. The contest ultimately hinged on who had superior defenses and greater resilience. Of course, if one could maneuver a nuclear weapon into close proximity to the enemy, it could indeed obliterate them in a single blow. However, the foe is not without its wits. Countless cosmic fighters and long-range attack systems are sufficient to eradicate any enemy target attempting to approach. Although nuclear weapons possess astonishing power in the vast emptiness of space, if an adversary is situated more than 100 kilometers away, their impact can be virtually disregarded. For spacecraft, starships, and cosmic fighters traversing the universe at high velocities, a distance of 100 kilometers is merely a matter of mere seconds. Relying on nuclear armaments to secure victory in an interstellar conflict is akin to chasing an elusive dream. One cannot even approach the enemy, let alone inflict harm. No missile, regardless of its velocity, can surpass the vastness of space, especially when compared to energy weapons traveling at the speed of light. These are merely my humble observations, and I welcome further insights. Li Fu articulated his points remarkably well, enlightening us and providing a clearer understanding of the future of cosmic warfare. Lu Shiying, an old acquaintance of Li Fu, stood up and spoke slowly. I believe there is an additional point worth mentioning. Given that our propulsion technology is not yet advanced, it is crucial for starships to prioritize both offensive and defensive capabilities. Considering the weapon systems we currently possess, nuclear weapons remain the most effective means of attack. Should we not focus on developing a more agile class of spacecraft, specifically designed to breach enemy defenses and deliver nuclear payloads directly to their vessels, thereby achieving the annihilation of critical military targets? Lu Shiying discerned several pivotal insights from Li Fu's recent account of the cosmic war. Consequently, he proposed the design of a highly agile spacecraft to penetrate enemy defenses. Given the inherent limitations in enhancing the maneuverability of large warships, it seemed reasonable to consider smaller spacecraft and shuttles. Following Lu Shiying's initial proposition, other scientists began to voice their perspectives, predominantly refining Li Fu's original concept of colossal battleships and artillery, endeavoring to augment the warship's defensive capabilities, offensive power, and agility. Chapter 227. Sky City. In the vast expanse of outer space, immense space structures stand silently amidst the void, while the aircraft flit about like industrious bees navigating through sprawling celestial farmlands, solar power stations, and space stations. Among these grand structures, the Sky City of the Fuyun Group shines brilliantly, for even in this era of proliferating colossal edifices, it remains the largest artificial construction in space by both volume and mass. After years of diligent construction by the Fuyun Group, Sky City is now fully completed, boasting a vast spaceport that provides docking facilities for countless aircraft and spacecraft, with well-equipped living amenities and a comfortable residential area. Thousands of individuals continuously relish the experience of life in space, savoring every fleeting moment. The final area to be completed is the Space Factory Zone, which serves as the heart of the Sky City. This vast celestial manufacturing facility is capable of producing a variety of spacecraft designed for asteroid mining. Among its most sought-after creations is the Little Elephant spacecraft, a favored choice among numerous capitalists in China. At this moment, within the space factory, Li Fu, clad in a spacesuit, is accompanying Wang Aigua, the head of China's space sector, on an inspection of the entire facility. The Fuyun Group is on the brink of undertaking a most sacred mission to construct China's first cosmic battleship, the Huashan. The planned Huashan battleship is projected to exceed 10,000 meters in length, equating to 10 kilometers, and weigh over 1 billion tons, undeniably rendering it a colossal behemoth. After extensive deliberation and consideration, the Chinese authorities have concluded that only the Fuyun Group possesses the capability to construct such a monumental vessel. This is primarily due to the group's unparalleled experience in manufacturing large spacecraft. The Little Elephant, utilized for asteroid mining, along with its upgraded counterpart, the Big Elephant, designed to extract 50 million tons of asteroids, are all products of the Fuyun Group. Although the Chinese government has previously attempted to build large spacecraft, all endeavors have ended in failure, as the technology for ultra-large plasma engines is exclusively held by the Fuyun Group. Furthermore, in terms of spacecraft design, the Fuyun Group stands as the most advanced in the world today. On another note, it has come to the attention of the Huaxiao authorities that, despite possessing a multitude of space construction capabilities, none of their endeavors can rival the comprehensive scale of the Sky City developed by the Fuyun Group. Consequently, they find themselves unable to undertake the construction of a colossal cosmic battleship such as the Huashan. Thus, the responsibility for constructing the Huashan battleship has been reluctantly entrusted to the Fuyun Group, while the Huaxiao authorities will endeavor to build other escort vessels independently, for they must eventually achieve breakthroughs in their construction capabilities. Regarding the monumental task of constructing the Huashan battleship, Li Fu could only shake his head in disbelief. He jested that such an endeavor was not within his interests. If the project succeeded, it would merely fulfill expectations, yet should it falter and a future conflict arise, the blame might unjustly fall upon him. Moreover, the sheer enormity of the Huashan battleship would entail an extensive time frame. Li Fu estimated that even with Huaxiao's current space capabilities and projected advancements, the construction of this battleship would require no less than a decade. To illustrate, the Huashan battleship alone demands an astonishing 10 billion tons of steel, necessitating the extraction of countless asteroids. Given the current market conditions for asteroid mining, it would be unrealistic to anticipate acquiring such vast resources in less than several years. Moreover, from the perspective of the Fuyun Group, the construction of such a colossal cosmic battleship would monopolize a significant portion of the workforce, severely disrupting the company's established plans. Even Li Fu himself would be compelled to devote the majority of his efforts to the construction of the Huashan, a scenario he fervently wishes to avoid. Li Fu harbors his own ambitions, with numerous cutting-edge technologies awaiting his leadership for development to further propel Huaxia into the realm of space exploration. Thus, when Tang Yunshan approached Li Fu, expressing a desire for the Fuyun Group to undertake the construction of the Huashan, Li Fu instinctively reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, springing up and shaking his head vehemently. However, Tang Yunshan had evidently come well prepared. Beyond promising that the Huaxia government would fully cooperate with the Fuyun Group, providing personnel, resources, and policies, he assured that the group would be at the core of the initiative to construct the Huashan. Of course, Tang Yunshan understood that for Li Fu, power and wealth held little allure, and thus refrained from offering any particular privileges or benefits. Instead, he appealed to Li Fu's emotions and reason. Laying bare the challenges faced by Huaxia and the imminent threat of potential invasions by the Lorne civilization or other extraterrestrial entities, he articulated that if the Huaxia government were to undertake the construction independently, the timeline for the Huashan could extend to 20 or even 30 years. More importantly, Tang Yunshan harbored concerns regarding whether his successor would continue to wholeheartedly support the construction of the Huashan. This remains an uncertainty, as there is considerable dissatisfaction within Huaxia regarding the policies Tang Yunshan has implemented. The compulsory childbirth policy, in particular, has been a frequent subject of criticism. Should the Huashan project falter due to excessive expenditure and prolonged timelines, it would be profoundly detrimental, not only to Huaxia but to humanity at large. In the event of an invasion by the Lorne civilization into the solar system, Earth would be rendered defenseless. Thus, ultimately, Li Fu accepted this formidable task. Centered around the Fuyun Group, Huaxia is poised to concentrate its efforts in the coming years to establish a formidable fleet of cosmic battleships. To achieve this, it is not solely the responsibility of the Fuyun Group to construct the Huashan. Several major heavy industry groups under the auspices of the Huaxia government have also been assigned the task of building 1 to 2 escort battleships each. Furthermore, various military-industrial enterprises within Huaxia have been tasked with the production of over 100,000 cosmic fighter jets and combat spacecraft. The military, too, faces a daunting challenge, as it must not only explore warfare in the cosmos, but also train over 1 million cosmic warriors capable of adapting to the rigors of space combat. These cosmic warriors are fundamentally required to adeptly maneuver spacecraft and interstellar vessels, destined to become the guardians of our homeland, Huaxia, rather than mere foot soldiers armed with rifles as seen in the past. Each cosmic warrior, without exception, is expected to possess at least a bachelor's degree, meeting the stringent standards of a level 5 astronaut. While constructing the Huashan-class starship may not pose an insurmountable challenge, the true difficulty lies in assembling a formidable army capable of engaging in cosmic warfare around the Huashan starship, a task that necessitates the collective effort of the entire nation of Huaxia. Time is of the essence, since the revelation of the space-time currents between stellar systems. The upper echelons of Huaxia have been both apprehensive of potential invasions by extraterrestrial civilizations and determined to cultivate their own formidable cosmic power. Simultaneously, these leaders harbor ambitious aspirations to embark on a grand era of interstellar exploration. To this end, they have instituted a stringent population growth policy aimed at significantly increasing the populace, while vigorously promoting education to enhance the quality of their citizens. Concurrently, there is an urgent drive to develop robust starships and establish a vast cosmic military force. This endeavor is not solely a defensive measure against possible alien incursions. Rather, it serves as a foundation for future ambitions to invade other stellar systems, seize control of additional star systems and habitable planets, and usher in a new era of interstellar exploration. Regarding this matter, Li Fu possesses a profound understanding and insight. At the level of Tang Yunsan, his aspirations revolve around achieving endeavors that will be eternally etched in history. He yearns to inscribe his name indelibly within the annals of Huaxia's historical textbooks, and even more so, to secure a place for his name in the canon of human history. Thus, despite the cacophony of dissent from within the nation, he resolutely forges ahead, unyieldingly promoting his vision. On one hand, he aims to propel Huaxia towards an interstellar cosmic civilization. On the other, he aspires for the era of great maritime exploration in the cosmos to be inaugurated by the people of Huaxia. He seeks to augment the population, enhance its quality, vigorously develop space military capabilities, construct cosmic warships, and establish a formidable cosmic army. Step by step, Tang Yunsan is steering Huaxia towards the powerful nation he envisions. Having previously been at the helm of Huaxia's space endeavors, he is acutely aware of the boundless possibilities within the cosmos, the formidable power of technology, and the imperative path that Huaxia must traverse in the future. Moreover, Tang Yunsan's approach aligns with the tides of historical development and resonates with the fundamental interests of the vast populace of Huaxia. Although countless young individuals may denounce him, those of more advanced age, who possess greater discernment, choose to support him. Under Tang Yunsan's leadership, Huaxia's advancement in the realm of space has experienced unprecedented growth in recent years, underscoring the unstoppable momentum towards the development of a cosmic civilization. Chapter 228. The enormous demand for resources in the Sky City's space factory. Li Fu accompanied Wang Aigua in inspecting the entire facility, guiding him while providing detailed explanations. Our space factory is primarily dedicated to the production of the Little Flying Elephant and Big Flying Elephant spacecraft, boasting 10 expansive construction docks, allowing for the simultaneous assembly of 10 large spacecraft. Li Fu and Wang Aigua gazed through thick tempered glass at the bustling activities within the void of the space factory. The facility resembles a concave structure, with a big flying elephant spacecraft under construction nestled within its opening. Countless mechanical arms on either side are tirelessly at work, creating a scene of remarkable industriousness. The Little Flying Elephant and Big Flying Elephant spacecraft from Fuyun Group are currently the most coveted products in the world. Each spacecraft under construction was pre-sold months in advance, with production schedules extending 5 years into the future. Consequently, there is immense demand for both the Little and Big Flying Elephant spacecraft. Who wouldn't wish to earn more? Naturally, Fuyun Group's orders have surged beyond capacity, rendering it impossible to keep up with production. Wang Aigua nodded, acknowledging that the enormity of this space factory is a testament to the pinnacle of the Chinese space era and is recognized as the most advanced space factory globally, deemed the sole establishment capable of constructing the Huashan spacecraft. The impact is undoubtedly significant. The sheer size of the Mount Hua spacecraft renders our entire space factory incapable of constructing any other vessels. Moreover, the factory will require modifications merely to accommodate the preliminary construction of Mount Hua. At best, we can only create its skeletal framework, while the actual assembly must occur in the vastness of space. Li Fu nodded, acknowledging that undertaking the Mount Hua project is indeed a daunting task. With ramifications extending far beyond our immediate space factory, it will profoundly influence the entire Fuyun Group and necessitate alterations in the company's future strategic direction. For the sake of our great nation and humanity, certain sacrifices must be made. Rest assured, the state will not forget those who contribute to this endeavor. Shall we? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. Wang Aigua nodded. He had known Li Fu for quite some time and was aware that he rarely made demands when dealing with the government. However, he understood that with the Fuyun Group undertaking the Mount Hua project, Li Fu would undoubtedly face numerous challenges, especially as the entire nation is mobilizing to establish a formidable space military. I will not be shy about my needs. Currently, our primary obstacle is the scarcity of raw materials. Thus, I hope that the asteroids we mine will be prioritized for our use. Otherwise, a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Li Fu smiled helplessly. The mass of the Huashan spacecraft reached 1 billion tons. Even if one were to consider a small asteroid weighing 10 million tons, it would require 100 such asteroids. Moreover, these asteroids would all need to be composed of 100% iron, which is nearly impossible to find. In fact, encountering asteroids with over 70% iron content is exceedingly rare. Calculating the requirements reveals that nearly 200 asteroids of 10 million tons each would be necessary to meet the demands of the Huashan spacecraft. However, at present, China's rapid advancements in the realm of space have led to an insatiable need for steel in various sectors, from space farmland and solar power stations to the construction of spaceships and warships. The demand for steel seems perpetually unquenchable. Relying solely on a mere 40% of the asteroid count, coupled with the necessity for the Fuyun Group's own swift development, simply cannot satisfy the colossal requirements for constructing the Huashan spacecraft. Therefore, it is imperative for the Chinese government to intervene and coordinate efforts to channel resources accordingly. Otherwise, even with the technical prowess of the Fuyun Group, there would not be sufficient resources to build a cosmic battleship. Wang Aigua nodded, acknowledging that one must not be overly demanding. The Fuyun Group contributes manpower, expertise, and technology. Hence, the government should at least ensure that resources are adequately prepared. Otherwise, if the burden of resource acquisition falls entirely on the Fuyun Group, it would truly be an unreasonable expectation. Li Fu quickly calculated in his mind, then slowly nodded. The demand for resources from the Huashan authorities was exceedingly vast, extending beyond just the Huashan flagship. The escort vessels, such as Songshan, Taishan, Hongshan, Huangshan, and Lushan, although not as colossal as the Huashan, collectively exceeded a weight of 10 billion tons, tenfold that of the Huashan itself. Furthermore, there was a necessity to construct as many as 100,000 cosmic fighters and battle spacecraft. While the iron requirements for each individual fighter and spacecraft may seem modest, the sheer volume rendered the total demand to surpass 1 billion tons, necessitating an immense amount of resources. If these resources were to be situated on Earth, it would pose no significant issue. However, in the realm of space, transporting steel from Earth was utterly impractical, as the costs involved could potentially lead to the downfall of Huaxia. Chapter 229. Relying on oneself rather than others. Shaoli. Although you have undertaken the construction of the Huashan, we cannot afford to neglect the production of the Little Elephant and Big Elephant spacecraft. We must continuously increase our output. Otherwise, meeting such a colossal demand for resources in the future will prove exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing Li Fu mention the mining of asteroid resources, Wang Aigua could not help but furrow his brow. Only the Fuyun Group possessed the capability to manufacture the Little Elephant and Big Elephant spacecraft, and the Huaxiao authorities had yet to master this technology. Currently, the Fuyun Group is tasked with constructing the Huashan-class battleship, which has occupied the space factory and significantly impacted the construction of the Xiaofixiang and Defixiang spacecraft. The absence of these two vessels makes asteroid mining an even more daunting endeavor. Thus, we face a dilemma. Should we use the eggs to hatch chicks, or should we consume them to meet immediate needs? Although Wang Aigua holds a position of immense authority as the head of the Chinese space sector, he finds himself in a state of helplessness regarding this matter. Even if the Fuyun Group is willing to share technology with the Chinese government, the latter is currently unable to produce these two types of spacecraft in a timely manner. Wang Aigua nods in satisfaction and continues his inspection alongside Li Fu. With the Chinese government formally establishing the construction of the Huashan-class battleship as the cornerstone of a formidable space fleet, the vast nation of China has begun to operate with the fervor of a tightly wound machine. A substantial space army encompasses not merely one or two battleships, but an extensive and intricate system. It is an ambitious undertaking. China plans to dedicate all its resources over the next decade to achieve this monumental historical objective. As time progresses, the expanse of outer space becomes increasingly bustling. Not only is China fervently focused on building its space forces, but other nations on Earth are also becoming aware of China's significant endeavors, each grasping to varying degrees the magnitude of China's ambition to forge a powerful space legion. Regardless of whether it is driven by self-preservation or fear, other powerful nations around the globe have proposed their own plans for space forces, intensifying the already fierce competition in the cosmos. At the Sky City space factory of the Fuyun Group, Li Fu, clad in a spacesuit, along with Chun Bin, Yu Liang, and Chao Haitao, is inspecting the construction progress of the Huashan spacecraft. Although the Huashan battleship itself is not visible at this moment, a towering pillar extending 10 kilometers into the void serves as a testament to the unwavering efforts of the Fuyun Group. This colossal pillar, measuring 10 kilometers in length and 100 meters in diameter, is the backbone of the future Huashan battleship. The construction of this single pillar has consumed over a year, depleting dozens of asteroids, each weighing around 10 million tons. The immense structure is equipped with numerous prefabricated interfaces designed to connect to the skeleton of the battleship. Only upon the completion of the skeleton can the outer shell of the battleship be crafted, which will also require the installation of various large-scale equipment beforehand. Having finally completed the main beam, the focus now shifts to constructing the skeleton. Qinbin gazes at the massive main beam in the void, where countless robotic arms are tirelessly at work. Over the past year, the entire Fuyun Group has been exceptionally busy in the pursuit of crafting this main beam. The main beam is to the cosmic battleship what the spine is to the human body. Its significance is immeasurable, and any errors could render it incapable of supporting the immense weight of the spacecraft. As for the skeleton, I find it exceedingly frustrating. We have only just begun. Yet the resources originally promised to us have already begun to dwindle significantly. Otherwise, constructing this main beam would not require over a year. At most, 10 months would suffice. However, due to others seizing these resources, we have been compelled to endure several additional months of delay. At this point, Yu Liang, unable to contain his indignation, spoke out. The situation is as follows. Various sectors within Huaxia are exerting every effort to forge a formidable cosmic army. Among them, the Fuyun Group is tasked with constructing the Huashan-class warship, while several major heavy industry groups within Huaxia are responsible for building other escort vessels. The military-industrial complex is engaged in the production of vast fleets of cosmic fighters and warships, with every sector working tirelessly. Consequently, the availability of steel resources in space has become exceedingly scarce. Major military and heavy industry groups, along with domestic capital forces, are fiercely competing for steel resources, extracting them from the moon and the asteroid belt, causing a dramatic surge in steel prices. The steel resources originally promised by Wang Aigua to the Fuyun Group have been appropriated by others under various pretexts, particularly by several major heavy industry and military groups, which are, in essence, state-owned enterprises of Huaxia, affectionately regarded as favored offspring, who always seem to find an array of justifications. Today, the demand is for a small asteroid, and tomorrow, yet another. Despite Wang Aigua's diligent efforts on behalf of the Fuyun Group, the matter does not rest solely in his hands. A beloved child invariably devises various strategies to acquire resources from their parents. As for the Fuyun Group, it is ultimately a private enterprise, having constructed the pivotal and paramount Huashan-class spacecraft. However, in the fierce competition for resources, it inevitably falls short against others. Moreover, a significant factor lies in the fact that the Fuyun Group possesses advanced technology for large engines yet is unwilling to share it with the Huaxia authorities. Instead, it monopolizes the lucrative venture of asteroid mining, which has incited considerable dissatisfaction among major industrial and military conglomerates. The prices of the Little Elephant and Big Elephant spacecraft are exorbitantly high, with astonishing profit margins, and these large corporations have long set their sights on them. Yet they remain helpless due to their lack of technology, forced to watch Fuyun Group indulge in solitary gains. Long ago, these conglomerates expressed their grievances to figures such as Tang Yunshan and Wang Aigua, hoping the Huaxiao authorities would exert pressure on the Fuyun Group to share the technology of large plasma engines. Naturally, Tang Yunshan and Wang Aigua comprehend the intricate stakes at play. They recognize that these large groups are quintessential examples of those who squander resources without investment. While they eagerly welcome the prospect of acquiring technology, they are reluctant to commit substantial funds for research, often resorting to subterfuge to secure enormous financial allocations. In the past, China has never truly possessed its own aviation engines, which serves as a prime example of the challenges faced. The nation has invested substantial sums of money in this field. Yet year after year, despite the financial commitment and the provision of talent, China has still not developed its own aerospace heart. It is almost laughable that even in the early 21st century, China was unable to achieve genuine mass production of its aviation engines, relying instead on imports from the polar bear nation, which had already mastered the production of such engines in the previous century. Regardless of the lofty claims surrounding the J-20 fighter jet, the core engine's origin remains a topic of significant contention. The true transformation in China's aviation and aerospace sectors can be attributed to Li Fu. With his assistance, Liu Shiying and his team successfully developed the plasma engine, a technology that directly bypassed traditional gas turbine engines. Thus, when discussing the gas turbine sector, it is evident that China still lags behind the West. Understanding the intricate dynamics, Tang Yunshan and Wang Aigua are naturally reluctant to pressure Li Fu into sharing his technology, leading these large conglomerates to undermine the Fuyun Group in this regard. Given the scarcity of resources that everyone is currently facing, all parties bear significant responsibilities, especially the leaders of these large corporations, who are under immense pressure. Unlike the Fuyun Group, these individuals risk their positions should their performance falter, prompting them to exhaust all possible means to secure resources from above. Naturally, as they acquired additional resources, the supply allocated to the Fuyun Group diminished. Although Wang Aigua intended to assist the Fuyun Group, he often found himself in a position of helplessness, as these conglomerates operated with complete transparency and a sense of entitlement. Their demand for resources was not solely for the benefit of their small factions, but aimed at constructing interstellar battleships and crafting cosmic fighter jets, contributing to the enhancement of China's space capabilities. They were acutely aware of the adage that a child who cries receives milk, and thus their relentless pursuit of resources was unabashed. Brother Fu, we must devise a strategy, otherwise it's not just about whether we can complete the Mount Huashan interstellar battleship on schedule, our company's other operations will also suffer significantly. The trade of these small asteroids has become utterly unmarketable. Even with sufficient funds, we cannot procure them, Chow Haitao expressed anxiously. Rather than relying on others, we should rely on ourselves. Since we cannot purchase them, we shall extract them ourselves. When it comes to asteroid mining, we are the pioneers. Li Fu remarked after pondering the matter thoughtfully, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 230. Anti-gravity technology. Li Fu was acutely aware that, given the formidable strength of the Fuyun Group, they could express their dissatisfaction to Wang Aigua and Tang Yunshan through a strike. They could also halt the provision of ultra-large plasma engines to the state. In such a scenario, even if these heavy industry conglomerates were capable of constructing corvettes, without the ultra-large plasma engines supplied by the Fuyun Group, those corvettes would merely be cumbersome metal masses. However, Li Fu had no intention of proceeding in such a manner, for doing so would yield no benefits for him. It would merely place him in the eye of the storm, perfectly aligning with the intentions of others. They would relish the prospect of Li Fu confronting the authorities directly, as it would provide them with a rationale to recommend that measures be taken against the Fuyun Group. Merely invoking antitrust concerns would suffice to fracture the Fuyun Group into disarray. Furthermore, Li Fu was acutely aware of why senior figures like Tang Yunshan were hastily endeavoring to construct their own cosmic military. Their underlying trepidation regarding the potential invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations was palpable. Should Li Fu allow his emotions to dictate his actions in this matter, it could lead to Tang Yunshan stepping in, ensuring the resource demands of the Fuyun Group were met, yet simultaneously obliterating the image Li Fu had painstakingly cultivated. More critically, Li Fu understood the gravity of the situation. While others may not grasp why Huaxia was so fervently striving to develop a cosmic military, thus shamelessly seizing resources, Li Fu could not afford such indulgence. He needed to consider the overarching perspective and fundamental interests of humanity as a whole, and fundamentally, his own interests as well. Initially, there had been no intention to mine asteroids, thus leaving no large spacecraft produced by us. The subsequent orders were already fully booked, and attempting to squeeze out a dozen spacecraft would have significant repercussions. Upon hearing Li Fu's words, Chen Bin's mind raced with calculations before he shook his head in response. What is the significance of mining 10 million tons from an asteroid? As pioneers, we must indeed think grandly. If we could extract over 100 million tons from a single asteroid, conducting such operations just once or twice a year would sufficiently fulfill our resource demands. Li Fu smiled mysteriously. The little elephant spacecraft is capable of towing asteroids weighing up to tens of millions of tons. Though typically achieving around 9 million tons is already commendable. Often, it tows iron-rich asteroids weighing approximately 7 to 8 million tons, yielding substantial profits. As for the big elephant spacecraft, its current output remains remarkably limited, primarily due to its exorbitant price, soaring into the hundreds of billions of Huabei currency. Even the most audacious capitalists must meticulously weigh their financial resources. The big elephant spacecraft is an upgraded version of the little elephant, theoretically capable of towing asteroids weighing up to 50 million tons. However, in actual operations, successfully transporting an iron-rich asteroid weighing around 30 million tons is considered quite impressive. Encountering one around 40 million tons would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Li Fu's proposition of mining over 100 million tons from an asteroid clearly indicates that neither the little elephant nor the big elephant spacecraft can meet such demands. The construction of more advanced spacecraft is imperative. An asteroid of over 100 million tons? Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They were all experts in the field of aerospace propulsion and were well aware of the immense power required to mine billions of tons from asteroids. Such an endeavor would necessitate the deployment of colossal plasma engines, and even then, it would be a considerable challenge. The Huashan vessel boasts a staggering mass of 1 billion tons. However, according to its design, It must be equipped with more than 10 of these enormous plasma engines to meet the demands of its operations. Much like jet propulsion, plasma propulsion has its limitations. For instance, once a jet fighter reaches a speed of Mach 3, further acceleration becomes nearly impossible, as the thrust generated by the jet system is insufficient to increase the aircraft's velocity. Plasma propulsion faces a similar constraint, theoretically. A single ultra-large plasma engine could propel an object weighing 1 billion tons, but in practical application, achieving such extremes is exceedingly difficult. Thus, should one wish to exploit asteroids weighing in the billions of tons using plasma propulsion systems, it would undoubtedly require the use of ultra-large plasma engines. However, these engines come with exorbitant costs and necessitate the construction of extraordinarily massive spacecraft to match. It would be impractical to design a spacecraft the size of the Hongshan or Songshan-class vessels solely for asteroid mining, as that would be an excessive use of resources. Moreover, the construction of such a colossal spacecraft necessitates the consumption of an immense quantity of steel resources, requiring several years to complete. It offers no immediate remedy for the current predicament. Brother Fu, how are we to mine billions of tons from asteroids? Yu Liang seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. Having spent considerable time with Li Fu, he understood that Li Fu harbored infinite potential, and no problem could truly confound him. Utilizing a super-large plasma engine to create a massive spacecraft for asteroid mining is exceedingly impractical and time-consuming, failing to address the pressing issues at hand. Chen Bin possessed a more straightforward mindset. He was still engrossed in calculations, contemplating how to extract from asteroids weighing in the billions of tons. Brother Fu must surely have a new propulsion technology, Chow Haitao mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. New propulsion technology? What technology? Chen Bin suddenly realized, hastily directing his question at Li Fu. Traditional plasma technology is undoubtedly unfeasible. We have no intention of engaging in unprofitable ventures. As a high-tech enterprise, we must incessantly innovate and explore new technologies. Li Fu teased with a hint of mystery, explaining how propulsion technology has evolved from the early steam engines to internal combustion engines, then to electric motors and plasma propulsion. Each transformation in propulsion technology marks a significant leap in human history, from the first industrial revolution to the second, the third, and now to the era of interstellar exploration, where propulsion technology has determined everything. What technology? Chen Bin, Yu Liang, and Xiao Haitao, among others, in unison expressed their astonishment, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Anti-gravity technology. Li Fu gently uttered the words. Anti-gravity technology? Upon hearing this, the others echoed in contemplation, their minds racing with thoughts. This so-called anti-gravity technology is a theoretical propulsion concept, underpinned by a remarkably simple principle. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, every object is governed by the force of universal gravitation. The moon is influenced by the Earth's gravitational pull, thus it orbits the Earth. Similarly, the planets, including Earth, Mars, and Venus, are ensnared by the Sun's gravitational dominance, resulting in their orbital dance around the solar system. The solar system, along with countless stellar systems such as the Centaurus and Canis major constellations, is controlled by the formidable black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, compelling all matter within the galaxy to revolve around it. According to scientific calculations, the solar system completes an orbit around the Milky Way approximately every 220 to 250 million years, a period referred to as a cosmic year or galactic year. Though the Milky Way is vast and seemingly immutable, it is not exempt from the influence of a powerful force, moving through the universe at unimaginable speeds. It can be posited that all entities within the universe are governed by this potent force known as gravity. Having comprehended the omnipresent force of gravity that governs all things in the universe, scientists have speculated whether this fundamental gravitational force could be harnessed to generate energy. This concept is referred to as the theory of anti-gravity technology. However, it is more accurately termed gravitational propulsion technology. Initially, the gravitational forces that could be utilized are predominantly those of celestial bodies, hence the term anti-gravity technology. Should this field advance to a more sophisticated level, it could rightfully be called gravitational propulsion technology. At such an advanced stage, the gravitational forces harnessed would not be confined to planets, but could encompass the gravitation of stars or even the formidable forces governing galaxies. While the theoretical underpinnings of anti-gravity technology are understood, the practical realization of such technology remains exceedingly challenging. Much like the well-known equation of mass-energy equivalence proposed by Einstein, the complexities of developing nuclear weapons leave many in a state of confusion, rendering them unable to proceed. Otherwise, nations worldwide would have already mastered nuclear technology. Individuals such as Chun Bin, Yu Liang, and Xiao Haitao are aware of the theoretical aspects of anti-gravity technology. Yet the actual research and development of such technology eludes them entirely. Despite their acknowledgement that Li Fu has dedicated the majority of his efforts in recent years to the exploration of new propulsion technologies, many were led to believe he was focused on plasma propulsion technology. Unbeknownst to them, Li Fu was indeed investigating anti-gravity technology, a theoretical domain with boundless potential. Chapter 231, Anti-Gravity Technology, Part 2. The Fuyun Group Research Institute, located in the picturesque Yuantu town of Sanjiang District, Meijiang City, occupies an extensive area, encompassing more than half of the town's land. Built against the backdrop of mountains and adhering to a strategy of utilizing local resources, the entire institute appears to be concealed within the depths of the forest. The surroundings are masterfully shrouded by the lush greenery, with towering trees and serene valleys, where only the lively songs of freely soaring birds and the occasional chirp of insects reveal the vibrancy of this world. Within the institute, armed security personnel from the Fuyun Group patrol diligently, while scientists clad in white lab coats engage in discussions. All these elements contribute to an aura of profound mystery. Deep within a secluded canyon, surrounded by mountains on all sides and accessible by a narrow passage, a colossal structure lies hidden. The exterior of the building is painted green, allowing it to blend seamlessly with the towering trees, rendering it nearly invisible to aircraft above, let alone satellites in space. Inside this vast edifice, a multitude of scientists in white lab coats are busily engaged in their work. Their youthful faces, many still bearing the freshness of youth, suggest that they have recently graduated from their academic pursuits. At this moment, Li Fu was clad in a pristine white lab coat, deeply engrossed in his research. The individuals surrounding him were hesitant to disturb his concentration, well aware of his temperament. Typically affable and unpretentious, Li Fu could engage in light-hearted banter with everyone. However, should anyone dare to interrupt him during his focused endeavors, they would surely face dire consequences. I have long mastered all the crucial aspects of this anti-gravity technology. Yet why does its implementation remain so arduous? Li Fu pondered relentlessly in his mind. As a bearer of the seed of civilization, he diligently accompanied Xiaoying each day to explore the technological advancements of super-civilizations, gradually devising methods to disseminate this knowledge. The anti-gravity technology was no exception. Li Fu had thoroughly comprehended it long ago. However, he refrained from unveiling this technology, as the plasma propulsion technology had only recently been developed. Presenting the anti-gravity technology at that juncture seemed entirely unnecessary, especially considering the nascent state of the research team at the Fuyun Group. It would have been exceedingly challenging to ensure that the team grasped the intricacies of anti-gravity technology, particularly when aiming to convey the impression that it was merely Li Fu's guidance that led to their sudden enlightenment after prolonged study. It is now the year 2027. Nearly a decade since the inception of plasma technology. Presently, the Fuyun Group remains an imposing entity, boasting a workforce exceeding 10 million, including several million researchers and engineers, demonstrating formidable technological prowess. They have even acquired numerous technologies that remain elusive to the official institutions of Huaxia, such as colossal plasma engines and rudimentary energy weaponry. Moreover, Huaxia has fully committed to the exploration of outer space, with spacecraft mining asteroids in the asteroid belt, countless mining operations on the lunar surface, and a myriad of space structures beyond Earth's atmosphere. All conditions have matured, and Li Fu believes it is time to unveil the anti-gravity technology. However, despite having grasped all essential aspects of anti-gravity technology through the civilization seed, he still encounters numerous challenges in its practical application. My master, the convergence of theory and practice is essential. Although you have theoretically mastered all critical elements of anti-gravity technology, actual experimentation requires continuous trials. The current pace is already swift. If one were to rely solely on personal exploration, given Earth's present technological level, it would take well over a millennium to transition anti-gravity from theory to practice. A voice, tinged with a hint of disdain, echoed in his mind, reminiscent of someone unaware of their fortune. All right, perhaps I have been a bit too hasty. Li Fu conceded with a smile, nodding in agreement as he prepared for the next experiment. Returning to reality, Li Fu instructed his assistant, Li Quanjian, who had been appointed as his aide immediately after graduation due to his exceptional performance during the scientific expedition aboard the Ocean Voyager. Soon, Li Quanjian had arranged everything meticulously. The vast experimental hall at the center of the laboratory was fully prepared, awaiting Li Fu's command. Principal, the experiment is ready to commence at any moment. Li Quanjian gently reminded Li Fu as he approached his side. Let us begin, Li Fu replied with a satisfied nod. His gaze fixed upon the heart of the experimental hall. The technology of anti-gravity relied on the manipulation of gravitational force, necessitating a method to convert this universal attraction into propulsion. The challenge lay in the fundamental nature of gravity, which draws objects towards one another. Overcoming this obstacle was essential for the realization of anti-gravity technology. Li Fu understood that the initial phase of anti-gravity technology operated on the principles of attraction and repulsion. In simpler terms, one could envision a celestial body as a colossal magnet, with their spacecraft acting likewise as a magnet. The principle of like repelling and unlike attracting would thus facilitate the implementation of anti-gravity. However, this represented merely a rudimentary form of anti-gravity technology. The true essence of anti-gravity, or gravitational manipulation, involved utilizing the gravitational force of larger celestial bodies to counteract the gravitational pull of smaller entities. For instance, harnessing the gravitational force of the Sun to overcome the gravitational pull of the Earth. The Sun's gravitational strength is indeed colossal, exerting dominion even over our planet. Should one master such technology, one could traverse freely within the stellar system, for the core star is the most massive entity within the entire celestial domain. As the 235th experiment commenced, the voice from the broadcast resonated, and all eyes were fixed upon the central experimental hall. Within, an object began to ascend slowly. Its ascent was not rapid, yet it was remarkably steady. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Its height continuously increased, as if the force of gravity had entirely failed to act upon it. However, this phenomenon did not endure for long. Upon reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters, the object abruptly inverted and subsequently plummeted at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of any ordinary object falling from such heights. With a resounding crash, the object shattered completely, its fragments scattering in all directions, signaling to everyone that this experiment, too, had ended in failure. It remains elusive. Despite our efforts to minimize power output to its lowest level, the moment it ascends to a certain altitude, it invariably flips and disintegrates under the opposing forces. Beside Li Fu, Li Quanjing shook his head. He had witnessed such scenes countless times before, and this outcome was no surprise to him. The current situation is quite simple. You hold two magnets and attempt to push them apart using the same pull. However, a moment's inattention may cause the magnets to flip and attract each other instantaneously, a phenomenon commonly observed with powerful magnets. Consider experimenting with bidirectional composite exchange technology and nanocrystalline magnetic technology. Li Fu remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts, before he slowly began to speak. Although the experiments had consistently failed, Li Fu was methodically guiding the research toward the correct direction, for he had already grasped all the critical points in his mind and understood how to achieve the desired results. Naturally, This process required numerous iterations. As days turned into weeks, Li Fu lost count of the failures, yet he was drawing ever closer to the successful development of anti-gravity technology. In the same laboratory, Chen Bin, Yu Liang, Chao Haitao, and Yang Yiping gathered once more. This time, Li Fu was brimming with confidence, having summoned everyone to witness the anti-gravity technology. In the expansive experimental hall, a flat object lay before them, appearing elliptical from above. Measuring over 10 meters in length and about 7 or 8 meters at its widest point, yet possessing a thickness of under 3 meters. The overall shape resembled that of a flying saucer, albeit more flattened. The choice of this design stemmed from Li Fu's discovery during his research that such a flat structural form could provide remarkable stability, making it less prone to overturning and facilitating the realization of anti-gravity technology. Brother Fu, will this work this time? I have heard that you have encountered failures thousands of times, with the materials alone costing hundreds of billions of Robotic. Yu Liang wore a teasing smile, remarking on Li Fu, suggesting that an ordinary individual would never dare to invest such a substantial amount. It is well known that the materials required for these experiments are exceedingly rare, with very few found on both the Moon and Earth. The minuscule quantities are primarily extracted from asteroids in the asteroid belt, such as metals like rhodium, palladium, and osmium, which are extremely scarce and exorbitantly priced on both celestial bodies. Naturally, the entire Fuyun group is synonymous with Li Fu, and given the current state of the Fuyun group, the expenditure of hundreds of billions of Robotic on research is trivial. Many large-scale scientific endeavors cost trillions of Robotic, yet Li Fu signs off without the slightest hesitation. Yu Liang's jest was lighthearted, not genuinely criticizing Li Fu for squandering resources. As long as the anti-gravity technology can be developed, what do a few hundred billion Robotic matter? Even trillions would be a mere trifle. However, it is my first time witnessing Brother Fu in such a predicament. Previously, any technology before him was but a trivial task, requiring neither such an extensive duration nor such numerous failures. Yang Yiping also joined in the jest, his face radiating joy, for it is rare to see Li Fu, like them, struggle with repeated failures in the pursuit of a particular technology. Chapter 232. The Power of Anti-Gravity Technology Within a Vast Laboratory. Numerous scientists engaged in fervent discussions around the experimental hall. Under the leadership of Li Fu, substantial funding had been devoted to the pursuit of anti-gravity technology. With a formidable team of elite professionals laboring tirelessly for many years, now tantalizingly close to success. As the experiment commenced, a resonant voice echoed in the ears of all present, drawing their attention to the center of the hall where a craft resembling a flying saucer awaited. A faint hum resonated as the anti-gravity system of the spacecraft began to activate. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the vessel ascended gently, its speed unhurried, evoking a sensation akin to that of a large dandelion taking flight. Soaring gracefully, it soon reached an altitude of 7 or 8 meters, hovering effortlessly in the air, entirely liberated from the grasp of gravity. "Let us test lateral flight," Li Fu remarked, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke to his colleague, Li Quanjian. In response, the craft began to glide slowly across the expanse of the hall, maintaining its ethereal quality, prompting an instinctive concern among the onlookers, as if it might plummet at any moment. "Open the door and let it fly out," Li Fu instructed, observing the vessel's performance with satisfaction. As the command was executed, a wall of the expansive hall gradually parted, allowing sunlight to pour in, revealing a clear azure sky outside, with splendid weather gracing the day. The saucer-shaped spacecraft gradually emerged from the confines of the experimental hall, soaring into the open air like a bird liberated from its cage. Though it appeared light as a feather, its velocity surged dramatically. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the craft shot toward the azure sky like an arrow, swiftly breaking the sound barrier within mere seconds. The scientists, wary of the vessel's endurance, refrained from unleashing its full potential, considering this merely a warm-up. Inside the laboratory hall, the spacecraft was no longer visible, prompting everyone to swiftly turn their attention to the central monitor, which displayed pertinent data. The flight speed registered at an astonishing Mach 10. Remarkably, this was just the beginning. Its speed rapidly escalated to a terrifying Mach 30, a true testament to its normal operational velocity. Li Fu observed its trajectory, noting that within just a few minutes, it was on the verge of crossing the borders of China. He preferred to keep its exposure minimal for the time being, even though the official authorities would undoubtedly detect its speed exceeding Mach 30. However, Li Fu could conveniently attribute this to the testing of a new aerospace vehicle. This particular spacecraft was powered by an anti-gravity propulsion system, allowing it to maneuver in any direction without distinction. Its ability to hover and translate effortlessly enabled it to perform astonishing maneuvers previously deemed unimaginable. Truly remarkable. Having observed the performance of this aircraft from beginning to end, Yu Liang could not help but exclaim in admiration. The formidable anti-gravity system endows this craft with a plethora of astonishing capabilities: hovering, lateral movement, the ability to alter flight direction at will, unprecedented speed, and vertical takeoff, among others. Each characteristic seems more than sufficient to outclass any aerospace vehicle, rendering it a product of an entirely different era. Anti-gravity technology. Chen Bin, with wide eyes, as a leading scientist in the realms of aerospace and aerodynamics, understood all too well that it is virtually impossible for an aircraft to exhibit such performances. It was simply unbelievable. Chow Haitao shook his head repeatedly, although he had mentally prepared himself to some extent. Witnessing the power of anti-gravity technology firsthand made it clear to him that the era of plasma propulsion was nearing its conclusion. Plasma propulsion requires vast amounts of electricity and compressed air, whereas anti-gravity technology consumes merely electricity and, due to the absence of the need to ionize air, expends less energy than even half of what a plasma engine would utilize, eliminating the requirement for compressed air. There are innumerable advantages that anti-gravity technology possesses over plasma propulsion. It can be said, at the very least, that anti-gravity technology has indeed been successfully developed. Li Fu also nodded in satisfaction. After dedicating a significant portion of his energy and time, the anti-gravity technology had finally come to fruition. Now, his company, the Fuyun Group, was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to employ this technology to construct formidable anti-gravity spacecraft for asteroid mining in the asteroid belt. The construction of the Huashan has essentially been announced as halted, owing to the dwindling resources acquired by the Fuyun Group. Observing the lack of response from the Fuyun Group, individuals have become increasingly brazen, relentlessly seizing resources that ought to have been allocated to them. Were it not for the Fuyun Group's substantial Cloud Sea region on the moon, replete with numerous colossal mines capable of providing a continuous stream of resources, the entire group might have faced a complete standstill. Success. Li Fu gazed at the jubilant scene before him, where scientists embraced one another, exchanged fist bumps, shook hands, and some even leaped into the air in joyous collision. They were a vibrant group of youth, brimming with boundless energy, fervently expressing their elation, their emotions vividly etched upon their faces. Li Fu couldn't help but join in their laughter. Chapter 233. Interstellar miners in the vastness of outer space. A small spaceship, aptly named the Little Elephant, had just completed several orbits around Earth, achieving an initial velocity of 25 kilometers per second, and was now heading straight towards the asteroid belt. Continue to accelerate, Captain Lu Yuan commanded, his gaze fixed on the increasingly distant planet of Earth, his heart tinged with a hint of nostalgia, yet predominantly filled with aspirations for the future and unwavering resolve. Of course, the lucrative rewards were not accessible to everyone, beyond the fundamental requirement of a level 5 astronaut. There were stringent criteria concerning astrophysics, aerospace propulsion, mechanical maintenance, and more. Almost every individual could be considered a polymath, adept at managing a multitude of tasks. Certainly, it is of paramount importance to possess a robust mental fortitude. Individuals who exhibit a tranquil demeanor may nonetheless find themselves susceptible to impulsivity. Personality assessments must meet certain standards, for during such an extensive voyage through the void, even the most composed individuals can become agitated and irritable. Incidents of astronauts engaging in altercations have been known to occur, with some episodes escalating to alarming degrees. On several occasions, vessels dedicated to asteroid mining have been obliterated in the vacuum of space due to internal discord among crew members. It was later revealed by the Fuyun Group that such phenomena were attributed to what is termed void syndrome. While it has been acknowledged that the introduction of copious amounts of greenery may alleviate the effects, space enterprises have opted to recruit only those with serene temperaments for asteroid belt expeditions. After all, the cost of a small spacecraft is considerable, and any mishap involving its crew would result in significant losses, in addition to the challenges of recruiting scientists for asteroid mining missions. Another crucial factor contributing to their exorbitant salaries is the emphasis placed by the Chinese authorities on the necessity for individuals working in space to engage in a minimum of 4 hours of exercise daily. This regimen is intended to maintain calcium levels within the astronauts' bodies. However, such exercise has its limitations. Many bones and muscles remain inadequately stimulated, as all skeletal structures on Earth are influenced by gravitational forces. Thus, while ventures to the asteroid belt may be lucrative, astronauts often return bearing lifelong ailments, with some severe cases resulting in disabilities that render them incapable of self-care. The depletion of skeletal calcium, disruptions in the endocrine system, complications within the digestive system, and the abnormal development of bodily organs are among the myriad issues that deter countless astronauts. Despite being part of a high-income demographic, many are reluctant to take such risks. The Little Elephant spacecraft continues to accelerate, with the crew having little to attend to, prompting each individual to engage in physical training. No one desires to earn a living only to find themselves unable to enjoy it. They place great importance on their health, truly embodying the adage that one's body is the foundation of revolution. This marks the second journey to the asteroid belt. Liu Yuan is an ambitious individual, unsatisfied with merely working for others. If that were the case, during his previous expedition to the asteroid belt, he would have already acquired sufficient funds to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle for the latter half of the year. He harbors a personal dream to establish his own interstellar mining company, a venture that necessitates substantial capital. Just the purchase of a single Little Elephant spacecraft demands several hundred billion huabi, while the funds at his disposal ensure his future sustenance. They fall short of enabling him to acquire a spacecraft. Liu Yuan is acutely aware of the capital he possesses. This is his second foray into the asteroid belt to extract resources, positioning him among the most experienced in the industry. Few have undertaken multiple missions to mine asteroids. With extensive experience and a calm, composed command ability, Liu Yuan recognizes that the only element lacking is funding. He firmly believes that with sufficient capital, he can attain wealth comparable to that of the legendary tycoons of the space age in a remarkably short time. Recently, he learned that the Chinese government is set to introduce a policy aimed at encouraging greater participation from individuals and organizations in the asteroid mining industry. This initiative arises from China's pressing need for abundant resources, with asteroids in the asteroid belt representing a vast and cost-effective source. The essence of this policy is that as long as individuals or groups express an intention to mine asteroids, the Chinese government will provide preferential loan support, along with robust encouragement and assistance for the development of the asteroid mining sector. China has previously implemented numerous similar policies, all designed to advance its endeavors in the realm of space exploration, specifically targeting new individuals and organizations. As existing entities are excluded from these benefits, even those who invest in the enterprises of others. Consequently, each implementation has the potential to spawn a multitude of space technology companies, transforming countless previously unremarkable individuals into overnight millionaires, thus becoming a topic of fascination for many around the globe. The current landscape of China's space sector owes much to these various forms of support and favorable policies. Without such substantial backing, often amounting to hundreds of billions or even trillions, neither individuals nor even large corporations or financial conglomerates could feasibly shoulder the immense financial burdens, necessitating the collaboration of exceptionally large teams to undertake such ventures. Upon receiving the news, Liu Yuan was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. He realized that his opportunity had arrived. Despite his family's objections to his return to the asteroid belt for mining endeavors, Lu Yuan remained resolute in his pursuit. He aspired to become a new legend, a super-rich individual whom others would envy, but most importantly, he sought to fulfill his life's value. Having spent an extended period in space, he had grown fond of the celestial lifestyle and had long dedicated his existence to the space industry. He believed that the true essence of his life's worth could only be manifested in the realm of outer space. Otherwise, had he merely settled for a life of leisure as a wealthy heir, he could have done so 2 years prior. The past 2 years of a sheltered life had rendered him too comfortable and exceedingly mundane. The pioneers of the space era, each one brimming with a spirit of adventure, were drawn to the vast, infinite cosmos. He pondered whether he might one day have the chance to explore other star systems. Gazing at the stars outside, Lu Yuan envisioned his future adventures. Although gentle in demeanor, he possessed an inherent restlessness, a profound fondness for exploration, and an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Suddenly, a hum resonated, invigorating him. He quickly adjusted the radar data. The speed was astonishing, simply unbelievable. Lu Yuan gazed at a point on the radar, which was approaching his little flying elephant spaceship at an unimaginable speed. The velocity of this point had reached 10 times that of his spacecraft, continually accelerating. At that moment, Lu Yuan's spaceship was traveling at over 50 kilometers per second, meaning that the object rapidly approaching him was hurtling towards him at an unprecedented speed of 500 kilometers per second. What could it be? Was it an asteroid or a comet? However, according to the latest astronomical data, such an encounter was impossible. As speculation raced through his mind, Lu Yuan maneuvered the astronomical telescope aboard his little flying elephant spaceship to focus on the object. An alien spacecraft? Upon seeing the rapidly approaching object through the telescope, Lu Yuan could not contain his astonishment, for he beheld a flying saucer reminiscent of those from science fiction films. Chapter 234. Effortlessly maneuvering an asteroid weighing over 1 billion tons, Captain. What is happening? At that moment, the crew member Sun Xiaowen, startled by the alarm, hurriedly inquired, "An alien spacecraft?" Simultaneously, other crew members arrived, having caught the tail end of Lu Yuan's words, their eyes widening in disbelief. Behind us, a saucer-shaped vehicle is approaching at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. Everyone, take a look. Lu Yuan's expression was grave as his mind raced to devise a strategy. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly began operating the radar, telescope, and other instruments. Lo and behold, it is indeed a spacecraft of extraterrestrial origin. Such vessels do not exist in our earthly domain, and to my knowledge, even the most advanced spacecraft of the Fuyun Group cannot attain such terrifying velocities. A speed of 500 kilometers per second is utterly astonishing. The plasma propulsion system is simply insufficient to generate such formidable power. Sun Xiaowen, peering through the astronomical telescope, beheld the disc-shaped craft and proclaimed with unwavering certainty that as an interstellar miner destined for the asteroid belt, he was well acquainted with various types of spacecraft in the cosmos, and he recognized that the vessels of the Fuyun Group were unparalleled. What shall we do? It is evident that this craft is heading directly towards us, following our exact trajectory. Sun Xiaowen turned to Captain Lu Yuan, for all significant decisions aboard the vessel rested in Lu's authority. An immediate distress signal must be dispatched to Earth, and an attempt to communicate with the approaching craft should be made to ascertain the possibility of dialogue. Lu Yuan's mind raced with thoughts, and he appeared to resolve within himself that if indeed these were extraterrestrials, he would take the opportunity to observe them closely. Fleeing was not an option, and engaging in combat was even less feasible, for the little elephant spacecraft bore no armaments. Their only recourse was to seek assistance from Earth and endeavor to negotiate with the alien visitors. Yet, wait, this is not an alien civilization's ship. It is a spacecraft of the Fuyun Group, emblazoned with their insignia. Before long, another observer, having gazed through the telescope, made a significant new discovery and exclaimed loudly, "The aircraft of the Fuyun Group?" Lu Yuan found it somewhat hard to believe, so he decided to observe it personally. To his astonishment, it truly was a craft belonging to the Fuyun Group. However, the notion of a spaceship traveling at 500 kilometers per second seemed utterly implausible. Through the telescope, Lu Yuan was finally able to discern the emblem emblazoned on the disc-shaped vessel, distinctly the cloud-like insignia of the Fuyun Group, a symbol now universally recognized across the globe. Initially, due to the considerable distance, the details were obscured, but as the speed of the craft was astonishingly rapid, the gap between them diminished, allowing the insignia to come into clear view. Approximately 1 million kilometers behind Lu Yuan and his companions, a disc-shaped spacecraft advanced through the void at an unimaginable velocity. This vessel, resembling a flying saucer, measured over 500 meters in length, with a width exceeding 300 meters and a height of around 200 meters. Exuding an aura of science fiction reminiscent of extraterrestrial spaceships portrayed in films. Inside the craft, Captain John Fei was in remarkably high spirits. Initially reluctant to embark on a mission assigned by the company to mine asteroids in the asteroid belt, he had harbored reservations about leaving Earth for more than half a year, particularly at his level, where his worth had become substantial. He had long been able to live without financial concerns. However, upon learning that the spacecraft utilized was crafted with the latest technology from the company, capable of reaching speeds of several hundred kilometers per second, he immediately accepted the mission with great enthusiasm. The Cloud Somersault spacecraft could traverse the asteroid belt in less than a month. Indeed, this Cloud Somersault spacecraft is remarkably swift. Captain, we have received a message from a spacecraft ahead. They mistakenly believe we are extraterrestrials. It is quite amusing just to hear it, reported the crew member, Zheng Ke, with a smile. Zheng Ke served as the communicator aboard the vessel. Let us listen in, said Jean Fei, raising his eyebrows with a grin. Greetings, friends from afar. Welcome to the solar system. We are Earthlings and wonder if it would be convenient to befriend you? Jean Fei chuckled, realizing they had been mistaken for aliens. The astonishing speed of the Cloud Somersault spacecraft, coupled with its disc-like appearance, made such a misunderstanding rather unsurprising. After pondering for a moment, Jean Fei remarked with a hint of amusement, Indeed, this is a spacecraft from the Fuyun Group. It is astonishing how, in just a few short years, Fuyun Group has developed such an advanced spacecraft. With this vessel, a round trip to the asteroid belt requires less than a month. Zhang Fei exhaled softly, confirming the identity of the other party, thus alleviating his concerns for personal safety. However, he remained profoundly awed by the technology of the Fuyun Group. Truly, it was the Fuyun Group. Beside him, Sun Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the two spacecraft were in close proximity, and Lu Yuan and his companions could clearly discern the vessel behind them. The trajectories of both ships exhibited slight differences. The Jindian spacecraft moved with such swiftness that it had no need to venture into the asteroid belt for mining, as Lu Yuan and his team had done. If only one could procure such a fantastical spacecraft for asteroid extraction. Lu Yuan gazed at the ethereal vessel in the void, adorned with patterns reminiscent of billowing clouds, appearing from afar like a mere wisp of vapor. Moments later, the Jindian spacecraft flickered past at a distance of several hundred kilometers from Lu Yuan and his companions, swiftly surpassing them and vanishing from sight. What manner of spacecraft is this? Why have we not heard any news about it? Sun Xiaowen watched the rapidly disappearing vessel, a look of envy gracing her features. Such a fast spacecraft not only promised to significantly reduce travel time between asteroids, but also suggested an immensely powerful propulsion system capable of towing larger asteroids, rendering its worth immeasurable. Zhang Fei, of course, was oblivious to the envious and excited expressions of Lu Yuan and the others. The Nimbus spacecraft soared swiftly through the void, propelled by its formidable anti-gravity system, leaving no trail of exhaust in its wake, akin to a phantom traversing the cosmic abyss. In less than 10 days, the Nimbus had journeyed over a staggering distance of more than 100 million kilometers from Earth to the asteroid belt. Brothers, let us commence. Zhang Fei's booming voice echoed, prompting the crew aboard the spacecraft to spring into action. The majority of their journey had been spent resting and exercising, as the vessel could glide effortlessly on inertia alone, requiring no maneuvering. The moment of true engagement had arrived. Numerous reconnaissance satellites and unmanned probes were dispatched in all directions without hesitation, while advanced detection radars and spectrometers were activated. For locating a maximally valuable asteroid was no simple task. One asteroid presented a mass of over 90 million tons, which seemed adequate. However, its metal content was disappointingly low, abandoned. Another asteroid boasted a remarkably high metal content of 70%, yet its mass was a mere 60 million tons, unsatisfactory. Over 100 million tons? We cannot transport that. It is not suitable for us. For several consecutive days, Jean Fay and his companions diligently searched for an appropriate target. Given the extraordinary speed of the Nimbus spacecraft, lingering in the asteroid belt for an extended period was of no concern, allowing them to maximize the value of their journey. At long last, I have found it. Everyone, quickly observe this asteroid designated AK-0823. Its mass reaches an impressive 98 million tons. And spectral analysis reveals that it consists of 85-23 metal. This is the one. Onward. After meticulous confirmation, Jean Fay joyfully issued the command. Soon, the asteroid was securely bound, tethered to the Nimbus spacecraft by a carbon fiber cable measuring over 10 meters in diameter. Engage. As the cable gradually tightened, it constricted around the asteroid with great force. On board the Nimbus, Jean Fay and his crew held their breath, their expressions tense. They were apprehensive about towing an asteroid weighing nearly 1 billion tons, especially with a new spacecraft. Indeed, in terms of size, the Nimbus was even smaller than the Little Elephant spacecraft. The asteroid shifted its trajectory, showcasing remarkable propulsion, and they had yet to apply full thrust. Before long, a collective sigh of relief echoed among them, for the Nimbus performed effortlessly, smoothly towing the asteroid and altering its course towards Earth's orbit with remarkable swiftness.